TNC Predators turn to ban. Radiant team ban.
And it just gets to the point where it's voter fatigue almost. You forget that Makoto actually puts the team on his back so often and so easily, like without complaint, without worry. You know what he's going to do in the mid lane. But it's one of those things I can't talk about it enough, how well he's been playing.
Super well, and I just the flexibility that Boom have as well with Hyde in that position 4 role easily plays the most unconventional 4 heroes in this entire tournament. I'm hoping that we're going to see, you know, the Dark Seers, the Bat Rider, although not super unconventional, but the Doom as well. These sorts of heroes that might be a little bit different. We've even seen with that massive Zoo strat, Pos for Chen come out, just when you needed that tiny little bit of extra farm to get you over the line. So yeah, I'm excited.
I mean, even with we talk about the Chen, I don't think they need to put it on the Pos 4 to find farm. Kezcute had like 7,000 gold at 20 minutes yesterday.
He was a rich boy.
Just the richest Chen I think I've ever seen. Other than obviously Scam Pos 1.
And that's the power, you know, we talk about Neil when one of their powers was the versatility. You know,
TNC Predators turn
Boom have this versatility with Hyde. They can play, you know, they can pick Doom early, they can play it as a 4, they can play it as a 3 if they need to, they can play it in the mid lane. I'm sure, you know, Makoto wouldn't mind running that back. But, you know, TNC also on the same vein, they have a lot of flexibility as well. We've seen the Void Spirit being picked up by KP as well. You know, yeah, he does like, he stocks in like Brew Masters there and, you know, those Venomancers and stuff, but they can throw around a few of these meta heroes.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I think probably the one that stands out the most to me is Venomancer. Mark plays it all the time in his pubs. He's picked it up a few times here at ESL 1 Thailand, but they can just give it to KP. He's totally fine with playing it in the off lane as well. I think maybe where we might have the slight edge is that Makoto does play it in that mid lane a little bit too, but it goes away a little bit from the rhythm and the tempo that they've had in all of their successful victories.
Yeah, if anything, I think KP might have more games on the Venomancer than March. And I like the other side of it. Like we talk about Brewmaster being conventional. In this meta, he's really not. And another one I want to highlight is KP Void Spirit, another hero that can be played in that mid lane quite comfortably. It can be a carry, I don't really like it, but just the ability of switching between players and still having that comfort, like know your lane, like you obviously pointed out before. It's just great to see how much faith TNC have in each other.
And that circles back to what we talked about in these drafts, the fact that first pick feels so strong to us just because of that. You get that first, you know, overall pick, it's always nice, but that second phase is where it really starts to feel strong, and that's where this versatility really comes in handy for these drafters, because they can pick something early, and then if it feels like it's getting countered, you can just switch its position.
And I think it's going to be super important in this series, like for other ones where there's not a huge crossover in heroes that they pick, it's not quite as big of a deal. Sometimes you might want, for example, Radiant as opposed to
Radiant
so there's so many heroes that are common between both teams. You know, you've got Darkseer, you've got Doom, you've got TNC bans Bat Rider, but Venge, Chen, Clockwork, so many things that you're going to be wanting to have as that first pick, not just because it works really well for your draft, but to deny it away. But TNC, they're just going to be super safe. They're going for that Magnus.
Oh boy. And on the other side, we talk about team fight that we wanted to see. Like we said, those Darkseer combos, etc. We saw Lilith play ridiculously on those AoEs. Tidehunter, my boy, it's in. The big Watermelon.
The Watermelon is here. I'm liking the draft so far from both teams. I think it's a sensible response from both. Obviously wanting to ban out the IO, at least for now. For me, this series is all about rhythm. I think Boom need to get off on the front foot. They need to win this game 1, because otherwise it could be a 3-0 stomp from TNC. Not a stomp, but 3-0 clean sweep.
Yeah, I'm a bit nervous for Boom, but I think seeing Kezcute yesterday in that interview, how relaxed, how confident he was, understanding the mistakes, I'm less nervous now than I was 24 hours ago. And I think that's going to be pretty much everyone that watches the Boom Esports draft come through. I'm not overly worried they're going to get 3-0.
We'll see, we'll see. We're seeing a few bans come out here. The Conker's honestly a little odd to me. Like, Makoto doesn't play it super often. It's much more of an RML hero. I think what they're just trying to get they're praying that this Faceless Void makes it through to them, because it's one of those heroes that on its own we've seen that it can be punished significantly, but when you've got a Magnus to buff you up with that power, suddenly you've got that farming potential if your laning stage doesn't go super well.
Yeah, especially, I mean, I'm going to talk about the Kunkka ban a bit as well. I feel like Armel should know what's bad against Magnus mid, especially as a Kunkka player. Maybe he just doesn't want to deal with it.
Plus FBZ plays it, so they want to take that away from him.
Yeah.
Could also be, you know, setting them up for an Underlord pick as well. We've seen that as the quote-unquote counter to the Uberlord.
Possible. Very possible.
I mean, with the Underlord pick now, it would be quite solid, especially we talk about the Void being so strong. That's a lot of tanky frontliners, and it'd be very hard for a Venomancer for a Tide Hunter to actually obliterate them in the Ravage. And obviously the Poison Nova is quite slow, damage-wise. So I could see that being a relatively solid pick for TNC and relatively stable for KP as well.
I am really liking this Tide Hunter pick though. Like you mentioned, it gives a good amount of team fight. You can farm relatively safely as long as you ban out a few of these stronger heroes. You know, you can get bullied down by the Slark and the Morphlix, so that's nice. And if you get the RP off on a Tide, he just shrugs it off with that Kraken Shell, so he really doesn't care.
Yeah, and the other side of it obviously is you can run those 3-1-1 lanes. You can leave it just basically in the dead lane. It'll find farm. You're not overly worried. But I think the big one is, you're right, the RP counter. We've seen so many times where you get an RP on 2-3 heroes and the game just ends because you can't get out of it. You can't reset the team fight. And they've even got the Oracle as a team reset on TNC.
Yeah. But I think it's so valuable having that save, right? Like RP, you break out of it with Kraken Shell, insta Ravage, the rest of your team can live. Simple as that.
Yeah. I mean, the only issue is obviously they still haven't banned the Void.
Haven't? Yes.
They're thinking about it. They've got a decent amount of time.
They're pondering.
Is there anything else that you're scared of? Obviously, the Phantom Assassin is one that's still left in there. TNC like picking it up for Gabby.
Yep.
I feel like the Faceless Void is just as good because you can't crack and shell out of
Radiant team pick.
Yeah, I mean, PA right now is feeling so insane. I'm not sure if you watched the OG game recently against Secret. They built an entire draft around PA having 15 buffs, and it was scary to watch. So I wouldn't be surprised to see these teams, obviously, at the top of their game. You have to discuss some of the other top tier teams in other regions. You might have watched that.
Ooh, okay, Vengeful Spirit pick up here from Boom.
I don't mind the Ursa ban either. You know, it gives you good way. I think they just want to secure their laning stage, because Boom are one of those teams where if you let them have an advantage, they take advantage of it super early on. But they just manage to claw on and hold on, even if they're in a super losing position. So I think Venge is another one of those heroes that has a ton of utility, even into the super late game as that +5.
Yeah, I mean, the swaps are the biggest get out of jail free card. Like, we talk about Oracle being a good save, but Venge resets team fights, and even if you kill it, like, it's just a walking aura. You build the drums, the Vlads, sometimes you get an AC if you're uber rich. And there's no worry, like if you die, you don't really care. You don't need to commit buyback every team fight, which is huge for a support. I can't tell you how many times you have to like insta buyback around the 10 to 20 minute mark, and you don't as Venge. TNC, okay,
Rubik, okay. So
yeah.
Giving Tim's a little bit more of a solid position for.
Tons of great spells to steal. I'm a little surprised that Boom will let it through just because they don't pick it at all. So it's a Tim specialty. We've seen how much work his Mirana can do. His Clockwork's fantastic. But yeah, I think it's a good Rubik game to come along the line. I think next they're going to be looking to secure up that offlane with the next hero for TNC. But where do Boom have to go from here? Because you have to think, what does lane well with Avenge if it's the 5? They don't play Terrorblade. That's the thing.
They could play Drow. They don't play that much
TNC
either.
Predators.
Drow would be good. Drow obviously stops a lot of those melee strats that you want to see with Magnus, especially the Void. The Void can't time walk until he has that Manta or he has that BKB, which is usually a decent win.
Now they actually pick it up.
TB it is.
TNC
okay, high armor hero.
Predators.
They do have a lot of team
Assassin.
fights set up for this Terrorblade as well. They've got other heroes that cause the gaze coming in from TNC as well. You know, there's Tide Hunting to make sure he doesn't get that Ravage off. Same with the Venomancer. If he just starts spitting out those spells, and off he goes. And Phantom Assassin. All right,
Radiant
TNC.
team ban.
It's scary. I'm liking that Boom have brought out this Terrorblade. Like I said, they don't play it. They haven't played it for the last couple of months in officials. But this is the game. Like, game 1, that's when you want to show your hand a little bit. You want to say, right, you might have done your scouting on us, but we can still bust out something that's a little bit different. But Mag PA is always
10
so
seconds remaining.
Yeah, especially now. I don't know what it is. I think PA just needs a slight tweak.
5
How
seconds
ridiculous
remaining.
the attack speed plus crit at the end of the game. Obviously, you get those triple daggers, which is huge. But if you ever get to that point where you have triple daggers plus the coup de grace at level 30, the game just ends. You just one-shot supports, and you can one-shot both of them at once. It's just a bit awkward. And obviously, Magnus enables that ridiculously fast playstyle PA needs.
What do we think the TNC lead now?
TNC Predators
We've seen KP
turn
pick
to
up the
ban.
Magnus as well, so we're going to have to think whether or not they want to ban out some RML heroes or some more KP heroes.
I would have doubled down on the Underlord. I think Underlord versus Terrorblade lane is quite nice for the Underlord. There's not many heroes
Radiant
that like
team
versus
back.
TB, purely because TB Venge is very solid. The minus armor is huge. But you could just wave a Terror out the lane over and over again. The other side, like, you could
Brew's
go
still good, man.
Brew, yeah.
Brew into a Terrorblade, just get rid of those illusions.
It's good with Tide too. You can't really crack and shell off the Cyclone.
10
What's
seconds
it actually called?
remaining.
Whirlwind or something?
It's called Cyclone.
Oh, well,
I'm pretty sure it's called Cyclone.
Why'd I doubt
5
myself?
seconds remaining.
But yeah, that would be a really good counterplay for the Tidehunter. Obviously, getting him out for 7 seconds per team fight, doing it twice even sometimes, because that's going to be your big grief
TNC
holder
Predators
on the
turn to
Tidehunter.
pick.
True. Or you could even go, for example, a Legion Commander on TNC. I think that'd be totally fine. It means you have 2 saves for the Phantom Assassin, and like OG did, might not necessarily be the aura strat, but just enabling it to be the raid boss that it is.
Yeah, and that's a lot of attack speed too. Like, you turn around with the
10
the
seconds
Blink Strike,
remaining.
and suddenly you can just 300 attack speed chunk down even a
5
Tidehunter,
seconds
really.
remaining.
I do like that. On the other side though, Boom, they've left their draft really open. Like, they've got that last pick mid from Makoto. There aren't many spirits left. Like, obviously the Ember's banned. I don't think this is a great Storm game. But
You can't really pick Void Spirit into Magnus either. We've seen that that lane go very handily in Armel's favour if he picks up the Magnus. And I guess maybe if they do pick up another Armel hero here, you can say that KP is picking up the Magnus, and then you might be able to go into something like a Void Spirit for Boom. But I think this last pick will really show whether or not Boom's going to try and go for a Spirit or if they're going to go for something more different.
There is also the possibility that this Veno's mid against a Magnus. You can bully him out of lane.
Radiant team pick.
Makoto does it. A fair amount.
I don't hate that. You would leave... I think Tidehunter Venomancer lane's quite strong with a gush level.
They
but
do go for the Panda.
there it is, the Panda. I love this hero, and I'm so glad KP is still in the tournament so we get to see it in the Grand Finals. Because he's pretty much the
10
only one that
seconds
reliably
remaining.
plays it.
Red Panda played it once for Sparking Arrow.
Yeah, as a positive 5.
As a
5
yeah.
seconds remaining.
Which, unfortunately for them, didn't work out in their favour, but let's see if KP can pull it back out. He does have, like, this Panda spot, like, Boom really has to be careful about
Choose
how
your
they play around
hero.
this.
I want to see a Wyvern right now from Boom.
Oh, from the resident Oz Winter Wyvern spammer himself. So
Clockwork. He's
Okay.
made that all the way down to the final pick here for Boom.
I think this is a Makoto Veno. Yep.
Oh,
Insta pick too.
That's why Danog's on the panel, guys. That's why he's here. Speaking of why he's here, your predictions. We did the percentages so far, and Matt is currently sitting at 66%. So with only a grand final to go, I don't think you can really drop out of the race as number 1 right now. But lads, as we start to get prepped and ready for game number 1 of our grand finals, final thoughts and where we sit with these predictions.
I want to see who's playing the Clockwork first before I lock it in. Because Kesky plays it as well as Hyde. I'm thinking it's more likely to be Hyde and just trying to bully out Gabby a little bit.
Yeah,
10
I'll have
seconds
to jump in
remaining.
obviously while we decide on that Clockworks. We're waiting on it. I'm
5
gonna have to say
seconds
TNC.
remaining.
They've got the KP Brewmaster that deals with Terrorblade, deals with Tidehunter, and they've got Gabby on a really nice scaling hero. I do have to give them the slight edge.
I'm going to say TNC, but if Makoto can absolutely dumpster Armel in lane, Boom have a shot.
All right, so it looks like my panel are both sitting here with TNC. I'm probably going to have to go with TNC as well. This PM looks very, very strong, but I'm going to hand it over to our casters, Lyrical and Trent, for game number 1.
Faith in fate restored.
No.
What did you expect? you kidding me? Whoops! Whoops!
Yo, this guy has no chill, man.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have gone through the group stages. We've gone through the playoffs, and now we are here at the start of the finals, best of 5. Boom versus TNC. Trent, they were top of the group together, and now they're up here in the grand finals. What do you think?
Boom. Boom, boom. Just boom. Oh, it's a great team name. That's kind of what I think. It's revenge time, right? Boom. They have to get this victory. It's got to be so frustrating. Keep getting beat by TNC. And I think the first draft, it should be a good one. This does not look like a game that's going to get like completely rolled over in the lanes per se. I do think that it is going to be very important for Boom to take a lead on the earlier end, though. You want to punish some of this greed here. I feel like the KP Brewmaster, it's all up to him pretty much to set fights in the early game, right? Before Gabby wants to really join in. I feel like the most active hero in this game is probably gonna be Makoto on the Venomancer, and then Hyde on the Clockwork. So thinking that Boom should get off to a pretty good start.
All right, well, we'll see if they're able to do it. And you're feeling like it's this mag PA is a little bit more greedy, and that like they just kind of want to get to the late game. Is that kind of what I'm hearing from you right now?
Yeah. I don't know if I can call it greed. It's just like slightly slower is all. Okay. So it's just like a window. Just feels like that. I mean, we've seen that duo a lot over the past couple of months, and there tends to be this time where the mag doesn't necessarily want to do anything, and the PA doesn't want to do anything, and so you're very reliant on the other heroes in your team to like hold towers and make plays. Right. And it just feels like they're gonna have a hard time. Like if you get a good Tide and Veno start, we've seen that sort of a lineup just walk down lanes and be very difficult to contest.
That's fair, and we also have seen like an inability to start fights or do things on the map, which it feels like in a way that's kind of the MO for TNC right now. While Boom, they've got a Clockwork. Veno doesn't have to be aggressive, but can, as you mentioned, if you just sort of walk at those towers with the Tide. Venge also can kind of bow both ways, so it feels like a 4 heroes running around, and then Dreamocell hiding behind whatever wall of wards Makoto decides to build out there on the map. But we'll have to watch and wait and see what these lanes look like. Already, Dreamocell is going to get zoned back a little bit by these 2 supports down bottom. March and Tim's are sort of keeping in between him and the... Well, now March is going to TP away. Never mind.
It's good he made the walk instead of the TP, just in case something goes awry here. Now, in terms of the power of that bottom lane, though, that does look pretty good, right? We have the Cinder Brew into the Fade Bolt, potentially. As they also just start things right off with the Thunderclap from KP and pulled the wave way on back. That's a great start.
And of course, that is what you want to do. But as you mentioned, as the levels get up, that's where you can start to really level out a lot of harassment.
And Tim's makes the small camp on the second mark, like just barely before the spawn.
So no pulls available here for them. That is that's going to be nice for him. Interesting.
Well, he's not one that you can't contest.
Up top lane, you can see here FBZ going to be facing off against March and Gabby. For my money, I feel like at times FBZ has been the MVP of the tournament. He's had a couple of really, really good performances. Obviously, numbers get drawn to carries, but FBZ's really been playing out of his mind.
And you kind of have to on the Tide as well. You don't get a lot of big moments necessarily with the Ravage, unless you go like Blink, which we don't see that often anymore. So you have to be very cautious about when you're going to let it rip. And could be some play here at level 2, but he probably really wants Kraken. At the same time, he has a Clockwork with boots, so I imagine it's going to be very tempting to want to try and just make a gush play on March, but then you have to watch for the Fortune's End as well.
Yeah. We should mention real quickly as well, mid lane, Makoto had a little bit of a rough time of it at level 1. He's gotten a lot better over the last couple of minutes here. Armel was able to zone back with the Empower and get a bunch of denies, but as the Gale levels get up and all the other stuff, it's harder to contest the Veno. It's just really annoying, just trading hits constantly.
Yeah, I was wondering what Hyde was doing when he ran down the river. He ended up just flaring the camp and getting a stack up.
Oh.
Yeah, so just starting to build up that jungle a little bit, either for Makoto or for the Tide Hunter, perhaps.
Yeah, that'll be good. Definitely necessary in order to keep up with the farming that you know is going to happen on the Dire side. As Hyde tried to go in for a courier snipe, but March blocked his way. Down bottom there, sort of looking to see is, yeah, Hyde was able to get away with it. The Cinder Brew action coming out soon.
That was the Blightstone, too. Yeah, that would have been a great courier to kill.
KP, 1 point in Cinder Brew, 2 points up in Clap. It's a lot of damage if they're able to get on top of him, but they're going to need some type of an overplay of his hand for Dreamocell probably. But if he does step too far forward, he's going to take a lot of damage.
Yeah, that's an interesting build too, going to second point in the Thunderclap. I wonder if it's mostly just because like the meta, the attack slow or something, because you get a lot more damage out of the Cinder Brew. Right, but it's also better for last hitting with the Thunderclap too, so that just might be his main thought.
Yeah. Oh, and he is going to go immediately onto Dreamocell. As soon as he popped meta, they ran up and did the Cinder Brew and then the Clap afterwards.
Yeah, it just kind of forces him back a little bit, gets him harassed, and then if he ever tries to get aggressive again, those spells will be back.
Right. And also was able to pull the creep wave back when he did it as well. So shows the aggression, then backs away. And might even do it again.
I think they glyphed there though, because they glyphed the radiant wave under the tower, so that because there was one creep that KB had pulled, so when it got glyphed, that held the rest of the dire wave, so then his wave's gonna push in some more.
Nice.
And that's gonna help Kez shoot with the reset.
Okay. Still gets the deny there of the creep, and so far so good. Hyde.
Yeah, he's examining. All right, there's a stack. There's a stack. Interesting. Gonna plant some wards down.
Oh, make sure that they know what's happening. It does look like also down bottom as March and Makoto have taken over the lane, or rather March has. They're trying to get a side pull off, and they will be able to connect one, but Kez Cute trying to redraw aggro won't be able to get all of it. They're getting a lot out of this lane with AP. Pretty good.
Hyde even flared the small camp there to try and figure out what this mag was up to, and then sends in the illusion. So they're really unaware of what he's up to. Oh, but they're not going to get the bounty rune because the illusion. Hyde's a genius.
Oh, that's really smart.
Scanning.
This should make my
He runs his own character in.
fulfill.
So in the
they
end,
grab the other though. So then that's the only one they got.
yeah, it's pretty big. Okay. Meanwhile, the jump on the Tim's down bottom. He's in some trouble, but stick charge and fairy fire keeps him alive. Hyde now the one that sort of is getting ran at. He has Cinder Brew again, but won't decide to go on him. It's devolved into a tri lane.
Cogs quite yet, eh? Still no first blood. 5.5 minutes. A slow roll indeed.
Huh?
Don't worry, FBZ. I won't tell anyone that ghost just stole your last hit. It's okay. I'm a small camp.
It's always the worst. Just lose one of those for like no reason, it feels like. But again, the early going, Terrorblade, the main one that's sort of struggling out of the cores right now, it feels like.
Oh, look at this pull off top for Armel too. He just cleared out that camp and he shockwaved that. Oh yeah, baby. Oh, Armel's getting it on.
That's great. That's what you want to see. And just going to be able to get a free lane and Hyde not in position to come and contest for that. So the Magnus getting a lot of farm, whole heck of a lot.
But look who's on top right now. It's FBZ. He's left in the lane versus the PA. He's getting all lane creeps. Yeah. Once he's gotten to this point, there's not really a possibility to contest. And now Gabby, all right, this is more active than I expected.
Looking mid. Gotta be careful about that jump that they're gonna get. And Benno in a lot of trouble. Makoto pulled back in, killed off. They take down one, now trying to bring down Hyde as well. TNC, just out of nowhere, decide to show up as 4 and blow him up.
Well, as you'd expect, the Mag PA makes the first rotation for first blood. As one does with this lineup.
Like, what?
Damn, what a punish on the Makoto. Especially because he's gone for this like level 1 Plague Ward build too. He hasn't even been like trying to pressure because like they can't even kill wards.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess like the Oracle. Come on now, he definitely can't actually if he had more levels in it. So Yeah, damn, what a punish.
FBZ there going to dissuade the TP up top, where I think he's just got the tower. So that is the price that you pay for making that big rotation, is the Tidehunter ends up taking the tower, but they do keep their own mid one alive, and well, actually going back mid again. Gabby able to jump onto Makoto, bringing him down very low. Dagger goes out, another round, and Gabby gets the kill. He has been involved in all of the kills so far in the game.
That's ridiculous. I had no thoughts of this. I was thinking that like the PA at least has some benefits versus the Veno later when you like max out Phantom Strike and stuff, but I can't believe he's still able to make these rotations with 2 points in Phantom Strike and like 9-second cooldown.
Yeah, it's nuts. Well, and you can see here also going for the Deso, Gabby is going to be playing a lot round Armel, giving him the Empower and not having to go for that Battle Fury. So maybe they're trying to hit an earlier timing with like Deso BKB.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
I think
attack.
that's like always the play with this build, but then the problem is like what's the blink timing for the mag, but Armel himself has also been getting a crazy amount of farm. Right. So it feels really good this game, and now FPZ coming through, but like you can't really do anything. It's like 1400 HP, all you can do is leech some XP from Armel.
Yeah, he does have Ravage, but as you said, with nobody else nearby, it's not going to be a likely kill attempt.
This isn't just
And I think he was hoping to steal some of those stacks away himself with the 4 points up and Anchor Smash.
Yeah, and he's giving the lane over to Hyde too, so they need the 6 on Hyde, and they need to start pressuring these towers with the Tidehunter and the Veno.
We have double jelly that get picked up as more stacks are being made in the Ancients by Kezcute. Can see there you got a double on that one, and then looks like a triple on the hard camp as well. So both teams just going like heavy farming build right now, with Dyer definitely coming out on top.
Yeah, Makoto's a lot stronger now than when he died. He now has 3 points up in the Plague Wards, not a single point, and he's spamming them everywhere. I think just doing a better job of trying to control the area that he's playing in, because they should not be able to punish him so easily.
Right. And definitely the type of game where you need that Veno to get into those sort of either A, damage items, or B, utility items. He's actually going Midas on Makoto. Wow. Okay. That's not what I was expecting.
I don't necessarily hate it just because like the value and the levels for Veno.
Yeah.
Yeah, he does kind of have to be a little bit of a frontliner though, with only the Tide and the Clock, but I guess there's going to be some more pressure on Kezcute for the saves.
Meanwhile, over by the Dire, or Radiant Ancients rather, Boom are starting to take down those stacks that are built up by Kezcute, getting the levels up, and trying to get in towards the Manta for Dreamocell as a first item. Still lowest of the cores, although it's not like he's having a terrible game. He's around 1,600 gold behind the empowered PA.
And he's just ran in there and dewarded with the haste through.
The guy. So, current state of the game, very passive in terms of kills, as the swap pulls him back in, and Tim's in some trouble. Kezcute able to live through this one. They will get the false pawns with the Ravage. Can they connect onto all three? The whole Gabby afterwards. Oh, the big jump of Gabby. Able to get the jump out afterwards. KP, he has his ulti available if they want to try and go on this. He does have mana forward as well, as they're thinking about chasing in. The rundown coming as FPZ is just going to back away, and I think they can't chase anymore.
And as long as they get a bit of a reset here, this is really good for Boom, because as KP, you want to be matching these Ravages and be there for those fights, because you have the 140-second cooldown, he's got the 150. I mean, you can go the other way and like try and get aggressive utilizing the split, but I think with how defensively you want to play around your towers, I don't really want to like burn split on offensive moves unless I'm getting a really big kill like Dreamocell.
Yeah. Well, and now I'm kind of getting the feeling as we're going to see the swap back in. KP, he might need to burn it now.
Yeah, but they're coming.
Otherwise, he's in trouble, and he's just going to die. They couldn't get there in time with March.
I mean, he doesn't have it, though. It's like a crazy long cooldown. I'm really surprised he didn't just split for that.
Yeah.
Right. I thought they were going to be close enough to punish.
I guess Battery Assault might have kept him from doing it. That could be one of the other things as well.
Yeah, I might just missed it, yeah.
But regardless, 3-3, and I think I get an idea of where this game is going. They just queued up Midas as well onto KP, so we might have both teams looking towards the future.
Well, if we go that far, feels kind of good for TNC. All right, Mag, PA, Rubik, Midas, Brewmaster. I mean, Brewmaster also only has like 2 good items, Midas and Vlad, so I'll pick one.
Radiance, hello? Sir?
Hey, it's 21 seconds faster than the previous patch record. Not surprising, considering the speed at which Gabby was farming and getting the first 2 kills of the game. Very well done by him and the team to enable that.
Yeah, he's been rocking it. And looks to be doing the same going forward here. Although this is always the problem playing with the mag, is like after a little while he has to go to his side of the map to farm, you got to go to yours, then you're not getting power anymore.
Look what has happened to this Brewmaster and Magnus though compared to the Radiant cores. Before they were like behind, and now Makoto is catching up to his TB with this Midas just sitting in the mid, and we're gonna have counter smokes. This dire smoke is well, they're both just not finding anyone.
They want to take over those other ancients, it looks like.
I mean, at least this one's going for the mid tower though.
Yeah, it's true. Now, will they come back to defend this on TNC? It's kind of awkward, right?
I wonder what the read was here.
Yeah.
I guess, yeah, it must be when you said where they thought they were going to be doing the Ancients or something.
Yeah.
But they have an Ob Sentry combo that sees this movement in here from KP and Gabby.
Structures are fortified.
Also, how did March wind up down there?
Yeah,
is under attack.
He's doing his thing. It's a March thing.
Is under attack.
So tier 1 towers look like they're going to be traded off. Mid goes down for the Dire though, and the Radiant one, at least that's the sort of resupply for Roche area, if you will.
It looks like they just straight up said we can't fight them at that mid tower, and like let's hope that someone comes to push out this top lane or like is stacking Ancients or something. I'm trying to get some vision down here. Unfortunately, that Ob's just planted in the sentry range.
Yeah, it's going to be frustrating. Cute will walk on in, see if anybody's nearby. Armel, TP. Oh, wave. Maybe he was behind a tree or something. I don't know. That was dubious.
Yeah, must have been the tree. Say it was the tree.
Yeah.
Except I don't see a tree there, so I don't know what to say.
It might have been there, Trent. It fell over, okay?
Yeah, is that what it was?
Newly added to Dota. Trees occasionally fall over.
Oh man, it was so close.
Middle tower is under attack.
All right, so TNC now trying to wait for the next round of bounty runes, which they will be able to trade off, but boom, Lurkin thinking about heading on up high ground. Realize that's a horrible idea, so they leave. See where they want to go next. It feels like both teams are very content right now just to farm up and be like, we're going to get into our items, then go for like late game. Neither team feels particularly rushed, which is, I think, different than a lot of the other matches we've seen.
Or there's like this very clear dynamic of they must win by now, or it's impossible.
Yeah.
I mean, how good is RP this team, though? It looks pretty nice once he's BKB, but of course that's gonna be far enough away. But before BKB, it's kind of scary, right? If you don't catch the clock or the tide.
Is under attack.
Yeah. Well, and the other sort of danger with it is just like all of the plague wards that are going to be around. Very annoying to try and play around that. But you might need to go into the Silver Edge later, which, you know, having the Echo, it's a nice little build up now, much more than it was before. But we'll get the Blink Dagger to start as TP coming in from Tide. KP got to run away. They will be able to get out of there. So that's the strength of the Tide. Just send in the Watermelon Man and your tower's alive. While up top, it's gone.
And they're closing in on that BKB for Gabby. Just 200 gold away now, so it's basically done. What they want to do with the BKB? Try another smoke play, I suppose. Try and kill FBZ, because it's going to be almost total freedom for Gabby.
Yeah.
Like swaps and hook shots, sure, but those don't really affect a PA that much. And with the blink there as well, nice synchronization here from TNC.
They're getting pretty much everything that they want at the same time now. And likewise, though, they're still sort of getting set up for later. I think that both teams realizing, like, if we want to win this game, we're not just going to be able to run away with it, most likely. Some, like, horrific mistakes, which we don't expect in the grand finals.
Of course not. No one ever makes mistakes in Dota.
Definitely not. So second round is done. And smoke up. Let's see what happens.
What a team player. His Midas is flying out and he still smokes up.
Oh, don't show on the wards, though. Oh my god, it's going to die to wards. I just know it. I just know it.
Nah, he microed it.
Nice. They scan up on the high ground. Kezcute's there. Who are they going to jump on first? They get Makoto. It's a pretty good one. Swapped out, but still dead. And Kezcute, he's going to fall afterwards. So they get 2 quick kills. And on the side of Boom, no response.
Yeah, it doesn't cost them anything, and immediately into the Roche pit we shall go because it's a Deso. So they could buy back on Makoto and fight this, but it's a BKB PA. I don't think they're going to. Oh, hide. What you gonna do?
He's thinking the Tide Hunter's just blocking his hook shot, and he's like, no, don't go in. It's not worth it. Wait, they even dropped.
Splitting.
Yeah. Oh, because they thought that it was the real Tide Hunter. That's why.
Yeah.
And now they're going in. They've already used split. This is maybe the opportunity. They get the high catch there. Call split back onto 2. Roach is down. Gabby gets the Aegis, and they have Ravage going to land onto 3. Stolen anchor smash. Good cover there by FBZ. Can they find any more afterwards? KP trying to run away, and it's going to be able to get the jump out. Tims throws out the Fade Bolt afterwards. He is also going to fall as a couple more hits come in from the from the meta. And the end result ends up just being 2 for 1, it looks like.
Yeah, that was not bad. That was a risky play from Boom, considering the state of their heroes there. Like, they couldn't really get Makoto in there or anything in time, so I'd be happy with how that went if I was them. And so now take Dream Still right down that mid, and without the BKB on the PA, hard time for Gabby to fight.
Does have the Imp Claw and BKB backup in 18, but as you said, tower already down, and it does not look like Boom want to try and press for more. So yeah, really good recognition of like the power spike and particularly like having no way to defend that tier 2 tower. So TNC losing a lot of the control of the map, even though they get this Aegis for it.
Out they go. Oh, Makoto got the Ring of Aquila. It's like the best on Veno. Infinite wards.
Nice.
Keep spamming. Never on cooldown. Yes, everywhere, Makoto.
Oh, but Gabby, he's hunting. He's thinking about it. Walks up high ground. Who's he find? Kezcute.
Okay, Blur is the stupidest spell. I hate the spell so much. God, that just pains me as a support player.
Oh, it's so good.
Like, how can he get so close? It's the radius of a ranged attack.
It's so good. Wait, jump in. They found the Tide. FBZ lifted, pulled back in afterwards, skewer him all the way back to the rest of the group. And they get the finish. They even pop BKB for that. A little bit crazy for Gabby, just eating through those charges.
They have RP though, so it's still hard to just like come back and try and punish Gabby for that.
Oh, and this is, I think, what TNC need to be doing, right? Like, they lost a lot of buildings off of that last Roche fight, and now they're trying to make up for it a little bit, it feels like, before next meta comes up. And Ravage.
Radiant's
So,
bottom tower
very well
is
played
under
by
attack.
TNC.
Gabby's thinking about just straight up going Abyssal next.
Radiant structures are
I
fortified.
mean, it's not the most slot efficient once it's done, but that's all right. Blow up Kezcute.
And you can see after the glyph, Boom getting in position to try and fight this, as they did have meta back off cooldown, as well as Ravage. And FBZ leading the charge. TNC recognizing the danger, going to back out altogether. I love to see this. It's like they're playing perfectly around their cooldowns.
Yeah, and Boom are still missing those like clockwork fights. I mean, we just haven't had that many engagements, right? It's only 13 kills so far. High coming up. Gonna find Gabby, but the Aegis still has a minute 40 left.
Yeah.
And they're out.
Dire's bottom tower
Easy
is under
peasy,
attack.
just like that. Scotty done on Terrorblade. Damn, Dreamcell is farmed.
Structures are fortified.
What's the slow on that?
Radiant are scattered.
It's
Dire's bottom
25
tower
attack
has
speed, eh?
fallen.
Pretty good for a
Dire's
PA.
bottom tower has fallen.
I guess the other thing is the heal afterwards with the Oracle as well. Gabby, blurred, looking for an opening now. Armel is there. They're thinking about jumping. They do throw out the Fortune's End, but wasn't quite able to connect it. And, well, jumps onto Kezcute, finds him again. Bash dead. Just like that.
Might be time to find some Dispel heroes versus this PA, huh? Some nullifiers. Get rid of these Phantom Strikes. At least that's something.
That would be helpful, definitely. And also with the Empower, right?
Yeah. Yeah, unfortunately, they don't really have a hero that can go nullifier. Yeah, Gabby feeling good. Still behind the TV, but not by much, considering the heroes.
No, this game feels very, very even. Like, fives are near each other, fours are near each other, offlaners, mids. There's very little separation between the two teams.
I find it interesting that Dota Plus actually has it at like 66% for Boom. It's like TNC will win a fight and they'll start like creeping back in Boom's way. Probably just like the dependability of TB and like the idea of just like building punish is still in their favor.
Right.
Likely helps. Plus, you know, Tidehunter, big spell.
Yeah, true enough. I mean, it's like sort of what we always say, that one team fight can turn things around, but the punish that you get from a team fight win with Terrorblade is so ridiculous.
Yeah, and we saw it even from just that Aegis, right, where they just like took the mid tier 2 instantly.
Yeah.
Even though the enemy just like won the Roche.
And as we've seen in previous days as well, PA, not always the biggest building hitter, even with a ridiculous amount of damage. Still can be a problem. So 25-minute mark coming up pretty soon. Both teams holding on to their sides of the map.
And he has the Abyssal. Oh.
All right, they got smoke.
Poor Kezcute.
Battle around the bounty runes? Yes, maybe. Hello?
I like this Crimson on Hyde.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a really nice choice. I mean, it kind of sucks to have to go very first item Crimson, but like that's the game you're in, right? 2 faster than the patch average. I mean, that's because of Battle Fury, obviously. It's just like,
yeah.
Just has an empty slot. Just pretend that's a Battle Fury, guys.
Ooh, and BKB for the brew afterwards. Very interesting. What's the Venno going back for? So he's got the Halberd already, and he's going for BKB next as well.
Yeah, Makoto's farm has not kept up, unfortunately, even with the Smite. Yeah, just hasn't got any kill involvement.
He's in the mid lane, trying to break it. They spot Gabby, have hookshot available if they want to go. They have some vision there.
Their jump with the hookshot is not that good. It's like a better counter initiating tool than a deep initiator this game. Like,
yeah.
he, like, let's say he hookshots all them, what happens?
Yeah, it's true.
No one can actually catch them.
Yeah, no blink on Tide, and even if he does get blink, then it's Dreamcell who needs to get in position. Need to put Kezcute in between him so he can swap in the Terror Blade or something.
Yeah.
I guess that's the value of also having like Gabby here, right? Is because then you're not able to have those initiations as easily.
Oh no. Oh, please find the Dispel. He's got a D.
Oh my goodness. Makoto, they break it. He's running right up front and center. Gabby's still blurred. They have no idea about this. They got to be so careful.
A slot for it, because why not? Because he's kept an F2.
Dude, this is terrifying. Top though, they need to deal with this. Tim's is going to TP back and try and push out this wave.
Oh my god, it's like almost a max Roche. 254. That feels better for Boom, I think.
Okay. They're going to head mid where they see Gabby. Hook shot to open up. Called pushback afterwards as BKB turns the fight, trying to blow up one. Can they do it? But look at this Terrorblade. Just absolutely destroying him. They get the false promise out. Now jumping to March to try and get away. KP seeing if he can be the counter initiation to get the rest of the team out of dodge. Does have a lift up if he wants to use it. He sends the rest of them away. Lifts up the Terrorblade. They're going to lose the Clockwork for the Oracle. That's going to be it, I think.
I can't believe how long Hyde lived. That was nuts. That Crimson is so value.
Yeah, very good. Not to mention just like a ton of armor around him.
And now he's just gonna go Ghost after too. Yeah, Dreamosell was laying into him.
Yeah, I would be very concerned right now if I'm TNC about how that looked with the MKB done on Dreamosell. It's a bit of a problem.
Yeah, TVs love their Daedalus, but when the time comes, it's still a solid item on most ranged heroes, so yeah, it's all good.
Well, Mag, you get the feeling after having to walk through those Plague Wards that the Shadow Blade is going to be very necessary.
We got Craggy Coats on both sides.
Really?
Does Ty get that? Oh, he's got a Dragon Scale too. He's got a couple options, actually.
They gave it to the Tide. Interesting.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised because they can't break the Kraken anyway.
Yeah.
But, I mean, Armel is also going Silver Edge, so there you go.
Right. Well, Enchanted Quiver also going to be picked up as the next tier of items are available. Dreamosell now starting to create a little bit of separation between him and the PA in terms of net worth. Not super significant, but a bit noticeable.
You'd think it might be a little bit higher.
Yeah.
With like all the illusion spam and everything from Dreamosell. But he's also been sending his illusions, like, I feel a little bit like aggressive, like kind of into the enemy sometimes. Right. It's not like pushing it like kind of like, he's not like wasting them in the jungle and stuff. So I like the fact that he's pushing lanes and also finding vision on like where his opponents are.
Yeah, it's true. Very necessary for him. Where are we at now? Is just 1,000 gold lead, but we're waiting for that next Roche, about to respawn now. As far as vision within the pit, definitely favoring Boom. It's going to be a little bit tough for TNC.
And they smoked up again. Titan Sliver fresh on the mag. Gabby got the Paladin Sword, so 16% life steal, but we do have the Scotty, so not the most impactful.
Rocket Flare goes right over the top. They still have Scan. They're walking under it, but it looks like they're going to end up missing them and could place a ward up on this high ground here. They see Dreamosell right at the start. They get the vision. Oh, and that's going to break the Blink Dagger. Armel needing to get out of there. Oh, that's so frustrating, I'm sure. Won't be able to find an opening.
I mean, that was like kind of good seeing Dreamosell, but at the same time, they couldn't see Kescute. So
right.
Even if they initiate there. Now, then again, if they were able to blink skewer him, then yeah, that would have been really bad.
Yeah. Well, and I think that it speaks to the big problem that I feel like I have for this TNC draft is a lack of vision. You know, with Wave of Terror there and Clockwork Flare and Veno wards everywhere, like it never feels like TNC are going to get a free sort of start to the fight, particularly if Boom are playing careful.
That should help.
But we'll have to wait and see what their solution is going to be. Blink Dagger done for the Tide now as well. So I think like about that last moment right there. Imagine if when they spotted him on that Plague Ward, you just get a Blink Ravage, you know?
Yeah.
They can punish so much more heavily right now. I'm really liking the way Boom's draft is looking now.
All right, he's got the stats resistance snap from the Satanic. Okay, wait, what does it say for stats resistance when you hover over Dreamosell?
It says 38.
Mine's 38.4.
Yeah, 38.4. That's what I have to.
Dire's courier has been killed.
All right.
It's, you know, amped for some reason. It's fine.
Yeah, what am I missing? Oh, he's a fucking Titan Silver. Okay, pardon my French. That damn neutral slot is just sneaking up on me.
There you go. Sneaky, sneaky. Gabby keeping the Paladin Sword for himself. And still waiting in the pit. I don't know. What do you do at this point if you're TNC? Like, how do you even assault this area?
I mean, what do you do if you're Boom?
Well,
I feel like Boom almost kind of need this more. I don't know. I'm worried, like, what's kind of a Dreamer Cell just gets Cyclone?
That's true. Could be a problem. Hook shot in, though. This is a great way to start the fight. As they find March, and he is going to die. BKB from KP, deciding whether or not he wants to go in.
Armel, he's fishing.
All right. RP pulls him back going, but he takes him away from Gabby. Follow up there, tries to get the stun, and they bring him down. Hyde under control, trying to kill off Dreamless Cell next, but Armel taking so much damage here. And with the Oracle already dead, what more can they do? Looks like that's going to be the extent of it. And now RP done. No Ravage, no BKBs on a lot of these heroes, and no split. This is a free Roche.
Yeah, that was, they did not have the team sync on the RP and the skewer.
No.
I mean, I liked the skewer because of the swap. I think the skewer was fine. I think they just needed the communication of, like, waiting till, you know, where it's going to go.
Yeah. Well, and that's the thing to me that, like, as we see this to jump here on the Hyde, he dies so quickly. So, like, that right there, that makes me think, okay, what if you just, like, RP and let the skewer happen? Or let the skewer not happen?
Yeah, but the Venge is there, you know.
Right.
That's the problem. Yeah.
Makoto?
They still have Ravage, remember?
Yeah. Disarm yet again.
Oh my god, that BKB so close coming back. Oh, this is so tempting to fight. But they don't have meta. Get out.
Skew. The initiation coming as FBZ has Ravage available. Ghost Scepter. Meanwhile, he blinks away. They forgot to hit him. Pull back onto Kezcute. He's going to back away as well. Doesn't get hit by that clumsy net.
Yeah, I guess they just had nothing to do with Ghost, eh? All right, we'll just, like, I don't know. If you can spam with this wave, great. But this is not worth feeding anyone away, I feel like.
Gabby queuing up the rapier.
Oh man, what a win for Boom to not get a bad fight right there and lose their tie too, with like the Ravage being available but not wanting to do anything without the meta.
Right. Well, and again, like, it goes back to the thing where I think either one of those situations from TNC would have been fine. Had like Gabby waited to blink strike, or had they just kept the RP where it was and didn't skewer at all, I think either one would be fine, but they both just did something different.
It certainly would have been better than what happened.
Yes.
That's for sure.
Well, how much does that change the game now, Trent? Like, what are we looking to do now for Boom?
How much does it change the game? I mean, Gabby was probably just gonna go rapier anyway. Right. I feel like. Well, the second that he saw a butterfly, because as you said, I mean, MKB on PA, so you know you're kind of living by the PA anyway, so this is fine. I think the BKB wearing down is the major concern for Gabby, because like FPZ has so much power in this game right now. So there's like Armel had a big RP. It's gonna be really hard to hit that again. That was a damn nice RP, and then he even has like RP, and then I can activate my Silver Edge after, like maybe get my break and whatnot. That one was a little painful.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think that's it's problematic now, because as you said, it's harder to get those. It's easier when they're going high ground, hypothetically, if you're able to create some chaos first, but they don't really have that, like, that hero that does that early. I guess that hero has to be KP normally, and it looks like he's saving up. I wonder if he's thinking about a Radiance.
Under attack.
I think the other thing is they really need just like a couple on Makoto. Right. Even just a 4-step can do so much. Like, he's got the 9-second BKB. He already feels so much stronger than he was a few minutes ago.
Well, they're walking up high ground now. RP is back again, but it is deadly trying to go in there, and they're going to need KP to be the first one to go in most likely. Yeah. Try and make some craziness happen.
He's still 150 away from blink and buyback.
And tier 3 is just gonna fall. Do they go for more? Skewer back, pulls him in deep on Dreamo Cell now, trying to control, has has the Abyssal Blade swap out though, and the Ravage connects onto all of them. Gabby needs to jump away from this one. BKB outturns. Ryzen on FBZ, not gonna happen. They have the false promise afterwards, but he can't stay on any target at all. Nobody has died yet from Radiant. Kescute is even walking away from Gabby right now. They don't have it. They finally bring down the vent. Illusion's still hanging out, but with the mag dead, Cell can just start turning and laying into these buildings. And there is not a whole lot that TNC can do.
Oh, so well done by Kescute there, man. Getting that swap out, freeing Cell, letting the stash just go Halberd. All right,
big jump from Gabby. And KP now also trying to lay into Cell. They need to kill the rest of these heroes for Tim blinks in. I don't know what that was, but he gets destroyed. And Gabby now in a ton of trouble trying to get out of here, but is eventually going to be beaten to death. No buyback. And this might actually just be game.
I think that's our finish. Bag for 20, no PA.
Wow, very impressive showing from Boom as they do everything that they need to. And it's gonna walk in, hit March real hard with that anchor smash. KP trying to beat into him and stop the bleeding if possible.
I mean, he's got that team edge, so they have one more fight with the Rapier.
Okay.
And they will get it just from the pure threat of the RP alone.
Oh, and the Aegis is expiring as well. Okay. So Boom, take a set and a half of rack. But do some serious damage on their way on out.
It's really interesting. I'm pretty sure March, because March is their only disarm, right? On the Fate's Edict. I'm pretty sure he disarmed the TB there. Right. Which was pretty nice, but then, and I think that's what saved Gabby the first time when he kind of got back and then reinitiated, but it doesn't like last that long because the damn stash resistance.
Right. Well, and the thing that I just keep thinking about is like, Cell has 45 armor, right? How much is the PA even really going to be able to do, even with the Rapier? I don't know if that changes much. It has 73% physical resistance.
Yeah, Rapier kind of like breaks it though. It's just like, it's like too much damage. It's like CK, right? Or it's like, it doesn't really matter how much you try and armor up and stuff versus CK. He's still just going to whack you 3 times with his illusions and you die.
Yeah.
I think that's kind of what Rapier PA is.
Okay.
Plus, if you kill all TV's allies, then it doesn't matter.
True. And I felt like that's what they were trying to do that last fight, but weren't really able to do it as well. And they're going to walk up high ground yet again. Cell hitting from very far back. And buildings falling. Armel looking for an opening here. He has Skewer, he has RP available. What is he going to find? Still no Rapier. They need about 1,000 more gold. Sunder! The blade! The pullback! He gets the rapid! They're going to try to turn it up, but he gets the Sunder to turn. Cell able to salvage it. Freaking play there with the Rubik, but it wasn't good enough. And, well, Gabby trying to find a kill here on anybody at all that he can. Eyes goes after body blocking, but they pull him back in after the RP. The Skewer towards the fountain will not be enough. Ultra kill for Cell. He is too strong as the rampage comes out.
Him was so close to that MVP. He was trying.
Damn, man.
Going for the big one. Boom! Ladies and gentlemen, that's one.
That's one.
It begins. They're getting their victory over TNC, and a very impressive battle out from then. Some hard-fought parts of that.
10 seconds remaining. TNC Predators turn to ban. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. TNC Predators turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Pick. TNC Predators turn.
Venomancer.
Dire team pick.
Vengeful spirits.
TNC Predators turn. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban. Drow Ranger. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. TNC Predators turn to ban. Dire team ban. TNC Predators turn to ban. Dire team ban.
Final answer to our final question of today was about Mirana Zaro. So let's see if you guys were correct in the chat. It was B.
10 seconds
So, you know,
remaining.
we talked about this in the break, that this was, I believe, Paul, you said this is one of two spells that has an odd number.
Yeah, I mean, I was looking at the other one being Oracle's healing factor being 99. But when they did that cleanup of stats, they seem to have forgotten Mirana Zaro completely, because everything else in the game is quite neat and tidy. It's all either zeros or some fives, not really many.
Even Darkseer now is like 40.0. You know,
yeah, like they've just made it cleaner. And then all of a sudden they're like, nah, psych, Mirana Arrow is going to go a random distance. And that'll never affect you. Like that extra 67 rather, will never affect you compared to 3K distance.
Well, boys, that was an interesting question here for our DHL drop quiz. Hopefully you guys played along at home and got all 18 days correct, because if you did, then you get a nice crisp high five from me at the end of ESL 1 Thailand. But lads, we're getting... that wasn't that crisp. We'll have to try and work on that, Danog. But lads, we're getting closer and closer to our Game 2 draft here. We talked about it after Game 1, the fact that, you know, it felt like Boom understood what they wanted to play. This Venomancer was a little bit more of a variety pick for them. But to me, it felt like this Vengeful Spirit is really starting to find her slot for Racer one time.
I think the real danger with the
Predators
way that
turn
Boom likes
to
to play it is that it opens up a number of different strategies for them, right? Like, it's great as a save, you can use it for a Drow strat, which, well, TNC are going to go for it this time around. Or the full-on Zoo, which doesn't seem like it'll be happening for either of these teams. Drow's one of those few carries that really does not mind going into a Zoo. You just pump out that multi-shot and you're pretty happy.
Yeah, I mean, the only issue would be if TNC do end up running it, but
5
Bench Drow
seconds
plus
remaining.
the Zoo strat will feel a bit awkward. I do agree with you. But boom, they got what they wanted as well. They were very quick to pick this Venomancer and incredibly quick to pick the Tiny in their first phase.
They're great heroes, you know. They've been the heroes for the tournament, I would have to say. Like, Veno probably a bit more in the group stage, but Tiny, he just has so much potential to be this real game changer. We talked about Jazz the other day being the team fight disruptor. It's that. It's pickoffs. It's initiation. It's so much that you can just have to be able to provide a high level of impact while only being a position 4. And speaking of, Tim's Marana is back.
Tim's Marana in a all range strat so far with that Venge, with that Drought. That's going to be a lot of auto attacking as well.
Visage?
Have we seen
5
Visage
seconds
picked?
remaining.
I think so.
I believe we're down to like, what, 20 heroes unpicked?
Less. I want to say like 16?
I don't have the exact stat.
I want to
think-
say 16.
I would say over 16, but probably less than.
Yeah.
I feel like it's going to be like around about 20, 19 or something. We'll try and get that stat for you guys playing along at home. But
Dire
as we were
team
saying, you know, Tim's Marana is now something that's starting to fall back on. It was one of those 100% win rates for TNC. They did lose.
It was super early on into the tournament. I want to say it was Fnatic series.
It probably would have been the one where they dropped
Dire
games. They had to go
team
full 3 games. That's where, you know, they started to change what they wanted to go for with teams. You know, they were trying to put more pressure on the Venomancer and the Tiny heroes, but now it seems like they're going to fall back on that, give Tim's a staple where he can really start to control the game for them. But, you know, with this Venge Drow strat, you have to be very, very careful if you're Boom, not to get caught out with, you know, these heroes that
10
can't actually deal with the Drow if you
remaining.
get swapped out.
Yeah, and I think with the Marana as well, if they were opting to
5
go for the Zoo
seconds
style
remaining.
of draft, then you need to make sure that that Marana is gone, because you just use that Sacred Arrow, suddenly one of your strongest creeps is done, and you're weakened significantly. So, thinking they're probably not going to go that full-on strat, or if they do, it's just going to be a decent push strat, like not the Zoo style.
Yeah, I feel like where they picked it against Fnatic should be telling of when they're going to pick it. Obviously, you prank them in that it's 1-1. They're not really thinking about that game 3. They might play conservative Dota, which I feel like if Boom somehow managed to win this one as well, that game 3 is where you get really scared they're going to pick this strat and just clean up TNC, who will try to play conservative to try and get that win without throwing away the entire tournament.
One of those real conservative heroes is Underlord. Like, you can never have a really bad lane as Underlord, let's be honest. As soon as you get those levels, Firestorm does all of the work for you.
Yeah, I mean, even with the changes to that hero on that attribute aura, he still has one of the highest win rates in the game. And I believe it's still true that he is better against every matchup there is. Like, he has a positive win rate against every single hero in Dota.
And even with the nerfs, he had, like, at least in pubs, an increase in win rate. Somehow. I think everything else just being nerfed down a little bit made him relatively better.
It was like a scale back, so like obviously he doesn't get to keep that permanent damage, but they've made the other side of it a bit stronger, so you get that
Dire
bit of
team
damage.
back.
So it made those pushing strats that you saw Underlord famous for even better, because he had so much more damage and could just chunk down these towers.
All right.
We were really motoring through the draft, but
This is
until
the hero I
then,
was going to talk about was this Arc Lord.
yeah, it was left in the pool. I haven't seen Dreamercell play it too often, I'll be honest. Like, I think they've
10
only played it once on
TNC
TNC, and that was for a
Predators
win
turn
with
to
Gabby
ban.
playing it, but yeah, it's still up in the air whether this is going to be a carry or if it's going to be in the mid lane as well. I think it's probably going to be more effective as that carry role, just because Underlord is pretty much guaranteed to be in that side lane. It means that, you know, that Flux is going to be really
Dire
impactful.
team
Tim's loves
back.
rotating away, and if you do that, you can get punished significantly.
Yeah, I do agree in the carry role, and right now I think Arc Warden in my mind is the best carry in the game, just because of how well he can play in that mid to late game. That Midas scaling is ridiculous, and like you said, it's not something you can get pushed out of lane. Even an Underlord
10
who has that
seconds
Firestorm,
remaining.
you can still survive it. You get level 6, you turn that fight around in a
5
3v2
seconds
situation
remaining.
with what most likely will either be a Venomancer or final pick pos 5, which could be awkward.
And even worst case, if they get into your base, just toss the bubble up onto the Ancient,
Don't
sprout
remind me.
it as well.
Just defend it.
Yeah, just defend it. So easy.
TNC
So
Predators
Anyone can do it.
turn
It was a
to
miracle
ban.
that they made it happen.
Okay, well, one thing I wanted to touch on with this Arc Warden hero is, yes, he's good against ranged heroes, but the one big thing for the Drow Ranger is the fact that multi-shot goes through the bubble. Doesn't care about that, so there is ways for them to snipe out this Arc Warden if it ever does get to that situation where he has to use the bubble to save himself. But
10 seconds remaining.
the Drow is good.
The Drow is good.
I was about to sneeze, sorry.
5 seconds
All right.
remaining.
We'll pick up the ball and run with it. So what have they got left for this draft for Boom? I feel like this Venomancer is probably going to be a 5 just because of how they've run all of this together. Like double slows for the lane is always going to be super helpful. Tiny, pretty much only a 4. We haven't seen Makoto run it too many times. It's just a question of, is this going to be a position 3 Nature's Prophet? Is it going to be run in the mid lane by Makoto?
I think against the Drow, you're happy to run it in that offlane, purely because we talk about multi-shot being quite strong against heroes. The Treants just kind of eat it. Yes, you give away a bit of gold, but you don't just get absolutely destroyed by the multi-shot, and I don't mind that combination.
Dire
If
team
you do it
pick.
with the Tiny, it's a lot of damage, a lot of repositioning in those team fights. And if you get a body block into an avalanche, anyone's dying to that. Drow, Venge, if they end up rotating Tim's there, he could die as well.
Well, TNC seemed to think that this Invoker could have still come out
turn.
with
Wind
mid
Ranger
lane.
at your service.
I'm kind of thinking that they might want to run the Nature's Prophet there, just because you're against Avenger and Mirana. Glimmercape's fine. Yeah, it's going to be a Wind Ranger. We've seen Makoto play it previously, not so much FBZ, so maybe it is going to be that. The thing is, if you don't have a fantastic lane with this Nature's Prophet,
10
it
seconds
feels
remaining.
like you're taking way too much farm off the map when you should be getting
5
your
seconds
gold from
remaining.
getting kills, especially on the supports. You know, if you can get it onto Drow Ranger as well, obviously that's a huge bonus, but you can't be taking away too much of the map from this Arc Warden who wants to farm heavily.
Yeah, I totally agree. It's going to be an awkward window where Wind Ranger and Furion are ready, or they should be ready, and this Arc Warden will want to farm.
I think this is the first time we've actually seen this combination as well. Within the Southeast Asian region, we've seen it plenty with Secret,
You may now
where they run a
select your
Nature's
heroes.
Prophet 5, which could still be a possibility. You know, that Veno could be a 3, and then you just use the Sprout for the trees to latch to every single time. It gives you that guaranteed setup.
Well, we saw the GG branch being used, so why not use the really simple 10-tree branch and just have the Sprout? It's a
It
nice
looks like
combo.
Makoto will be picking up that Wind Ranger, so we're going to have a Wind Ranger mid, and FBZ will be picking up the Nature's Prophet boys. So we're going to be having an offlane Nature's Prophet here. This is another one of those games where FBZ can really pop off and wants to do so. But lads, we're getting ready here for game number 2. What are those final thoughts? Maybe we're going to see with the predictions, because we don't want to curse one of these teams, because right now we've been pretty bad at it.
I'm about to curse the team. Like, you guys talk about your win prediction being decent, but I am woefully bad.
10
You're sub
seconds
40%
remaining.
now with that incorrect prediction.
That is true.
Yep. The worst part is I'm usually like, oh, this draft's good, but this team will win. And in this one, I'm looking exactly that. Like, TNC's draft's good, but Boom should win. And I'm
So you're going to curse Boom, so we'll see.
I've cursed Boom.
Okay. What about you?
I'm just going to go Boom. I'm feeling the underdog story.
All right, we're feeling the underdog story here. I'm not quite sure who I'm going to go with yet for my panel, but I'm probably... Our casters, once again, will be Lyrical and Trent.
Yo, this guy has no chill, man. Yo, this guy has no chill, man.
Ladies and gentlemen, game number 1 was a stalemate for a very long time, culminating in a Roche fight win for Boom, and then just running it down buildings afterwards. Trent, looking at this game number 2, we got a little bit of a disparity. The panel seems to think that Boom are going to be able to take it. How are you feeling about this one?
I mean, they got the Arc Warden pick, which was really nice. Because the Drow, like this 4th overall, or 8th if you count the bans, whatever you want to do for your numbers. It's been a very interesting slot for the past month. I love talking about it because it's really cool how much it's evolved and how some teams love to do this hard carry pick into double bans to try and shore it up and make sure that's gonna be there to carry the game. And in this case, TNC have gone for the Drow into the Spectre ban and then the Magnus ban to presumably take away some a host of partners with that could be good versus the Drow. But in response, Boom do get themselves this Arc Warden, and Arc Warden, pretty annoying hero when you have range-based lineups here.
Definitely, and the panel did talk about the multi-shot, still working through it, but you do run into other issues where you kind of need that extra little bit of damage to really hit it. So to me, at least, it feels like this might be one of those games where TNC want to try and push the tempo early and end it before Dreamless becomes that giant indomitable force that really becomes a problem. But
yeah, the things I like about the TNC draft though, Boom went for the double ban at the end, right? The classic, the Ember and the Storm. So who do they grab? The Void. It's I think Jaggers was saying you pick your hard carry, you pick your Spirit for the mid, and you pick some tanky offlaner, and that's the patch. So TNC, they're on it right now. But the other hero that we talk about in the patch, the Nature's Prophet, he's there for Boom, and then the other big one, the Venomancer, as a 5 at the very least, is also there for Boom too. So they got some pretty serious meta picks here, and they're gonna win Ranger, guys.
Amazing. It's here. We're doing it. Kodo. Oh, it's so pretty. Look at that. Up close, personal. We're killing it. I want to see the first Wind Ranger that has the Style 2 in a pro match. That's going to be the interesting point.
Oh, that'd be a serious flex.
Ooh. Arrow up top there. I saw that little graphic pop up a second ago as well. Tim's 92% win rate in 12 matches on this hero this patch. He's been killing it.
That sounds pretty high.
It's really high. It's scary.
Yeah, he was one of the first ones I remember starting to play this position for Mirana. This one I fully attribute to Southeast Asia for coming back. Between Tims and DJ, I feel like they were the ones really starting to spam it again. When all the couriers came out, there were so many games where they would just hunt couriers with Leap to start things off. And then after that, I mean, you just got to hit your arrows.
True. True. And he already started hitting some up top there. Got some good pressure on there. Going to swap up the lanes now. So FBZ is going to head top with Kezcute, and they're going to bring Dreamocell down bottom to get the matchup against KP. As KP pulls the way back behind the tower, and Hyde going to try and contest. So free wave here for Dreamocell, and then afterwards, Hyde should be able to pull some of that second wave of creep again over towards them.
Yeah, kind of funny watching KP just waddle around with only the attribute orb. He does hit level 2 now as Hyde messes with them, so he's got the the fire sword.
They got a deny on the range creep while it was being tossed. That was pretty good.
It was right in Hyde's face. Yeah, nice try.
AP the baller. Okay, so mid lane so far, Void Spirit appears to be doing pretty good against Armel. This lane is going to even up a little bit more over time, you would imagine. The power shot's got to be careful, and they're getting bottles, I think, for both as well. Actually, Armel going for the null tally instead, so we'll have to watch and see how he guys decides to go for the regen.
I like that. He just fired a power shot and hit Armel. Just level 2, but just kind of wearing him down. Bit risky. He missed it, but well worth it when you hit.
And the taunt pulls him back in afterwards. And you have a feeling that this is going to be one of those 4-minute contest for bounty rune situations that we've seen a lot. It's going to be very, very important for those supports to rotate. And there's only one side to rotate down bottom since KP is alone there. So
yeah, so you're definitely not getting bottom.
Yeah.
Unless you manage to do it with the Aether, then I suppose. But you would think that Hyde's going to be there to cover it a little bit too well. For that to happen. Yeah, I feel like we don't get to see the mid Brana as often. The mid Wind Ranger as often. Still pops up from here and there. We've been getting a lot of the four Wind Ranger. Jeez, I can't stop myself. Instead,
they're all in this game.
Yeah, exactly. But it should be good to see how Makoto, like, does he just rush the MKB? That's the stock standard. Or does he try and get something a little bit more aggressive?
Yeah, something like the blink or what have you.
Yeah.
Maybe just like a javelin and then into some mobility item afterwards. As Tims is going to make the rotation in towards the mid to try and help secure a bounty rune, as Makoto one of the power runes. And likewise, Hyde also going to make the move over here. So which way is it going to go?
Well, Armel might as well go top. As you said, kind of knows he's not getting bottom anyway.
No.
All right.
50?
Oh, nuts.
That's a good one.
I mean, that's kind of funny. You get a free harass, though, because he's beelining to that rune.
Yeah, and goes up and pressures Makoto a little bit. So Makoto going to have to play that one safer and probably head back to the bounty rune afterwards.
Oh, what a nuisance.
4.5 minutes so far. KP not really able to have the best of times. Likewise, the Prophet 15 and 7. And both cores keeping pretty good farm as Kezcute taking a lot of damage to the lead forward, and Tims just able to draw first blood. It did take a while in this lane, considering how much they've got.
Another game over here, almost in the 5-minute mark for that, but yeah, finally knock him down. I'm a little worried about Makoto mid here. I feel like Tims might be on the prowl pretty soon. Does have a ward to cover, at least, so should not get hit by an arrow from Tims.
Oh, and they're calling it that Armel is going to go sneak that rune, so that is going to be no bottle refill from Makoto still. He's just kind of getting left on an island here.
Yeah, and he sees Tims.
Radiant's middle tower.
Yeah. Now he just doesn't know where to go. He's running home.
Run home. Damn. At least he won't miss up on too much of a wave. Armel will be level 6 by the time he gets back, so just needs to be careful not to die in that first salvo coming from the void. So, 5.5 minutes now, as you see the Void Spirit and the Drow having a very nice time. Arc Warden a little bit behind their numbers, as is the Wind Ranger.
And so, FPZ not able to get a lot up top either, just because of, I feel like the Veto, with Tims constantly pressuring up here, makes sense, right? That it's hard for the 2v3. Right. But it's getting a little bit better now with the levels up in the tree, and he's also still holding a point on FBZ. He is out of tangos on March, so there theoretically could be a play with a Sprout.
Ooh. That's a nice one, though. Makoto able to pick up a DD now. So could go for some type of a focus fire play if a little bit too far outside of bounds.
Yeah, he needed something like that, too. And that's a TP from the Void.
Okay. Toss over to the side. Hyde trying to jump away, but Void is there. Armel finds him. The stomp comes out afterwards, but Hyde eventually going to die. FBZ also going down a top. The Gale not going to be able to do that much to Marana. Tims trying to go for the body block, the lead play, and then catches him the multi-shot. All right, this is why this guy gets 92% win rate.
Yeah.
Damn.
All right, well done. 4-0 now, a 2K lead as TNT look to fire back in game 2. A little painful to make the rotation down bot and can't even pressure the Arc Warden, but you get his friend, so maybe that'll help garner some better positioning for KP as the DDs popped and they start hopping on Makoto.
Okay, focus fire, arrow going to land onto Makoto. The Remnant pulls him back in. Well placed. Hyde thinking about a toss play. Thought he was going to go onto it, but decides not to. So they won't be able to do that much more as we see Armel's little picture.
I believe he is focus fired.
Good to know.
An interesting effect.
Radiant
Team, this one.
Get him.
That case you forget? Is that when you're playing Wind Ranger? Oh man, who did I ult?
Who do I need to run next to? DD definitely helping. But as you were mentioning, FBZ not really having the best of time on this Prophet, but we'll get level 6 soon, and that's probably going to be his time to try and make some kills happen. And actually, President Tim's right now, maybe trying to pressure this lane. Tim's in a world of hurt, just walked into trouble and is going to barely be able to get out of there before the flex comes in.
All right, 11 though. And Armel here to hold the tower. Still can't get anything on the Dream Cell because he's way back there, heading to the jungle right now.
Trying to build into that Hand of Midas. Still
Tim's
needs about 700 gold.
Hyde tried to jump him. They still have toss right now, and Tim's is just gonna casually D-ward with 180 HP.
Afraid.
Should he be?
No, maybe not.
Maybe a little
probably. Maybe a little bit. There's an Nature's Prophet in this game, you know. But in the meantime, Armel gonna farm up those neutrals while Kezcute holds this top tower, wants to get some levels on that Veno. Only the 1 point in the ward right now, but if he gets some more me time here, he's gonna be pretty happy.
Oh no. Oh good, they weren't watching.
You missed something? What happened?
He last hit, you know. Free range creep under tower.
Gotcha.
Gets about like 5 HP, it hurts.
Well, TNC is definitely feeling good right now. And man, this stack right here is huge as well. March just gonna go for the wave of terror.
Dude. Look at Makoto over here though. He thinks that they're ganking Kezcute. He's been sitting under the tower waiting. He's like lurking in the fog. He's trying to bait out his Venomancer. And he is just wasting a lot of time up here.
Yeah, that's a pretty big win for TNC. March is just maxing out his Vengeance Aura here too. So it feels like if they wanted to, the group up potential from this TNC lineup is going to be very strong.
Oh, they're trying it down bottom. They miss on the smoke because they're trying to hunt down Dreamocell. Slow to both move to the other side of the jungle. And it seems Makoto on this ward too. So they know that he's rotating back through.
Hide. They find him. Jumps in. Avalanche toss. Still in trouble as the Astral Step goes forward. They find it, but FPZ comes and sneaks the rune and might be able to get the kill on his Tims as well. Looking for that Sprout. Yeah, he's able to get away. Power shot. 10 HP.
Play by raindrops.
Run away, Trance. And the shackle not going to latch, but still in trouble.
You got to be kidding me.
Oh, he gets the arrow from the dead.
But even in that,
oh, that's adorable. Leaves a little flat. I see that. Yeah, I heard they disappear though. People were a little upset about that. It's not like the PA daggers or the swords stay. Yeah, see, it's gone. It wilted.
Well, it's better to have loved than lost to never have loved at all, Trent.
That is so true.
Yeah.
I can't believe you just came up with that.
Thank you. I've been thinking about, you know, a lot. It's how it works.
You've just been writing some psalms, some poems, you know,
True.
some deep isms.
That's right.
Many of the isms.
Mr. Tim's hiding away, trying to get away from this hide guy. That's my next one. What did you think?
You used away twice in very close succession. I think you might have to work on your vocabulary a little bit. A fake Dark Rift mid, just canceled out. But the beautiful high battle pass level. Wow, Gabby, right clicks come out to take down this tower.
Pretty.
My goodness.
Swap, they got him. Going to drop.
They warned you not to speak.
Gabby,
another kill.
Flexing those DPC dollars with a 2,000 battle pass level, you know. It's putting it all right back into Valve.
Too true. Too true. And they are incredibly scary right now with all of the group up auras they're going to have. They're going for mech on Tim's right now. Underlord, he's going back for the pipe, and they find an Nature's Prophet. FBZ gonna die down bottom. 4,000 gold lead, 7-1. This is not looking particularly close, Trent.
No, they haven't found Dreamocell yet, but they also have 3 forts coming above him, and he's still on par with his Wind Ranger too.
Focus fire now on to March, and March is gonna go down here.
Kill achieved. Wow, 542 focus fire damage. I do like that, like the Earthshaker one.
Yeah, it's cool.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Definitely. Down bottom, Tim's and Armel gonna head. They spot them out with that Spark Wraith.
I mean, that shows why he's not dying, right? Like, he's just Spark Wraithing the stairs.
It's true.
Oh man, once this hero gets busted and smoke just go right through that, that's gonna be a good day.
Dire's courier has been killed.
It's going to be pretty
Radiant
terrifying.
structures are fortified.
I got Makoto's courier. Was he? Oh yeah, he probably had it planted there waiting for the demon edge.
Yeah.
300 gold away. All right. Well, how good are they at fighting around the towers? I guess is the question, right? Because this aggression's coming in and Kescu's just gone.
Yeah, it happens so quickly. I mean, that's the thing is that if they're separated, they're really not good about it. And TNC punishes that very hard. Dreamless only 1 point up in the magnetic field, so that is a bit of an issue.
And even if there is a magnetic field, like they could just walk back here. Like, what are you gonna do?
But they don't have an answer. Right now,
is not at the point. FPZ can split push a little. Yeah, I think they're in pretty big trouble here, friendo.
4,000 gold lead, and the hunt now for FBZ. Arrow holding it. Starfall jump through FBZ. Oh, Shackle. Maybe going to be able to bring down Tim's as they try and turn here. Gets the leap away, but Makoto finds the finish.
Oh, he missed the Astral Staff too.
Yeah, didn't get FBZ. Although there's a lot more people coming in now. Oh, Makoto, you got to be careful. Swap back into the guts, catching one, trying to kill both.
That was nice.
And they'll get him.
Pretty. Double value multi-shot right there as Gabby cracks into level 10.
Is under attack.
And continues firing away at these towers. Cell, what's he got coming on the courier? Just the Mythical Hammer part of his Maelstrom.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
Yes, indeedy. And, well,
Dire's bottom tower
down bottom, I mean, they're going to keep on going, it looks like, as they have a creep wave. They've got KP. They force out the glyph. All the tier 1 towers are down. There is a big wave pushing in top. And they're going to
on the way.
Yeah.
Like, why split this up? You might as well just keep running together. I guess the XP might start hurting, but it's still a 4,000 XP lead for them right now.
Yeah, they're doing quite well.
And they can just Roche once they have, like, the Vlads will be coming out for March, but even once they have a little bit more damage.
Carmel and Tim's finds him. Gonna be able to find that taunt. The arrow coming in afterwards. Going to connect for the kill. Armel. Avalanche toss. He's shackled, though. And has to use to try and stay alive. And he's gonna die. So Makoto able to pick up a kill there.
Makoto's, like, actually the only way they can kill people right now.
Yeah.
And he's doing a pretty good job. 3-1-1 has gotten some of the more important ones there. Unfortunately, dying to that last engagement down here. But can they finally pressure a tower, seeing that the entirety of TNC was evacuated this bottom lane?
Potentially. Mirana hucked an arrow mid trying to find Dreamocell, but they couldn't get in range. Hence the WoW. But we do have that lead cut down a little bit now after finding the kill on the Void Spirit and then also being able to take one of the towers. The first tier 1 tower taking the map for him.
Oh, yeah. Okay, that's a big game changer. Now FBZ actually does something.
Yeah.
Because against the heroes, before Orchid, he actually does nothing to these heroes. Like, there's no one he can, like, bully with Treants. The Void Spirit and the Mirana are the only ones who are playing, like, super aggro, and they can just leap away from any of his little stroke plays. So now there is a Yules, of course, onto Armel, but Tim's, maybe he's a target. KP, probably not. But they have begun the roaching, unfortunately.
I guess the thing that I'm just worried about, though, is, like, right now, they have Vlads that's coming out in the next little while for March. They've got Mechanism, they have Pipe, they've got, like, all of these auras, and there's no aura items at all on TNC. It's, like, all aggression. So if they do end up going into a fight, I'm worried about, like, their ability to actually kill these heroes.
They have Pipe on KP. Is that what you're saying? Or did you know aura items on Boom?
On Boom.
Yeah, no that makes more sense.
Yeah.
They got a lot of auras already, but
they got 1 billion of them.
Aha! All right, the other big item. Jeez, I'm surprised Boom have kept this lead this close with the heroes they had, because they basically had no game before this Blink, and FBZ kind of had no game before this Orchid. I think they've done a pretty good job stabilizing. But obviously, pretty significant tower losses, and now the Aegis is there, so They're gonna have to make some pretty wild toss plays. How much? What level is he? He's level 9, so can blow up Tim's if he catches them. Oh, he's got raindrops though. They should get some raindrops on March too.
Do you just go high ground after this tier 2 tower up top here?
No, that's just Dumbo. Don't be a Dumbo.
Dumbo?
That's a
No
pub
Dumbos.
move. Don't
All
no
right.
Dumbo.
Fair enough.
Go other towers.
Mo towers.
And he's looking for an arrow mid. They're gonna pull on back, dance their way down the river.
Do have Moonlight Shadow if they want to make some type of move there as well. As FBZ and Hyde pressuring elsewhere. Void Spirit just pushes out mid lane again. Yeah, they got to deal with this.
Tell you one thing, if tier 3s still killed shrines, then you go high ground there. That I will say.
Okay.
Not today.
Not today. No longer. Void runs into one. He went really deep trying to stay alive here. They blow up Kescute.
Got the rune of invincibility, my friend.
He was
just
out
on
of
the
there.
move. Yeah.
Damn.
That's so funny. He just gets galed with the taser.
Did not appear to care. And tier 2 tower again being assaulted. They really don't appear to have an answer right now for Boom. It's 12-4.
Radiant's bottom tower is
They
under
just do
attack.
not want to fight.
And one of the big problems with the Arc, as you pointed out, like they're hoping they can just like time faster than
Orchid?
backward.
Oh, with the shackle, Evil Scepter lift up, trying to get out of there. Hyde looking for the jump. Avalanche. It's not enough.
It was the essence ring.
It kept him alive.
Power shot was well timed.
Yeah.
But that's going to activate instantly.
That essence ring is tight. And now they're going to go and get back their outpost. Much needed there for Boom. So they almost get the pick off, but oh wait, they're going to it. What? The rotation. Oh, they didn't get it. Never mind. Damn, dude, Dark Rift.
So when he loses the Cyclone buff, he gets the Life Essence buff on the same frame for like the straight up heal. That's so interesting. And then the power shot hit him for the yeah. So he was 100% dead, by the way, if it wasn't after that. 0.03 seconds later. I wonder if that was just the timing of the power shot. I guess it would have to be.
Yes.
Oh, there's so many good things about Dota, man.
Yeah, it's really
I
good.
tell ya, what a game.
These BKBs coming out for Boom are going to be pretty nice as well, at least for Makoto. Are there any other ones that are going to be there? It looks like Kescute's trying to go in for a Glimmer Cape as Dreamcell's just farming up these Ancients.
They probably want to poke one of the Raxes before he's level 18, though, because you mentioned timing and it's exponential, right? As he gets more levels in the Tempest double and thus like more activity in the magnetic field, like always having the clones up, always being able to double up.
Yeah,
that's a bit of a problem.
The thing that is scary though is that like TNC have the heroes, I feel like, to kind of punish in a way, right? Like they have Swap, they have guys that can dive, and speaking of diving, Hyde gonna go in for that arrow, misses afterwards, and the chase down. Don't want to let him blink. And Tim's right there on top of him. Shackle not gonna latch, but Tim's gets the mech off and runs away, and Gabby chasing finds Makoto. He's hiding off in the trees now, still trying to back away. They can't quite catch him. Makoto arrow.
Oh, he's trying to get Tim's.
Oh, not gonna be able to get him. Tim's the jukin.
That was pretty close.
Has been killed.
And over to the side, KP finds Hyde as well. The Yule Scepter, but they won't be able to chase him down.
And Makoto's just living on like the razor's edge right now. If he can get to that BKB, it's gonna help him so much in these defenses.
Yeah.
But a death like that is gonna slow it down by a lot.
Tower is under attack.
Tim's just continues pressing forward here with his 200 HP.
Dude does not care.
Oh,
he's gonna TP back
he cares. Turns out he actually does care, guys.
Unbelievable.
And there was only 8 seconds till rune. Come on, Tim's. Look, regen rune bottom. You ready?
I'm ready. Here it is. No. Sad.
Close.
Radiant's
Armel almost has
under
an
attack.
axe.
Dire's bottom tower
Is there anything to deal with that right now?
He's playing crazy well this game.
Yeah.
The way that he's just diving in there and basically saying, all right, if I don't get shackled, I'm fine. If I don't get shackled, I'm fine.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Making it work.
It's not wrong.
But you're right. His Agnes is they don't have anything. Actually, no way to dispel silence.
That's a problem, Trent.
Yeah, they got a glimmer, so that might be able to save one person.
Avalanche. Invis. Lift up. Remnant pulls him back in. The taunt, the root is there. They try and kill him. He's shackled. Avalanche toss afterwards, and they get 1 kill. All right, everybody, let's get out of here. He's going to pull himself out at least. But let's see. Maybe in some trouble here. Gabby does have the Hurricane Pike. They find another shackle there on the march, and just like that, boom, in a much better position here. As they did manage to kill off Armel. Can't quite get Venge. They do get her now. And Silence, Underlord came back for this. So a weird series of events for TNC, but Boom capitalize and pull the lead back.
Don't get grabbed by Ice Climbers. Don't get grabbed by Ice Climbers. Get shackled.
Right.
You know, it's a hard life. There's only one way he dies, and Makoto still finds it. So very impressive.
Well done.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
He's thinking about a Lincoln's next potentially. Might just go for the BKB. We'll see. I feel like either's kind of fine.
Tower has been denied.
Yeah, this Armel gets the Armel Ags gets you a lot of value as well, just to sort of. I mean, you know, the best defense is a good offense and all that good stuff.
There it is.
What?
Another ism.
Yeah, that's right. He knew it was coming back around. Well, so far feeling pretty good if I am TNC, but there's some things to be a little bit concerned about. Roche,
I think that they probably wish they had a bit more right now.
Yeah.
I'd be a little worried, my friend. I think this Arc Warden, right? A little ticking time bomb. It's going to be level 18 soon. And they're probably delayed to that next Roche, as you were about to say before I interrupted you.
You just knew what I was going to talk about. Is you're already on top of it. You're killing it, man. But that is the other thing that I guess you can do against the Arc Warden lineup if you have like a very mobile draft, is try and just hold all 3 lanes and keep them stuck in their base. But I don't know how effective that's going to be.
They have Nature's Prophet and a Wind Ranger, so I think it's a bit hard, though. Move like the wind, you know?
True. I guess the other thing about it, too, is like they're strongest on TNC when they're together. And if you're trying to hold all 3 lanes, you're not together. Sims, chasing, finding one, FBZ. They have Guardian Greaves. That's a thing that is existing right now. And Yule Scepter catch as poor old FBZ gonna fall.
Tower is under attack.
Nice. And it's 38 seconds until our potential Roche.
If you're TNC, do you feel like you kind of need this one at this point?
I would say it's
Radiant's
more like
top tower is
Boom
under
just
attack.
really can't give it up.
Okay.
I guess in a way, yes, because if they get it, I feel like it's a very likely chance they're going to get a Rax.
Right.
But I mean, if you don't get it, you're probably okay, and you like keep delaying, and it opens up more opportunities for Boom. But Rescue, real dead.
Damn, dude. It's demolished. How quick is this Roche respawn? 1:18. Makoto and Hyde, they're waiting. This is just like the dynamic duo ready to kill anybody that shows up here. They have a lot of wards in this area as well.
Radiant are scanning.
Walking uphill, Tim's does not have Greaves. Armel's coming in as well. Got to be careful. Shackle, but the toss afterwards has Silence available. They're controlling Makoto. Arrow comes in and dead.
Anywhere you can go.
Radiant structures
Struggling
are fortified.
to make it to that BKB. And they're heading down bottom again.
Interesting.
Well, that's the real Dream of Cell.
Dire are scanning.
Oh my god, if they could get him, the wraparound, they think he's going to be in
They
that
know.
camp.
They know.
Yeah, but Dream of Cell, he's TPing out. He realized,
Right.
I guess.
I see that Dire Ward, but I'm not sure how much it saw down there.
Yeah.
I think it saw them TPing, but it probably saw the couriers coming through. That's
Yeah.
why I would tip them off. Deep wards, ladies and gentlemen. Couriers tell all.
Radiant's bottom
Very
tower
valuable.
is under attack.
Yep.
Oh, and Tim's down to low HP again. As 26 minutes, we are getting very close now to that next tier of items.
Thank you, Envy.
The classic.
Perfectly timed as it actually respawns. So
Dream Cell sends out the clone, has the magnetic field off to the side, and pushing out this top lane will be
Radiant's
Tim's. He's
top
looking
tower is
first for
under
anybody. He's actually going to drop a ward down. I like that play a lot. And they're going to head into the pit. Check it out, maybe? Maybe not? Okay.
Yeah,
no, they're just going to walk uphill.
They can take the outpost, right? Because they have the tier 2s, so. And that done first. Cross your T's, dot your I's.
Hit Roshan.
Yep.
Still haven't taken that bottom tier 2 tower, but it really does not matter that much at all. Throw in another arrow. Roche is going to go down. And they are sending in Dreamo Cell, his little cloney clone over here. They're moving into position. Are they trying to fight this?
They're just putting no risk here from TNC.
Well, Hyde is over to the side as well. Arrow connects onto him.
Oh, that's
and Hyde,
bad.
he's just dead. Okay, buyback coming from the Tiny. They wanted to finish it. The big old Silence, he's in trouble. He does get the ulti off afterwards. I think it only caught onto Armel. Now the lift up, this is the real one. He is mega dead. And now Kezcute also likely to fall. And it was about as bad as it could have been.
Yeah, he gets silenced on the Wind Ranger. He's just trying to get that PKB, but silenced into the Venge stun and just dead. And this Aegis now guarantees the MKD build for the Drow. Makes it really easy. Basically unpunished.
Tim's found him off to the side. Oh, that's unfortunate for poor Kezcute. And he's going to die.
Yeah, this ward, though.
Yeah, place that one. They don't know about that. As we take a look at this replay again,
That
just
arrow.
the arrow.
It's the two big playmakers, right? It's Hyde and then it's Makoto as well. And you can see down right there, silence, boom. That's it.
Yeah.
Done.
At that point, there's just nothing left in the tank. And of course, Dreamo Cell also got clipped by that silence. It hit onto Venno, it hit onto the Arc Warden, it hit onto the Wind Range. And back towards mid, we are pushing high ground. Arc Warden not there for 3 more seconds. How much can they get done?
God, look at this attack speed.
Yeah, that's kind of disgusting.
Okay, though, guys. KB still doesn't work on buildings, despite what you saw Nigma do. They have not changed it.
That is a thing. Still exists in its current form.
Can you imagine if we got another like bubble of the ancient and all that? You're gonna start practicing right now. Like, yeah. Where's the middle of this thing? Okay, well maybe not right now. Right now you should probably be focusing on the tower.
He went into a lobby between then and now.
Pause.
Another bubble.
Wait, is that actually? Oh, it is hitting. A little white Venn diagram back there.
Radiant's
a little bit off the mark.
Oh, what a hero, ladies and gentlemen. Give it up for Arc Warden. Woo!
See, this is the thing, like, is it worth it? As they will eventually take down the tower. Like, was it worth it to go earlier to try and end the game? But they're still making work of it. Oh my god, he got a quickening arm. What? Oh no. All right. He has the CDR talent. He's got a quickening charm. Go build an Octarine, man. I'm ready to see it.
I mean, he's actually there. He has 6.5, so doubles the 13 and 14.8 cooldown. So it is the same thing that I think the Miracle had, like the 2-second downtime.
I'll take that.
God. Very disgusting. And they got the tier 3 tower, but now, like, how do you close this game out? This is incredibly problematic here. Well,
I think you should just use one of your other isms.
Thank you.
Do you have any that apply? You can't defend your buildings if you're all dead. How about that one?
That's a good one. That's a good one.
So let's just go for that. I mean, Armel still has a really big punish with the silence because they still don't have anything, right? I mean, they have like big right clicks. All right, FPV has a 10-second BKB and then Makoto's is also done. So I guess that was the window, right?
Yeah. Maybe
that's where they should have gone a little bit more aggressive. They've missed out on that now.
I guess that's fair too, because when you're going high grounds, you're also like the Argorn can't afford to send clone out to go and like push other lanes. They're not in position.
They could have gone mid here, but I guess this is more reliable.
They're not here to defend. And they got BKB on Gabby as well. It's flying out, I think.
Radiant's top tower.
TV for 10 seconds.
Oh my god, they just got the courier though. I think that is BKB on it for Drow. Am I crazy? Maybe not. I don't know.
I don't know if it even matters because they got the racks.
That's true. That's fair. Thinking they might be able to transition that into heading elsewhere afterwards. So BKB done for the Arc Warden now as well. Courier slain.
I think you're right though, because he doesn't have it queued up. So looks like that was actually mega value.
Of my delight.
Any other ones taken down? Also, Venge's courier went down as well. Not as important, but
we'll just assume that was wards, judging by his inventory.
Oh, good old wards. Okay, so back towards mid next. See what they can do here. As Dream of Cell has his little clone. KP gonna get hit by that flux. Walks out together with the Drow. They are all kind of fine and handy. Got the multi-shot damage talent. And
where are the bubbles?
Oh, they got him though with the force step afterwards.
Oh, well,
and FBZ just dead.
Lyrical, he gets a 10-second BKB.
Oh man, that's really tough. And it just is going to expire, but they can't get the get beat. Now turning with that multi-shot damage, it's destroying him. Focus fire to actually blow him up though. They are going to be able to get out with the rest, but they kill off the Drow as the Aegis expires.
Okay, Dream of Cell had double force staff. Where's the big play, Dream of Cell? Come on. Like the Master Mage is so nerfed on those damn things now. He couldn't get in there. I really want to see Aragorn pull out a double force staff now, because that's the type of hell.
That'll be sick.
Split everyone outside of the Underlord Uber.
So, how much does one like melee rack sort of ensure things at all for TNC?
Not at all.
Does it? Nothing at all.
Pretty much worthless. Yeah. I think 2 lanes is the big one. That's going to help a lot with spreading the Arc Warden thin to like create another situation. Of course, it's good. You know, you want to get that done. It's going to occupy some more of FBZ's time, pushing out that bottom lane as well as Dream of Cell's time. But in the end, that death on Gabby is pretty bad. And as you said, that BKB, like,
yeah,
that's kind of what did it. I mean, he got avalanched and then just like ran down. He took almost 2,000 damage.
Yeah.
Get hit by 4 spark rates? Damn.
That's problematic. And now with Hurricane Pike done also on Boom,
is under attack.
You can see that like it's still favoring TNC right now, but this could change very rapidly in the next couple of minutes here. Particularly depending upon what happens with the next Aegis.
Yeah,
Radiant's bottom
that's
tower
not that far
is
away.
under attack.
I just I'm really curious about this courier, if that indeed was what happened. And yeah, that is like 100% what it was. Man, that is awful.
Yeah,
that's like some serious game-changing stuff.
Courier snipes.
Scanning.
Important.
Yeah, I didn't think that they would be able to kill her even with it.
Well, now smoke up with 4 for me, heading up to the top side to try and secure some bounty runes, while Tim's is there to push the wave again afterward. They won't run into anybody here most likely, but they will be able to at least get those bounties picked up.
What Direhead? I mean, they have Treants. They can just keep sending it to Road Fit. Maybe they can get a line of Inno wards down if Hizky makes his way up top for a little bit. But that is a huge item. And Wind Ranger, she's the constant core item, but this is a pretty good spot in the game. Blink, BKB, MKB. Even though she's poor, in the realm of core in this match, she can't kill anyone.
Yeah. Yeah, it's really scary. And you have some auras there to help out. They've got the Crimson Guard and the Grimstone for Marana, which is pretty huge. But it's still not like an full thing, and there's a lot of magical damage that's there. And just sort of straight up damage as well. She hits on Makoto.
Is under attack.
And this was also a pretty early rope too, so we're gonna get the refresher of the eggs.
Okay.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
One.
Oh wait, they're just going around
Radiant's
here.
bottom tower is
Back door is taken off, and they're gonna be able to sneak it up in time. They force out the glyph.
Man, they got again.
Yeah. Not anticipating that quick move coming from TNC and sort of guerrilla warfare.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Everybody's pressured back, and bottom is going to push in naturally. So this is a pretty good move for everybody from Boom back into their base again. As Arrow hits.
They got another
Up top. They got him. FBZ. Oh, he's tossed back, though. Good save there by Hyde.
Let's say they weren't actually to punish anyway.
Yeah.
Can't be just kind of threatened and walking up.
Down bottom. Scene. Dreamocell is going to get a ton of damage on that tier 3 tower. He's going to be a nuisance continuously. Next tier of items.
Oh,
is a
jeez.
spell prism.
No, please. Not for the Arc Warden too. Don't do it. Don't do it, Ice Frog. Don't give it to them.
It makes everything really sad.
And he's got his baby now too, so Dreamocell not even just the building threat. A flicker. All right, that's one. Oh, I don't even know who wants that. That's kind of a cool flame on Wind Ranger, I feel. It could help. Then she wouldn't have to like burn her BK for the silence. Ooh, speaking of items, oh man. I mean, who takes the relic?
Yeah, I'm not really sure. I guess
They have like too many good items and heroes. Anyway, they're also roaching for an eggs.
Yeah, this is big. What do they take here with this one?
They give it to Gabby. Yeah.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Aegis, Ags, huge increase in effective power spike now. KP is going to come back to defend this bottom lane again. Meanwhile, rest of Boom is grouped up and smoked and ready to battle if things start breaking out here. Does not appear. Oh, Gabby. Gotta be careful.
Yeah, and they have the timeless relic here on high. That's what they went for. So, first damage for him now.
One more item left apiece. The Whip Echo could be good for the Wind Ranger as well, but kind of wants to keep that greater Fairy Fire just for the damage right now. Looks.
Yeah, she might ride that out and then just see how it feels after that. So we get the Minotaur Horn, TNC, and the Magic Lamp. Actually, kind of okay for Kescue, but he has the telescope.
Yeah.
And the gem.
He has a lot of things.
He's gonna get the wards. That's nice.
Okay.
Oh, you see? Someone saw. God, the Aeon gem is so tiny. No!
They're not in it. Okay, well, whatever.
And
So
they probably thought they were closer.
KP is sending a big wave down bottom, and probably going to group up with the rest of his team afterwards. Get the cracked coat.
See, just 200 bonus damage. I'm a little disappointed we would get the eggs.
That's true. That would have been pretty hype.
It's still effectively more. It's just always damage on Drow, so you know. Yeah. Why? All right, Gabby, just multi-shot the buildings. Why hasn't he thought of that yet? Am I right?
It's true.
Yeah.
Fair point. Make it happen. I was kind of wondering if KP eventually toss back. Or tap away afterwards, jump in from Armel. They got the focus fire, but able to get Gabby out. Now trying to retreat. It looks like they're able to escape for the moment, but she's taking a lot of damage. Almost dying. Large beam got low, but barely able to live, and the power shot ends her. Like that.
Oh no! No, we can't do it. No,
dude.
We're gonna be here
so
all, guys.
Frustrating. Oh my god.
Prize is mine.
Have Satanic on Gabby. Again, top lane is going to be pushed by FBZ, who's out there in a moment. And they do find the illusion, going to destroy him rapidly. Wait, maybe they spot him. They get him. Arc Warden's still getting chased down
still
here.
There. They just killed him.
Oh, Makoto though, the turn. Able to get it. Gabby pops the Satanic, turns to fight. Going to absolutely melt them if they stick around any longer. Hyde has to run away. They got Dreamocells on their side and just gets destroyed. He has no buyback.
Yeah, that's not going to work versus Drow.
Damn. Big play. Somebody needed to lay down the bubble first.
And the creeps are coming mid.
He didn't have mana for bubble and TP. He was 30 mana short.
Dire's middle barracks
So
are under
Dark Warden
attack.
probably lives there. Oh, maybe not. It doesn't matter anyways.
Yeah, it's gonna MKB. Sorry.
So they go immediately for these tier 4 towers, and just like that, your strat revolves around one hero staying alive. When he dies, it is a problem. They do have Veno back up soon. They pop the glyph down. Meanwhile, Hyde brings the jump in, but not going to be able to get it. Shaq's not going to land on both of them, but they're still winning. PG is going to be called TNC. Going to tie the series up, one game apiece.
Yeah, Makoto would have had to do it all there, and admirable effort there to like delay the point where it started to turn with the Arc Warden spells, and you see this advantage versus the Drow strat. But in the end, they just did not.
TNC Predators turn to ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. TNC Predators turn to pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team pick.
Behold the horn of Magnus.
TNC Predators turn. Radiant team pick.
Oracle.
Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. TNC Predators turn.
Tidehunter.
Seconds remaining. 5 Radiant seconds remaining. Ban. TNC Predators turn to ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. TNC Predators turn to ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
I'm feeling hyped for a game 5. You know, both these teams are looking pretty strong
Radiant
next to each other,
team
but
back.
it looks like we've gone back in time and we're rerunning game number 1, lads.
A wide hunter. I love it. needs
after
to be
your own
wider.
heart.
He needs
Yeah, I was
to be
gonna say.
super wide.
Have you seen that skin though? Like the new dad bod skin?
Oh,
It's,
yeah.
it's all its prime.
But lads, you know, we're pretty deep in the draft here. Second phase bands are coming through.
10
nice and hot and
seconds
heavy here from
remaining.
Boom. They start out with an Abaddon here. They have the Tidehunter, so they have 2 heroes that can get out of the
5
RP.
seconds
So right now,
remaining.
they have the Borrow Time that they can pop. They have the Kraken Shield, and they've also got the Athletic Shield. So let's think of it as 3 heroes get out of this RP. So, Armel, buddy, I'm sorry to say, you're going to have to hit a 5-man RP.
Yeah, it's going to be challenging. He did it once, like with 3 heroes in the previous game, number 1. So it's doable. I think Boom have been pretty good with their positioning. Dreamer Cell in game number 2 was a little off with his Arc Warden just being... Like, it felt like if he wasn't inside his base, he was pretty much dead just because of all the vision that TNC had. But I don't know. I think he's going to get given a lot more to work with this time around. TNC realizing, of course, the strength of that Terrorblade, making sure
Radiant
that's taken away.
team picked.
TNC could just very well go back to the PA. There's nothing stopping them.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. Obviously, you see the Ursa and the Slug. I would not be surprised as the next band's PA, especially with that Terrorblade, like you said, being removed.
Timber.
Okay, they're not scared of the PA.
That gives them the Tidehunter lane. I think that's the biggest thing. Tidehunter and the Abaddon.
10
We saw
seconds
in one of the
remaining.
series where I believe it was Sparking Arrow picked the Abaddon as the 4. That's
5
where the
seconds
Timbersaw really
remaining.
ran over the top of them.
Yeah, I was about to say that ain't it.
TNC
Position 4 of
Predators
that. I think
turn.
it's 3 or 5 or nothing. And even as a 5, it's a Boom specialty.
And it's true. Looks like now they're going to come back here
Ooh,
and
okay.
Rubik.
They
Pos
do
4?
not play Pos 4 Rubik as well, so maybe just wanting to take that away from TNC. It was
Radiant
Tim's that played it
team
in that game number 1, so I think maybe just trying to do a bit of block picking going on there. The thing about this first pick about him, we rail on it a lot, but it doesn't reveal anything about their draft. TNC were never going to pick it, so it leaves them somewhat open. It means that they can, with that Tidehunter, of course, just come out and be that little bit of a surprise
10
pick of the
seconds
first
remaining.
phase. But now we've got the Tiny. I'm feeling pretty strong about it already.
5
Like, you've got a
seconds
defensive
remaining.
support, you've got an offensive support. Tiny can even be a little bit defensive. And again, it just feels like they're going to go for this 4 protect 1 style.
Yeah, I mean, you might as well, right? You've got that Magnus in the mid lane. Armel did have a bit of a shaky Magnus game. Let's be real on game 1.
It was against a Veno, dude.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's against a really solid matchup, but the Empower bot that is Magnus, which is originally why he started getting picked in the offlane POS 4. We've seen a POS 5 no-tail played it recently as well. You might as well just commit with an Oracle, have that item build up quickly on the core. I can't see a way around it, but PA right now looks so strong. Even against the Tidehunter Abaddon, or Tidehunter Rubik, I should say. That lane just feels playable to PA.
They haven't banned out the Bat Rider, which I'm a little bit surprised about for TNC. They always do it. Yes, you've got an Oracle on your side, so it's okay. But still, if you're laning it in that mid, it's a Shadow Fiend. Okay, something a little different here. Makoto Shadow Fiend.
This is one of the ones that he can pop off on as well. We've seen him, you know, be the top of the charts in these games. He has played that Shadow Fiend.
10
Gives him a little bit of a
seconds
better lane
remaining.
against the Magnus as well. So maybe forcing TNC to make that audible where they go, all right, KP,
5
you're going to play the
seconds
Magnetar
remaining.
this game. We're going to give you, you know, the responsibility to play that and then try and give Armel a little bit of a stronger lane.
You got to be that right clicker though, right? Like you can't just be sitting back and being magic damage Shadow Fiend. A, it's much better in the lane, of course. B, it transitions into late game. C, you can take towers. You're not going to be countered by Oracle quite so much, which is nice. And I think building an AC is pretty important as well for this Shadow Fiend. I know that's getting super late into it, but I think it's still pretty good.
I mean, if you look at the late game as well, that Sanj Yash plus Satanic build-up that's quite natural. It's a lot of status resist against this Tiny, against this Magnus, against whatever they want to run on the KP offlane. Obviously, we don't really talk
TNC
about
Predators
lockdown
turn.
core players
Faceless void.
carrying that much. But I like this from Boom. They've picked 4 heroes that realistically TNC were never going to pick, which means they're finally like, you know what, we'll play our style. We don't really care about what TNC have because they've let that Void Magnus combo through.
Yeah, so a little bit dangerous. It's not...
10
I mean,
seconds
Tidehunter into a
remaining.
Void is alright. You know, you can bully him out of the lane fairly easily with the Anchor Smash.
5
You're not going to have a
seconds
ton
remaining.
of kill potential with this Oracle. Maybe at level 3 once you've got a couple of points into the Purifying Flames. But other than that, it's not too much to be scared about. You should be able to bully the Faceless Void super early on. Maybe we'll see some waves being cut behind the tower.
Yeah, it's going to be an awkward lane to cut though, because you're just going to have Rubik pestering you over and over again if that's the way you want to play that lane. And that Fade Bolt plus Anchor Smash, he's going to hit like 12 damage.
Yeah.
Or maybe about 20,
Radiant
including
team
12, but-
back.
It's a lot of like I don't want to say burst damage, but
TNC Predators
this game is
turn
heavily
to
going to be
battle.
based off the time walks that Gabby's going to get off, right? Because you've got triple raise, immediately just time walk it off. You've got anchor smash, time walk it off. You got fade ball, time walk it off. There's nothing super slow like this Venomancer or Bat Rider or anything like that just yet. And they don't have a ton of stuns right now.
10
either
seconds
on
remaining.
You've got a Ravage and you've got a Lift. That's it. Especially if you're not going into this Magic
5
Heaven Shadow
seconds
Fiend, which might be
remaining.
building into a Yule's. Maybe a Sheep Stick super later on. So I think they need to pick something with some sort of lockdown with their last.
Radiant
Well,
team
if Drow
back.
is banned, that would have been a pretty solid silence, and we've seen that against the Magnus combos decently. What's left for them, really? Troll
Sven.
ban.
Sven's the only thing that I can think of. Looks like Boom right now, they understand that KP can flex with this Magnus, so right now they're trying to ban out a few more of Armel's heroes to make sure that Makoto has a good lane on this
10
Shadow Fiend,
seconds
because
remaining.
we've seen it before, he can scale really well. They've got a lot of team fight as well, but is the
5
Sven the
seconds
answer
remaining.
here for Boom? Is there much else?
There's
TNC
the
Predators
anti-mage,
turn
but
to pick.
you're in a super vulnerable position. You're probably not going to want to go into things like the S&Y build on the anti-mage, just based off how things have gone recently in the tournament. Of course, you trust Dreamercell with whatever item build he chooses to go for. Oddly enough, with the Faceless Void against an anti-mage,
10
you can go
seconds
for something
remaining.
like a Desolator as a super odd build, but you do need it to be able to focus him down
5
before he's able to
seconds
just
remaining.
jump around these team
Radiant
fights.
team
That
pick.
could work. I mean, I'm
Nigma.
circling back to like something like PA Sven burst damage.
Yeah.
That would be because right now, I don't think they will ever be able to build enough lockdown. I do love that lane to pick, by the way. Nice, simple hero that can obviously play the mid lane against what will be Shadow Fiend. That's been happening since 2011.
10
Don't
seconds remaining.
came out. Hasn't really changed either.
It's
What
an
a-
Armel hero, and it means
5
KP
seconds
Magnus is
remaining.
going to be the way they're going about it.
What do we feel about a Dreamer Cell Wolf here, lads?
If you get chronoed, you're dead. If you get RP'd, you're dead.
But
If you get
we've seen-
Lacuna Blade from the trees,
We've seen it time and time again. The Dreamer Cell has been playing this Morphling to an extremely high level, getting a lot of those shifts off, and we've seen it, quite a few times that, yeah, Tiny, this might have a nice blink initiation, but these players are fast, and these players are good enough to get that Agi Morph off. Strength Morph, yeah.
I don't hate
Red
it.
team.
You may
Incredible
now
ball,
select your heroes.
Like, Boom would be putting everything, every bit of chips.
Ooh, let's go!
Okay,
The
yeah,
Green Man, the one true king.
I like it. It gives them more tower push, use not just one win condition on your side, which is nice, and of course, against the Chronosphere, against the RP, you don't really care all that much. You've got that secondary life that you can just go back to, so I think it's a nice way for them to round out the draft.
That gives them good tower push, gives them good scalability, but is it enough here, lads? Where's the panel curse going to go this time?
Oh, I'm cursing TNC for sure.
All right.
So you're picking TNC.
Yeah, I'm picking TNC.
All right, Poglet's going to go with TNC. What about you, Danog, mate?
Yeah, I'm going to go TNC as well.
You're going to go with
Oh.
TNC as well. All right, looks like my panel here have decided to curse TNC. I'm going to go with Boom and see who's going to be correct here on our panel. We're going to hand it over to our casters. It's going to be Lyrical and Trent.
I may be faceless, but I'm not maceless.
Wow!
That wasn't too bright. Punk.
Wow!
The House of Furnace will disown me for that. This will do just fine.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have tied the series up. The panel has spoken, and game number 3 about to start. Trent, we've got a matchup as old as time. Wraith King facing off against Faceless Void, a little bit of Shadow Fiend and Lena thrown in there as well. How you feeling about it?
Good. We always talk about the counter to the Chronosphere being buyback and those long cooldowns. But what if you just die twice? So there you go. Aegis, buyback, and reincarnation will be there to help us out. So, yeah. That's another one of our fresh Arcanas too. So you're harvesting some bones here on Nigma, and look at that beautiful axe. That's a hell of a weapon right there. I like this. But in combination with the Shadow Fiend, man, we got Arcanas all over the place. They have 3 Arcanas on their team and 1 on the enemy.
They're gonna win then, right? That's the way it works.
Simple arithmetic, my good man.
FBZ, gotta run, gotta hide, but March chasing. They can't get March. FBZ's out of there. This might set them up to get 3 bounty runes, actually. They're gonna need to move over and contest this on Dreamocell, most likely, or they're just gonna leave.
30
What the hell? He'll just run over on Dreamocell, and then theoretically, though, you might see the skewer from the high ground from KP.
Yeah. Tim's.
Then you have skewer, so.
And Makoto, they can't really come up there and contest again. They need to be careful not to show on Gabby, though. If they show there, that might signal that they can come in and contest up the high ground. We'll have to see. Cute walks on forward, has a Photic Shield already. March thinking about going in there, and as you said, viewers available potentially.
Wow!
Oh, hello! Oh, he's stuck up there. Well, KP's gonna go pick up a couple bounties. And
I'll just go grab those, good sir.
That's 3 for TNC. And Dreamocell, what you doing up there, buddy? He's gonna TP.
Imagine if Tim said TP bottom.
Ooh. Would have been the dream.
And he had an obs too. What even happens then? What if Tim's actually just TP's bottom and obs? Oh, well, his TP wouldn't have been ready. Never mind.
Yeah.
I guess there you go. It's nerves, guys. Cliffing is nerves.
But if Tim's was there, just in general, that would have been a problem.
Yeah, well, yeah, that would be a huge problem.
I think you just lose at that point, right? Like,
I think so. Like, if that TP gets canceled, I mean, you do have 3 TPs though.
Yeah.
So, I mean, but you could actually just come back in a minute, and you'd have an obs board. So then, well, I'm just glad that didn't happen. As exciting as that is to theorize and analyze, well, we'll actually have real Dota here and not a throwaway game. So, Dreamocell tries the harassment onto KP because you did start with the a Photic Shield, right? Even though it's just him versus the Mag right now, so we'll probably be hoping he can get into the curse, I would think.
Yeah, eventually. Trade a little bit more effectively. I guess the other argument is that if you're trading with a Photic Shield on you, that's also going to be better trade than you might see otherwise.
Oh, that's a nice combo.
Underneath the tower, Cute with the toss and the skewer, taking a lot of damage. They can't quite bring him down though.
Pretty sweet alley-oop play though. And nearly level 2 for KP during all that, which could have been bad. Another toss back.
Oh,
the shield though, but man, boom! You know, we've heard the panel talk about this a little bit too. This ABBA that they're really into, and not many other teams opt for it. I think they mentioned the notes a little bit too, but it's a really tough support.
Yeah, it is.
It's not what it was with the deny potential before.
No, and I think that like particularly see that miscoiling. It's a completely different style of play that you have to take. And now going to be able to pick up a salve, head back into the lane afterwards. Should mention, mid lane, Armel is kicking it right here. 13-4 versus 6-0 on Makoto. He's really giving him the business.
Yeah, Lena, the lane killers these days. I feel like we only really get SF into those melee matchups these days.
Yeah, definitely not as often seeing it this way around. And toss back over to the side again. Cute pulled in while contesting the wave a little bit more. And you can see that he is just going to have to retreat away again. A little bit too scary. But yeah, mid is going to be a tough one for Makoto. Obviously, gain more souls will be helpful, but Armel should be able to kind of keep the pressure on here, you'd think.
And top lane looks really good for Boom. I mean, Kai and Rubik versus Oracle and Void. Consistent damage over time from the Tide Hunter, so not a lot you can do with the Void to like abuse your time walk to stop that harass. And Tide should be able to mess with March in the polls quite a bit as well. As you can see, he's already Sentry did control it. March is grabbing the aggro on it so he can't pull left there. Whoa.
Oh, well played. And down bottom, boss afterwards, make sure they don't get the silence, but to set up for some pretty good damage on the KP afterwards with the stun coming from the Wraith King. So very like tanky ass. I mean, it's just 4 strength heroes in a lane beating on each other basically bottom.
And it is a very good situation for the ABBA is one thing. Like, this is the kind of lane I think you can completely get away with it too, because you have a rather aggressive position 1 here on the Wraith King.
Ooh, an FBZ drawing first blood, taking out March.
That's a battle down bottom as Tim's just take it up and he's chasing Nescue.
He keeps the punch on. Maybe a chance. He does have Avalanche as well, but not gonna go for the full dive.
Yeah, it's too risky. Although if he with the full combo, oh, he's chasing the courier.
Tim's thinking they're over there, drops the board, and that's going to be the end of the chase probably. But he wants to make something out of that rotation at least, which does make sense. Maybe set up that they do scan, but it's not going to spot the Avalanche afterward. Toss back onto Armel. Tim's making plays happen, but raise a second. They find 1 kill. Makoto miss uphill. They can't get him. Oh my god, the save coming with the miscoil from Kescu.
Makoto's like, yeah, but you didn't even fill my bottle.
Damn.
Yeah, big save there. And it's the 5 back anyway, so Makoto can just stack the camp, grab his bounty, and be quite content. So well done. Very unfortunate for him. Tries to get that early action going again. But now he's very...
I don't know if that miss uphill would have changed anything. It looked like it was close enough that it would have been a kill, but not mattered anyways. But good rotation from the ABBA helps make sure he's fine. Down bottom, you can see KP is getting beat a little bit about skeletons. And
yeah, you can see him so up there. Like they've got RP, they've got Chrono, they have Avalanche and Toss, and they have LSA. So I don't know how much I'm going to be swinging. But behind the Radiance.
Stand there and do damage. Beat a pest. Our skewer back underneath the tower. Dreamland's going to summon some skeletons, and that keeps him from being in too much trouble.
That's a cute play. That was all off the back of him trying to mess with the catapult. They try and like time his stun to make sure it's the last one catapult, and KB's just like,
Avalanche. Ooh, light strike raid going to connect, and does have Laguna, but can't quite get there in time. Try and burst down Makoto. Nice catch-up performance by the SF so far. Granted, a little bit under Armel still, but it's not anything to come about, and you can see that across all points, things looking pretty for all the course.
Yeah, not too shabby. They're standing to catch up with the Cactus. He was a little bit behind. But again, another toss to LSA.
Well, and Armel has to run away here. Hyde telekinesis pulls him in. Pops the... Oh, that was well done. To take off the little stacks of the stuns. Or the silence potential.
Yep.
All right. 2-0 so far. We hit the 7-minute mark, and getting a look at those net worths. Tide actually sitting up on top for FBZ. He is going to rotate into the jungle with level 6 and take over that stack.
It's all under a ward, so they at least know this is happening, but I don't think they can test.
No, this is terrifying. It goes down so quickly. Maybe to some of the groups here, does a couple.
We got a lot of over.
That was pretty big.
That was all of
FBZ. Do they bring him down in time? Look, it's not enough. The stick foot came out in time. But the Chrome was going to land afterwards. Tim's trying to keep the press of him away. That also costs Shadow Beam. Over on the other side, the Tom's dead from Tiny. They're going to take 2.
It's the humiliation.
I I mean, you got the Ravage off, but there was nothing really there. They were kind of stuck down in the river and on the low ground, and they just don't have that much damage to throw into it. So great job contesting there between the LSA and just bringing so many heroes. I didn't think that they would want to commit that much, but the Chrono really helped there.
Big winner in all of this, of course, is going to be Dreamocell, though. Gets a free lane to himself, pressures down bottom, takes the tower. Looking very, very good. He is currently top net worth. And has Midas, didn't even have to go boots. That's what that rotation gets.
God, it's the perfect pub episode 17. The Iron Branch Skeleton King. It's back. Oh, we're going in the past.
Time of classical.
More branches.
Well, I run into him for a moment long. Gabby. The other thing we haven't talked a ton about is going to be this Magnus playing around with giving him the Void. Obviously amazing for him.
Yeah, he cleaned up that other stack that kind of got ignored when that whole fight broke out, and stole everything else with Dragon Slave.
Right. Yeah, that part's nice. So, as the early game keeps on closing down and we're still sort of in the laning phase, I think the biggest worry that I've heard from TNC is there hasn't been like any pressure on Dreamocell at all.
Yeah, that's going to start though, because they've done the forward top, so Gabby TP'd out. Their Chrono isn't there for the 40, so that is true, because kind of hard to bring them down without that, although they could just go for like an RP Laguna Blade.
He is saving a point as well though.
Yeah, and he just straight up takes it now.
Yeah.
Not playing any more games.
No. As we get close to the 10-minute mark, and Runes looks like they're going to be able to sneak one or more. Here's March is in position. Hello.
He's crafty.
He's away.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
Easy.
He's mid two. No panic.
Now,
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
There's a Radiant Observer ward right on top of Gabby right now, but there's no real way that they can make a play, although Tim's, he's got Makoto in his sights.
He's calling for someone to TP.
But they can't get there in time. It's like,
guys, come on, please. That's too late.
It's TPing now, but yeah, as you said, it's half the time when something happen.
And now they see on the off-century combo.
Yeah. Probably wouldn't have mattered anyways. FBZ takes over the farming area. And KP steals away some creep. Perfect. That's what you love to see. Both teams feeling fairly confident, just sort of waiting until we get to the later stage of tier. But they do have a nice answer as this game goes on for FBZ with just the Chrono. They can bring him down in the duration of it.
I want to see Makoto pop off. That's what I want to see.
Yeah?
Yeah. I want equals SF. Let's go. Come on. This thing's fun to watch.
Trying to chase, but nothing yet on the Shadow Venus. I'm March. He's got to be careful right now. Makoto just got Yule's on with the Faded Brooch. And I don't know if they're going to see this or not.
Tibbs is like, wow, there's an SF.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Retreat.
Back out of there.
Yeah, but Chrono down. So Dreamocell play a little more best mid lane. They want to hold this tower. We're thinking about that first Roche. More so for Boom because they have the SF minus armor actually going online, and they'll be with the King, Skeleton King. Sorry, Leoric, my bad.
Unbelievable.
Yeah,
I said it earlier.
His Royal Highness
here as well. So sure in towards mid now, and with Photic Shield Tither, he is definitely going to get ravaged. No question about that one.
Yeah, I can't back him up too many guys.
Probably
cost him an extra couple hundred HP.
Starting to fall.
Middle tower
moves on in, gets the tower, backs away afterwards. Easy as pie.
This is gonna feel a lot like game one.
Yeah.
Very similar, where there's not really anyone who's like hunting for ganks and kills. It's mostly pressuring towers and creating fights off of objectives like Roche and tier 2s.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Is on TNC.
Yeah, nobody right now. Until
Only
the
RML. RML's the only one.
And he is going to be getting a Shadow Blade, so we'll probably be looking to hunt people and those kills happen.
Yeah, and the otherwise teams will be getting the Blade Dagger there too. So,
right.
I'd say Makoto's probably a little disappointed. Hasn't gotten anything down with his Yules.
Yeah, it's a frustrating thing, I'm sure, for him as well.
He must think they have like a warden here or something. The way Tim's is playing. Oh well, maybe more. Oh boy, covers for Mel.
Yeah, they're waiting. They know. Waiting for a bit of a step too far. Oh,
They can literally see Makoto right now.
This is really good. Let's check right. They get the Eagle Scepter lift up. And Makoto. Oh my god. They baited so hard. How lucky was taken. I know. Damn. So the thing about they just fueled in here as well.
Yeah.
Bomb boom. So it thought that they were safe. They were not.
That was definitely a tip moment. I don't know. Too much respect or something going on here. You gotta tip the hell out of that SF right there.
The flip side of all of this is that just AFK farm for breaking. I like Cell's gonna might back up again. Gonna be right. He is mega farm.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
They have the well now as well for him or Hyde. Right?
Chrono just landing it, trying to bring him down to top. Light strike rate. Birds in. No way to get out, and no point in ravaging. So they kill off the tide. Get the moves.
Radiant's
wow, they didn't even need the Laguna. Took almost 12 damage through that. Only 3 bashes for Gabby with Mask Madness. That's a little disappointing.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Not what you want. On the other side for TNC right now, just got his Blink Dagger.
Yeah, but that's going to help fuel him in towards the Shadow Blade too. So it's go time now for TNC.
That's what it feels like.
And Makoto, yeah, he's not getting his play either. So that's the real
is under attack.
pressure. All right, if he's going to get caught, here's a play for you, Makoto. I mean, you can definitely repeat this if you want.
Oh, he faked the LSA. Damn, that was pretty sick. And Flip comes out, takes him down before the Ravage. KP mechanism going to be popped, walks away from FPZ. Oh wow, they completely outplayed time dilation afterwards. Bash has come out. FPZ will get the Kraken, but in a ton of trouble as they're going to get the avalanche toss back play on to Hyde, going to bring him down as well. My goodness, they are just dismantling them right here.
Yeah, on the one hand, Dream is on the gold. He is not big at the moment.
No. Not in the least. And they will eventually finish off Kezcute also. Cell, I mean, he's got a gun, but not quite Radiance yet, and not been able to join his team for the fights. Oh my god, Makoto. Oh my god, is he dead again?
Not
Dude, they're hunting.
Radiance
Makoto tries to send Ring on Rosie, shows back again mid-air, and they ping, but they won't be able to get him.
Yeah, they have the blink too. Pop there, some Kale.
As we take a look at that fight yet again, Rapid came out, but they were just not quite able to follow up with it.
I'm pretty much the same as the last Ravage, where hits a lot of heroes, but we don't have anything yet. Especially when SF is like the big hero, you want to be following up on your Ravages.
Yes. Yeah, man. Makoto has just not really been able to have a game, it feels like. Right now, 1-2-0. And has not been able to make things happen with this early Yule's build. Did go back for the to travel afterwards, but it feels like he knows he kind of just has to sit back and try and AFK farm a bit.
Yeah, his game stinks now, though. I'm sure he's not feeling too hot. It's really a hero that I mean, it's supposed to be kind of free, like especially the first couple, you know? Like, what are you supposed to do when this guy just shows up in Yule's? You're supposed to die. That's the answer. They don't have any heroes that should be surviving that. but very just good map move as well as predictions from TNG as to what he was trying to do, and good. Similarly, there's excellent ward coverage over that top part of the map right now. Spotting gap. They've done this like double ward situation where you're trying to really have some vision over this part of the map, but it hasn't paid off for them. Now, it's only a 1K lead right now.
Right, and that's I think in mind is that like this is a good fighting before Cell comes online, starts to like battle with them, and now with Radiance,
under attack.
I don't know how much he's gonna want to try and still fight, because you still, you know, it's not like he's crazy to kill. Doesn't have level ulti.
Is he really doing this?
The Manta?
Oh, what, you're gonna go Octarine after?
Radiant's middle
Yeah,
tower
Octarine
is
for
under
Wraith King,
attack.
yeah.
Radiant structures are fortified.
I don't know.
Dire's top tower is
I
under
mean, it's not
attack.
there's a crazy good reason for Manta here.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Middle tower
Yeah,
is falling.
it's I think that it is a lot for like the weight out, I guess.
Yeah.
Radiant's bottom tower
I mean,
is
I'm
under attack.
expecting him to go like Blink
Dire's
BKB
top
or
tower
something,
has
like
fallen.
actually fighting.
Yeah. Maybe they're just feeling with like how far behind Makoto is. They can't fight. I don't know. Maybe he switches it up too. He could go something else eventually. They do have the D ward here now. As TNC, they are very grouped together, and so too is Boom.
They're trying to fake Roche.
Is under attack.
Look inside, Makoto not caught in that smoke. They're going to be fighting right by this ward.
And they rescue in fake. Oh, Armel, he shadow
Still in this. Eat them all. Oh my god, this is really scary. I'm trying to find myself. He got stunned. He got the stun. March still going to back away there for the moment, trying to find a jump, but it looks not going to go. Damn, dude.
How did he just like not die?
I don't know.
I got nothing.
Fear of the Ravage, I guess. It's the biggest thing. Tim's not able to take back for this outpost. It's the 19-minute mark, so it looks like Boomer actually going to get both outposts here. Very interesting. And you would imagine that coming forward now, you're going to want to finish off some type of pipe or something to help deal with the Radiance.
They could rush right now because they should know they're going to go. Now Tibbs is paying Roche too.
They can't take the tier 2 though.
Yeah, you're right. Okay, that makes more sense.
So the one still standing guard. And Radiance, they don't have Blink yet. KP's like actually running in there and fighting is very difficult. Top lane, Tim's just trying to clear that wave away. All the skeletons will do their own pushing stuff. And Dreamful Cell is scary. It's like very hard to deal with at this point. He's actually going to go for AC instead.
All right. But man, I'm fine.
Yeah, man, this is a tough one. I think that the only saving grace you've got for, well, not the only saving grace, but one of the saving graces you have for TNC is that SF is still fairly poor, but he's starting to catch up a little bit to Lena.
I don't know. I kind of favor TNC a little bit.
Yeah?
I think they have the chrono, they have the RP, and they have their game stuff. I guess Go is catching up more than I anticipated. He's basically even with Armel at this point.
Yeah.
Like a couple hundred roll behind.
Armel, if he can get that BKB in a decent time, it would be pretty good. As execute FDs and Hide all grouped together mid. They're pressuring bottom, so TNC not wanting to give up a similar situation where they lose a tier 2 and then outpost again, but they're just going to retreat, still holding the Radiant jungle. Very interesting. Smoke up. And gonna run in here. P will be the one that breaks the smoke as Makoto shows himself. Lift up. Got him just like that. Tries to run away. What did he get? He got the skewer. And
only one. So nothing too crazy to give up.
Yeah.
But that does lower their potential for defending the Roche pit.
Be better than giving a power at this point, I think.
Yeah, that's for sure.
Uh-oh. He's away. Ravage me. Oh,
Radiant's
hide.
structures are fortified.
And the toss back the other way. TNC gonna lose a couple heroes here. They managed to bring it down Tim's.
Yeah, they left bottom, but they, I would think, are gonna stand for this. Mark's still covering Gabby to just give him an out.
Dire's middle tower
But they're
is under
gonna
attack.
also just trade that ball in tier 2 for the ropes right now. But I don't think they want to fight.
Radiant's bottom
Well done by
tower is
Boom.
under attack.
Made some really solid movement here.
Oh,
And
they're trying to jump Armel. They have this arms that's very... Yeah, I didn't even see it. Hidden by Armel right now.
I get me
Inside the camp.
really good vision indeed.
Like camouflage of the autumn colors probably isn't helping.
Yeah, that's fair. Take over the outpost. Well, you're done now for Mag. It's actually taking them a while to finish this, but TNC...
Look how they're sitting it. Yeah, like they don't even have Makoto inside.
No.
Big Drew will do it.
This is...
I'm hoping they fight.
I think this is why TNC should just not be showing, because it'll allow all the rest of the team to like run the what's going on.
Did I feel a crick in my joint?
All right. 20 minutes Aegis there. It is on Dreamless Cell, so you really can't try and focus this guy now.
Yeah, and it's not like there's no point going to Fusel, obviously, because it's almost any. So if he had any thoughts of that,
Yeah.
and Gabby just the MKB said, just noticed that he was really going Radiant, so he just well, I do not feel like flipping all back.
Blink Ravage right away onto Armel, but he just Shadow Blades and walks away. Out.
Invisibility equals invincibility.
RP, another solo move use. Proto. Apparently it's the mood.
Wait, what just happened? Did he not have that bus? Or did he just say, like, okay, never mind, this isn't a fight?
I'm not sure. It's Ravage, though. I mean, I guess they didn't want to fight with it.
I guess they just didn't like what they saw. Maybe thought there was like more heroes or something there. I'm not sure. A little bit off.
They have Chrono available.
Dire's structures are fortified.
And Armel push out top as Makoto. Oh, doing perfectly fine. The wraparound's coming. Gabby gonna try and jump away from this one. They meet back up with Makoto. No Ravage still. They do have Chrono follow-up if they wanted to, but I don't think they're gonna go.
Radiant's bottom
Yeah, where did
tower
Tim
is under attack.
find all his gold?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Has he just been farming wave or something? I think he is Blink, Glimmer, and Yules in 10 gold. In Yules. Wait, what? How did he catch him with a tide?
Not exactly sure.
I think he's just been waiting.
Tim's thing.
Well, it also is their stack KP, right? That's the main thing. The KP has been running around trying to keep the power up and doing more jungling, whereas thus the pressure on Tim's to push out these waves.
Money to burn.
He actually is keeping an Imp Claw for himself, which is really interesting.
Tim's, you have the vote. You could have gone Eggs build. But at the same time, I actually think his build more important because it just means that like they rely so much on Ravage.
Yes.
And it's kind of a one go because they still haven't blink on the racing either. So they either cheeky combo of the set versus a Ravage play, and so interrupt that with these defensive items. They figure your spell seal out, Paramount cat. They have to chrono all this.
Back on cooldown soon. Jump in. Blows him up. Absolutely destroyed. And now they kill off the Wraith King and just gonna run away. March. Let's just get from this one. And sounds to be not quite enough. Yule Scepter, jump away. Reckless Assault not gonna do anything either. So the only person they're gonna get with this is March.
Okay, well, they do have the Ravage back up now. Just a few seconds to get FPC. So that was a time initiation from Tim's to actually get that kill before it would have come back from FPZ or still backing away from the Void and the Lena. Like, yeah, that's a team there forcing that buyback while still aegis on the Radiant.
Yeah,
for another minute.
It's sort of that wait out game that you got now for TNC. If they're able to wait another minute before forcing another fight like that, it's crazy that they were able to still get the Wraith King in that moment. Even just he's back up again, so it doesn't really end up mattering.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
The bigger kill is, of course,
Radiant's
FPZ, which is more permanent.
Under attack.
Paladin sword picked up now for
middle
Shadow
tower
King as we
has
get
fallen.
27-minute mark. And in the meantime, Enchanted Quiver for Lina, that's an iffy one.
Radiant's bottom tower
It
is
must
under
be
attack.
good on Missile, huh? I feel like that seems pretty strong.
His skeletons get the Ring of a Kilo aura at least.
Yeah, if he hangs out with them. I don't think he parties with those mere peons.
It's true. And a regen is also pretty nice, I think, because he doesn't have anything else for that.
That is true. His mana is 5.1 even with rings, so.
Okay. So 28 minutes. It's a 3,000 gold lead as the Aegis is going to expire. 5 to 11. And again, nobody really there to make moves.
Yeah, as we said, it's mostly objectives, and now it's going to be Roche. So everyone's kind of poking, hoping they can find that pick off that lead into the armor again.
They get Hyde. That's the kill that they needed. A good bash, though. Dreamless Cell throws out the stun, just getting absolutely chunked now by RL. And the right clicks keep on coming, finds himself a bash, very low. RPUs, they get the SF. Oh my god, KP did it. And now afterwards, they got Chrono gonna land onto the Wraith King, just gonna absolutely dismantle him. Armel somehow manages to get the kill steal there. And they're gonna bring down the 12. TNC, brilliant plays.
Yeah, they're finding the majority of the outplays almost throughout all these games. It feels like even when the fights look kind of even, they just Armel, man, risky the way he's initiating, but the vision coverage just doesn't seem to be there from Boom, and they're getting burnt by it.
Well, and the other thing is that even if you do happen to go on to Armel, March is right behind him. The strength of this Oracle as tier 3 tower is going to fall. Rax afterwards. Up top, FB some split push going. This is a tide under. What the hell is he gonna do?
Kill the wave.
All you got, man. Toss back onto Kezcube. Got him again. No ulti in time. It was 5 seconds on cooldown, and they're just going bottom.
Radiant's bottom tower.
They're gonna get 2 sets of Rax off this, maybe.
I mean, if FBZ doesn't show, but they'll at least just poke the tier 3 and they'll head back. The wave's not coming. Man, Makoto needs to find a game, dude. It's painful. I can feel the anguish inside of him right now because it feels like he's contributed almost nothing. He's hit some creep waves, but at least Dreamocell is making me scared if I'm on the Dire, even if he is 1-1-1. Makoto, there was a big need for him in the past 2 games. To be fair, it is another situation where they're putting a ton of pressure on his hero. Right. And perhaps in slightly unfair situations, much like the Wind Ranger game, but if they're going to have a hope here, he's got to step up, and he's missed some big moments. It's not even step up. He needs to overperform.
Yeah.
That's what it is. Yeah.
Well, but at the same time, that's what the draft was built to do for him, right? That's what they're depending upon him to do, is fulfill this role, even if that role is maybe a bit large. So we'll have to see what they can do. And a couple of outplays. I think, again, well, we're going to have to hold that thought. As they're thinking about walking high ground here, that would be a death wish. And avalanche toss, dude, again, got him caught, gotta run, trying to escape. KP runs in, here's the RP. Can they do this, though? Dreamless Cell pulled back in, and Gabby, Armel just beating the crap out of him. He dies. And I don't even know if they, Ravage onto the PK reactions from both. Oh, don't need to go into FPZ anymore. They turn on the Dreamless Cell, take him down. Yule Scepter lift up. The beautiful Proto comes from Gabby as they will get a triple kill. Kezcube also to fall. Damn.
Monster kill.
Yeah, they can't get that initial stun to set up these Ravages.
Burns, doesn't it?
And so there's just an impossible task for FBZ of just like, what can I do if they have BKBs?
True. It's
according to the recap, Makoto did 1 raise.
Oh my god. Yeah, it might just, I don't know, they have to buy back now. Buying back with Skeleton King as well, but I don't know if they care that much. They canceled the TP in because he was gonna die. Ulti still, it's off cooldown actually. Chrono, his whole team. Great. This is how they solve it. Oh, that was what it was. Okay, good play there by Rubik.
Yeah.
Not bad. Dream of Cell looks like he's gonna end up going down. God, these Chronos from Gabby. They're gonna bring down the Wraith King afterwards. Pretty play by TNC.
Victory.
1, you put that Clown Fest on them, and if you get
10
that game,
seconds
TNC
remaining.
come in scared for game 5.
Not scared, maybe a bit tilted though.
5
I'll give you
seconds
triggered. I'll definitely give you, like, they
I
will
think
not be happy.
Boom also chose first pick as well, so they've got that option. They've got that little bit of more flexibility.
TNC
They can
Predators
surprise
turn
with that
to
first pick if
ban.
they want to. Just open with a Venge, why not?
Yeah, I mean, Venge, we talked about like leaving the draft open with Abaddon. I feel like Venge does a better job of that. There's 4 or 5 different, very play styles that you can play, and none of them are as bad as, or as good or bad as the next.
So do we think with this
10
Venge it's going to be like
seconds
a
remaining.
Drow strat to what TNC came out with, or do we think it's more going to be like what Boom did in that first
5
game? So like,
seconds
okay,
remaining.
we're just going to give Kaz 2 this
Dire
hero, it's going to
team
stack up a
pick.
little bit, we're going to try and get a few right clickers behind it and just try and utilize that swap and the other 4 heroes and just kind of play around that fast tempo.
I think it's just going to be fast tempo regardless. It doesn't necessarily need to be a Drow strat. If they can get it, great. Like Dreamercell's shown that he's on point with it. He actually wasn't doing too bad in that game where they lost as the Arc Warden. It's just another
TNC
one of those
Predators
instances
turn
where he leaves the high ground, dies once, they lose a Rax, he does it again, they lose the game. So I think Drow's a bit harder to punish just because of the itemization that you go for and you tend to draft a bit more around it. Arc Warden's got this air of, I don't want to say invincibility around him, but I
10
think teams
seconds
get a little
remaining.
bit stuck or cornered in the fact that they don't actually draft enough protection.
5 seconds
Yeah, that's
remaining.
fair enough. We talk about 4 Protect 1. Arc Warden is a fine example of 4 Protect 1 strats need to actually be committed on, because when you see they're half in, half out, and as Arc Warden dies in what, 3 or 4 shots from the Drow Ranger in game 1, it makes it look pretty awkward. You can't really deal with it. And it's unfortunate because I feel like Boom had every tool to keep that game going and bring it long enough for this Arc Warden just to get strong and solid again. Yep.
But also, sometimes we have seen an Arc Warden be invulnerable, right? Like up against a few of these range cores, you can do quite a lot of work. It just felt like that game they were a little bit too far behind the 8 ball, that it got to a position where, Dreamercell gets caught out once and that's the game over.
Dire
You're kind of
team
relying
pick.
on this cheese or fast over your buildings to try and make sure you don't lose all too many here. I would be interested to see whether or not that we do try and get the
TNC
Zoo strat. I think
Predators
most
turn
players want let that happen to him, because we saw what happened in that 3rd game up against Fnatic yesterday. They're just like, we're going to pick 3 heroes. None of them have wave clear. Oh no, there's a chip. And then you just lose. I feel like March isn't going to be one of those players that's going to let that happen to himself. But, it always
10
does come down to the
seconds
draft.
remaining.
I think this 4th game really will be intrinsic of whether or not Boom can get
5
even just a
seconds
slight edge in the
remaining.
draft. Because right now, both these teams are playing basically exactly the same.
Well, we even saw in that, I think it was the Arc Warden game, right, where there were some crazy plays being done by Hyde. Like, someone was safe behind a Remnant, so he made sure to force-staff them forward so that then they could lift them up. Just crazy things like that.
It's the little things you don't think about until that moment. And the fact that Hyde had the presence of mind to understand instantly, it wasn't like the
Dire team
Remnant
back.
was sitting there for 4 or 5 seconds. He instantly gets thrown out, he instant reacts to it. And they're the kind of plays that you can really win the game off. It's unfortunate it didn't work out in the end. He got the toss, but they didn't really win the team fight afterwards. But there's not much else to be said. Like, if Hyde can keep playing like that, eventually those plays will add up
10
and you'll get a win
seconds
from it.
remaining.
I
Yeah,
agree.
we've seen that from a lot of position 4s, right? Like sometimes, like they're just playing
5
out of their
seconds
skin.
remaining.
And even though the game might feel a little bit behind, position 4s can really dictate a lot in these team fights. We talked about Jazz for those chaos creators, just giving them these heroes that can enable more fights. It's like kind of the disruptor idea where it's like you're constantly chasing for these kills, and yeah, somebody might be getting away, but you've always got the blinks back. I feel like Tiny's in that same kind of boat where he can always chase for kills, avalanche, toss people back, avalanche, toss people into certain things, save people with the toss, and it really does feel like if they get
TNC
their
Predators
hands on
turn
this
to
Tiny,
ban.
they can do quite a lot of work, especially if Hyde steps up.
Well, that's the thing with the Tiny, right? It's so versatile in what it can actually do. It doesn't need to be one of these heroes that, like, all right, all the
Dire
planets need to
team
align.
back.
It needs to be this time within the game. It's just good. Basically, once you hit level 2
TNC
until the end of
Predators
the game.
turn to
Yeah,
ban.
2, and then obviously there's the huge power spike with the blink, but you don't even need the blink. Most heroes these days get sprung by a Tiny walking out of the trees. As long as you have like Tranquil Boots or some level of movement speed, you can catch anyone. It's even got wave clear. It's ridiculous.
It's got the wave clear.
Yeah, going back to
10
the draft,
seconds
I'm
remaining.
liking this a lot more by Boom, opening up with their first pick being the Bat Rider,
5
and wisely
seconds
banning out
remaining.
that Oracle in the first phase. So making
Dire
sure that,
team
look,
back.
if TNC want to be able to try and deal with this Bat Rider, they're going to need to pick something that they're a little bit less comfortable on in this Abaddon. And kind of being a bit of a surprise with this Morphling pick, I wonder if we're going to see an Earthshaker ban come out here from Boom, because It's a combo. It's what TNC are known for.
That is true, and it does feel like you're getting game
10
before
seconds remaining.
2-1. You really don't want to get Earthshaker Morphling down of a tournament. Like it feels pretty
5
bad to go
seconds
down
remaining.
something like that. Maybe Boom are like thinking about the Earthshaker, but then they just try and get their next 2 picks that make sure the Earthshaker doesn't have a game.
Well, didn't Boom lose to Fnatic just yesterday off the Earthshaker? Was that a different game?
No, I don't think Fnatic ran the Earthshaker Morphling.
Am I going insane?
I think you got
Probably.
I'm watching the cogs turn in your brain, and right now they're not getting any movement.
I think
I'm going to have to look it up
just
later.
rusty.
There was a
They're
game I
just
saw
getting
with Morphling Earthshaker in ESL 1 Thailand. Someone's going to have to correct me on when it was.
There certainly was Morphshaker.
We've had 18 days. We can be forgiven for
No, I
forgetting.
mean like the last 2 days.
Yeah.
Like,
Let's go back through my notes. You guys keep talking about the draft, and I'll go figure out this Earthshaker Morphling.
Sounds good
Dilemma.
to me. So, I mean, Abaddon is kind of like a KP
Predators
style
turn
of
to
hero,
ban.
right? Where he just wants to be that one sitting on the front line, soaking up a ton of the damage, building these auras, being a bit of the bait
TNC
as well on
Predators
top of
turn
that.
to pick.
To go at this early, though, seems a bit weird. I think it's incredibly rare that you're going to be running this Bat Rider in a position 5 role for Boom. They have done it, but it's basically 2, 3, 4 that they tend to play it.
yeah. Now, the big thing for me is like we saw Boom in game 1 ban the
10
Abaddon
seconds
themselves,
remaining.
and then obviously Bat Rider was banned. I'm now thinking, in Boom's mind, that
5
was the play.
seconds
Like,
remaining.
You always want, whenever we have Bat, we want to see the Abaddon get picked against us, and we're a bit scared of it. But on the other side, they didn't ban the Earthshaker. So they
Shaker's
obviously went with that
cool.
Void Spirit ban instead.
And they've already picked up the Tiny, so it's not like they can just Rubik afterwards and then have a really good Rubik game, obviously, with a Fisher to be able to buff up a lot of their damage. So I wonder when TNC are going to pick it. I don't think Boom are going to, regardless. So I think TNC could probably wait until their 4th pick if they do want to go this Morph Shaker strat.
I mean, the other side of it is, you know it's coming. Like, you know there's a very high chance that that's the build, so why not just not reveal the rest of your strat, play this Earthshaker Morphling, and realistically, against the Tiny, against the Bat Rider, you can blow those heroes up despite the Firefly, despite the Blink Yules that you're eventually going to see.
Well, touching on the Earthshaker Morphling, Sparking Arrow Gaming.
Dire team
The
pick.
that played it. 2 that I found so far. Our stats man here will be on a little more for us, but they won 1 and they lost the other.
I think with the Shaker, though, like, they could very well just pick it, but the lanes become a bit weak from the supports if you do go that, and you run the risk of Boom just running over you. Bat Rider, of
10
course,
seconds
incredibly
remaining.
strong in the early game, and Tiny, level 2, same thing. So I think
5
Underlord's a nice
seconds
pick for
remaining.
TNC to go with. It's just stable, it's going to get a decent amount of farm, it's going to delay some of this insane aggression that Boom might be trying to go for. And then they can go for the Shaker after that if they want.
Yeah, and it all but forces the Abaddon to be a support, though. So, like, I don't think we're going to see them run this Underlord in the mid lane. No.
No, that really does not feel
We
like
saw
an RML.
Moon play it, but I think that was a bit iffy itself, so...
Matt just had a light bulb moment.
The IO isn't banned.
Ooh, okay.
Dream Cell.
Could certainly play it. That would mean FBZ, Bat Rider, and they try and run it back with Makoto playing something like a Shadow Feed, maybe a Gyrocops could be going in there.
Makoto plays back too, though.
TNC Predators.
Yeah, would you want like
turn to
IO Bat as your 1 and 2?
Maybe like a TA. That'd be super nice for Makoto to play.
One of his very big comfort heroes in that mid lane. We're going to see what... Ooh, the Timbersaw. I really do like this coming out from them. They've got a lot of good heroes to run over the top. We talked about it in that last draft. Abaddon
10
gets run over
seconds
pretty hard
remaining.
by that Timbersaw.
I think the thing that whenever you're going up against a Morphling, you
5
need boost.
seconds
100%.
remaining.
Like, that should be at the top of your priority list, because otherwise he's just going to get that strength morph off. That's why OD, for example, is a fantastic pick against it. Unfortunately, it's kind of out of the meta right now, in a lousy position, but Timbersaw, he's got a good portion of that. Tiny as well. Bat Rider can maybe lock someone down before he can get the morph off, but yeah, I think they could look to potentially follow up on this.
Yeah, I don't mind this Timbersaw pick as well, and it makes the Underlord Abaddon combo lane really awkward. So if you want to run
Dire
that
team
Pos 4 Abaddon, or even a
Wind
Shaker
Ranger at
as
your
Pos 4, they're
service.
both strength heroes, that's very uncomfortable, and they definitely will not be killing this Timbersaw either.
I feel like if you're putting Timbs on an Abaddon, you've already, shoehorned yourself.
Yeah.
But now we've got the Wind Ranger.
Okay.
So it's even an RML hero, or I'm sure Timbs can play that as a position 4 as well.
10
Would you
seconds
want to
remaining.
more force that in towards the mid lane up against a Timbersaw? A position 4
Dire
Wind Ranger
team
might be a
back.
little bit awkward because you're going to have to rush that MKB. Yeah, surely an early Javelin might be okay, but it's going to get to a point where, it's going to be that 10-15 minute mark and Timbersaw is going to not really care about a Wind Ranger.
Oh, OD.
Talked about the burst, talked about the OD, not in the meta, but it's a Makoto hero.
Pog new hero.
Pog new
Hey,
hero.
10
actually,
seconds
new heroes.
remaining.
we saw some replays, obviously, from the ESL Americas some highlights there.
5 seconds remaining.
I feel like OD right now, there's only one type of play that you can do with him, and that's against the Morphling. Just look for that off the side, blow him up with the Astral Imprisonment.
Or maybe a Troll. Like, that's the only other hero.
Troll, I like that.
And kind of Slark. Like, you still do a lot of damage through the Shadow Dance, so...
Actually, I have this Slark, he actually has a lot
Predators
of
turn
mana.
to
Because he
ban.
builds those, like, Scardies, the Drums, the Echo Saber, which gives reasonable stats and mana regen. Yep.
What are we thinking here for like OD lane counters? Are you okay with going up against this Wind Ranger? Are they going to make the audible here on TNC, make this Mel Morphling, send that towards the
10
mid up against the
seconds
OD?
remaining.
I'm going to go for a second new hero PogChamp. Sniper.
5 seconds
mid.
remaining.
Ooh, that's the age-old counter to the OD. I wouldn't hate it.
Dire team
They
back.
have what? Bat to get on top of you. Timber Saw can definitely chain to you, but then you're relying on Underlord.
You've got an Abaddon though. Like, do you really care?
It is a bit awkward as a sniper player. Like, if you get stuck on this Timber Saw on your head, you have to run, so you're not really auto-attacking, and the rest of the team can pile in. I don't hate it by any means. It just will make it a bit awkward,
remaining.
and it'll mean that Tim's on this Wind Range will have to do a lot of work in the mid.
5 seconds
No, I agree.
remaining.
It's risky, but just in terms of pure lane matchups, it's one of those ones that you really think of. I mean, Lena as well could be another potential one. It's a bit better at dealing with the Timber Saw as well, right? You don't have to worry so much about the reactive armor stacks compared with a sniper where you're just slowly peppering him down.
Yeah, just the peel.
TNC
Everyone has that
Predators
stupid
turn
duck
to
gun.
ban.
Yeah, the quacks. Quack.
We'll see what Boom want to get rid of here. You know, you guys did touch on the Lena. I think that would be a worthy ban. They get rid of the Queen of Pain.
That's
so
fine too.
A little bit more of another lane counter. Again, more burst damage up against the Timber Saw. So right now, it looks like they're really trying to set up FBZ to have a good time.
10 seconds
But,
remaining.
lads,
Dire
something we
team
didn't touch on
pick.
is the fact that who's playing what for Boom right now.
I think it's pretty... Oh, I was about to say it's pretty
I just looked at it and I was
standard.
like, Kez keep out right?
I personally believe this is weak as keep out.
Yeah.
Like, I know we talked about him not playing it, but
They banned the... I really like that Wisp ban coming out there
Yeah.
from TNC. This could have been a last pick IO, and then what
10
do you really do
seconds
there with an OD
remaining.
who's got overcharge? He's basically never going to die.
I just want to see how long Boom take to
5
make this last
seconds
pick. If they
remaining.
go right down to 2 seconds, it was going to be that IO
Yeah.
coming through.
yeah, I mean, even then, usually when you have this last pick, because you're doing the second phase and then the last phase, usually it's pretty quick. So that ban is clear in my mind that they've delayed it, and they only have 10 seconds of extra
turn
time.
Drow Ranger.
So they're in a bit of
What
a
do we
panic
feel
mode.
like is the Dreamer Cell game winner here for them?
I don't hate Slark, honestly.
Slark has been banned.
Lifesteal.
Oh, yes.
Drow Ranger, okay.
Bit squishy for me on Boom.
They're really relying on Timber to be a ridiculously
10
strong
seconds
frontliner.
remaining.
Because we talk about Tiny being jump in, jump out, but he doesn't really frontline.
I mean, you have
5
to wait
seconds
for a long
remaining.
time until you can do that the second time.
I mean, this is one of those
Overdraft.
games where FBZ doesn't really have to worry
Choose
about
your
all too
hero.
much. You know, maybe the Wind Ranger and the Morphling can burst him down a little bit, but you know, right now he's got a few heroes he can get on top of and really abuse that Whirling Death. But we're gonna go with the Pugna.
I love it.
The little green man. Is that another new hero, Pog?
It was played off stream.
Oh, okay, yep. The Pugna has been picked up here. Another one of those lane counters up against the OD. That Nether Ward is very, very strong here. We will be having Tim's Wind Ranger and Abaddon will be played by March.
Even just the D-Crap's going to be so handy up against this Drow Ranger and the OD, honestly. I'm going with TNC for this one.
You're going to go with TNC for this one. You're feeling like this little green man is the way to go here. What about you, Poglet? Who are you going to curse this time around?
Honestly, Boom's draft's looking really awkward. I wouldn't be surprised to see them lose in like 32,
10
35
seconds
minutes.
remaining.
So I'm going to go with TNC.
All right, so you think TNC can clean out our grand finals here
5
with a
seconds
3-1
remaining.
victory up against Boom. I want to see a full 5 map, so I'm going to go with Boom here for our 4th game. We're going to leave it with Trent Lyrical for possibly the last time here for ESO1 Thailand. See you guys in the game.
Yo, this guy has no chill, man.
You're washed up. You're washed up.
Yo, this guy has no chill, man.
Wow!
Oh, this is going to be good.
Wow!
First blood.
Wow!
I see. Let them take this as an omen. Oops.
30 seconds to battle. Wow!
Ah, this is going to be good.
The battle begins. Wow! Dire's courier has been killed. Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
I think not.
Denied.
You're not going anywhere.
Little is missing.
Getting the speed.
Yep, you're dead.
Tribute to my house. The wind.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Extra crispy.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
So dark. Fight.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower has fallen. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Wow!
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
The Nether.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Waters rise.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
That.
Dire are scanning. Radiant structures are fortified.
Yo, this guy has no chill, man.
Wow!
Well, it was kind of expected, right?
Dire's structures are fortified. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Wow!
it.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire are scanning. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
I accept this offering.
Radiant are scanning. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
That shock you felt was my intellect.
Dire's structures are fortified.
You know what's cooking? Wow!
scanning. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Wow!
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Radiant are scanning. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
I was meant to have this. My waters rise.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower has fallen. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
You know what's cooking?
Wow!
Boom!
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower has fallen. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower has fallen.
for you to hang your head.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Tribute to my house.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Is empty.
Now that you're dead, I find it easy to respect you.
Radiant are scanning.
Haste. I'll take that. What have we here?
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire are scanning. Radiant are scanning. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified.
Like the win range and still potentially, I think my pug that sounds kind of dope. But
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Put the second nether ward down. Maybe it doesn't. Maybe two of them don't work.
Yeah, it's a possibility. It's just they can't handle it. The game just breaks. Well, game is very hard for TNC as they have 6 kills to the 16 of Boom, but more importantly, a 20,000 gold lead. And it is going to continue to be accentuated. But again, look, Boom is just not willing to go high ground. They know that that's how they could lose this game.
Yeah, there's not a lot of benefit for them heading up there.
No.
The longer they stay out here, the larger this lead will grow. The supports become more and more relevant. The Radiant. Tim's is having a real rough game.
Sure.
Not looking like a smooth match.
Absolutely. It's been tough. I mean, he did start out with a decent beginning, but you know, a couple of those decks getting caught out. Hasn't really been able to get a Solar Crest charge or a Iridescent charge in a little while. Walk up here on FBZ, just not at all afraid of anything. This Scotty down on Dreamless Cell, so it's very difficult to deal with. This arm can't put toss back, or staff keeps high alive, shackled, lack of punch. And there's the decrep. Still trying to keep Dreamless Cell away, as FBZ is just standing there in the corner, throwing out the chakra. Another. Oh, goodness. Where are the trees? Tree? Hello?
They haven't come to play, you see.
Fair.
It's all part of the strat. Oh, yeah, well, where's Tim's tree, though? He did tree.
They did. Well, nonetheless, jump in. Kate is tossed out, and in a world of hurt, Ghost Scepter trying to get him to live. They do have Sandy's Eclipse, but not willing to drop it.
Yeah, it's a decrep from Armel. He doesn't even have his Ghost Scepter yet. He just stays him.
Well, is
now he does.
Meant to have this.
It is still no meaningful structure damage done as the rain or the Rax just keeps holding. I don't know. I feel like we're gonna be here for a little while unless Boom are willing to sort of go in for the full commitment. But I guess that's like you can look for the next 2 items too.
Yeah, they need to not get impatient. Because that's how you give this game away.
Right.
Especially if someone does a really silly buyback, which is usually what happens.
Yeah, true.
FPZ's going Ags.
Oh, Gabby down very low. But we get out. I like the Ags.
Oh,
that's pretty great.
From the lasso.
And Shackle again, and not gonna match. No luck, no nothing. Gabby runs in, pops the BKB, finds the kill. As he ends up being able to get one, but can they find anything afterwards? It doesn't look like it.
That was the patience. Gets you kind of a little Bat Rider play.
It's true.
I'll take that.
And in the meantime, that buys a little bit of space for TNC to head out across the map and get some farm on.
Regeneration.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Kodo TPing over and standing on a ward, and I think he is not long for this world if he's not careful. Gonna run away, hide. Look out. Okay, are they getting greedy? Waveform through. Gabby wanting to fight. Does not have BP for 15 seconds. He is running very fast. And the chase down. I mean, adaptive, right? Keeping him under control. The route afterwards, FBZ still standing forward. Their racks are getting hit in mid, but it won't end up doing any, again, structural significant damage.
Yeah, and that age is about to expire here, so. Oh, another one, I'm sure, and get the scythe up, the OD as well, which there won't be an answer for on Gabby. He wants that evenly next. Please give him a chance to secure some damage when he's running around as this Wind Ranger.
They do have a Photic Shield still, which, you know, is going to be a good answer in that regard. As that Aegis expires, Ninja Gear going to be picked up as well. And at least for now, TNC hold on to their base despite being down 25,000 net worth and scooting on towards that 30k experience lead. But this is good, being able to get out of here with Tims and Armel to sort of break the difference.
Basically just a farm news books, right?
Yeah. This is what they need to do. So they're going to try and get their next tier by us. Quick and Charm is there.
Scanning.
Anything else for them? Oh, did they get a pair kit too?
I think they did, yeah.
Yeah, Abbas has it. 3 charges. Oh my god, Tims. Oh, geez.
Oh my god, he got the spell prism. Oh, more.
Did he? Oh my god.
Oh, now he's taking over from Gabby too, but at Tim's now, what that even do? It's second, the last 6 has 2 charges. So, like 2-second downtime?
Something like that. He's basically running forever.
Wow!
Lasso going to catch up on the top lane. Armel, does he have a TP way to get out of here? There's people coming. He didn't have a TP to get.
He must have gotten TPing.
Yeah.
Yeah, he did.
Okay. Well, another pickoff for Boom. What does it lead to? I mean, you've got this like really good contain with all this vision here, but TNC keep on being able to break out of it and get some farm now and then. The lead keeps building, but I don't know what that item is where Boom just suddenly like, okay, we can go now. Maybe it's this Hex. Maybe they want another item like that on all the rest of the heroes.
I got when you highlight what's this cooldown point too.
Oh my god.
Why, what? See that?
Yeah.
It looks weird. It's like bugging or something. Point 2.
Radiant's
well, maybe this is comfortable going. Witless Shaco is there as well.
Well, it is an NA game, so the math is hard, you know?
Too true. Yeah. Pair kit, keeping it alive. Drow keeps punching through. KP, daring them to toss him. Delicate pull is there. They don't have Abel with them. The rest of the heroes are moving on into position, and the tier 3 tower eventually going to fall as E-Blade just tickling the Morphlane, doing absolutely nothing.
I don't know how he's allowed to just keep doing this Manta Illusion high ground thing for Vision. Yeah, FPZ's up there too anyway, but can they really just not nothing?
Well, they have a Dagon for Armel, but he was dead during that one, so that kind of sucks.
Either way, Roche in 5 seconds. Fun. Last one was instant. This one will be 40.
Okay.
152.
No.
Not even close. I got a 1 in 180 chance. One of these is at 50.
Can they do it here? He's stunned for the moment. Big ol' he comes on, destroys Gabby. Makoto give him a one shot. And now the Yule Scepter, Trump, Pug alive, but they just absolutely demolish him.
Wow!
And, well, that's why OD is good against Morphlin. Why is nobody picking this hero?
Well, I mean, it still took a while. 583. It was safe and Hex. And, I think he got shackled from the level 2. I got the main stun, so I'd say it's as punching as I'm expected to get. It feels like it's not quite as good as it used to with the mana pool. Maybe that's because of his build, though, of course, and his build has made the game slightly more difficult for Morphling. So I still think there's a space for OD for sure. But he had 3 heroes that he counters this game: the Abba, the Morphling, and the Underlord. So it was a very good spot from Boom to take it.
It's fair. Yeah. I think that it's sort of one of those things too, is they're gonna take set of Rex again. Shaq's not gonna latch.
Game 5, game 5, game 5, game 5.
Stays trying to get him. Even that a Fox Shield for the moment, but this building is eventually gonna go down. Make Creek are there. 42,000 net worth lead.
You know what?
They're gonna spam that end time. No question about it. Double chalk going onto the buildings are continuing to just take damage as FBZ jets through. And Drow, oh, fourth dot. Not going to be able to do it. Back away again. Lasso going to latch, but gets the kill onto Armel. And just like that, Hyde's going to be able to get the pullback. Well, March nowhere left to go. Makoto blinks forward. Gabby trying to go toe-to-toe against him. But that be Makoto is having none of it. Tosses again. Wow! Big old there, as there is nothing left in the tank, and we are going to a game 5, ladies and gentlemen.
I am happy. The utmost props to Makoto. 12-0 and 7.
Yes.
He took a hero that was very good for the game, but it's, I would say, a little stressful and nerve-wracking to go for a hero that's not like super meta right now, and maybe some of the
Wow!
TNC Radiant Predators turn to ban. TNC Predators turn to ban. Radiant team ban. TNC Predators turn to pick. Radiant team pick.
Venomancer.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. TNC Predators turn. Radiant team pick.
Behold the horn of Magnus.
TNC Predators turn.
Morphling.
Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban.
Them from claiming the crown at ESL 1 Thailand Southeast Asia Division. To have my panel here for another time. Dan Poglet lads, we're getting very, very close to game number 5 here. Super excited that we've had a full 5-game series here between both these teams. And once again, we want to hammer this home. Drafts mean everything.
Drafts mean everything. And what a way to finish up the entire tournament. We're going for 18 days, all the way to the best of 5. I was kind of thinking it was either going to be a 3-0 stomp or it's going to go to 5 games. And my initial prediction
10 seconds remaining.
5, so we'll see if the draft leads towards that.
Yeah, I hope so. Well, Boone
5
came in with that
seconds
nice
remaining.
energy. Like, obviously, we had that lower bracket winners interview with Kezcute, and he seemed relaxed. He seemed to understand why they lost. And when you understand why you lose, and you still took the 60-minute and 50-minute game, all that little improvements, and
Radiant
so far,
team
so good for Boone.
So far, so good. But the Abaddon hasn't had the fantastic win rate in recent times. It's been a staple of Boom. Kezcute loves to play it. I think when paired together with this Morphling is when it really shines. So this is probably the best game that I've seen it in thus far. And I think it was a predetermined strategy of, look, we got to get rid of the Tiny. We've decided that Wisp isn't going to be coming out for us this time.
5
except
seconds
last
remaining.
game it felt like they kind of wanted it. And they said, look, as long as they get rid of the Venge, we're happy to let them have Venomance because we've got this Abaddon in our back pocket.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the big thing for me is, like, bring me the Zoo.
Radiant team
Bring
pick.
it here right now. Like, yes, they've got the Magnus.
Not against the Magnus. You really can't play Chen into Mag. It really feels
It's
like pretty
super
bad.
awkward, I know. I just want to see it. I just want to see the Zoo.
Well, good thing you're not drafting
What?
for Boom right now. I mean, they've even gotten rid of some of the components of their zoo as well. You know, the Necrophos removed. We saw how effective that
10
was against
seconds
Fnatic, just
remaining.
completely cleaning them up. So, yeah, I don't think we're going to be seeing it this time around,
5
sadly.
seconds
I do
remaining.
agree with you, but yeah.
Maybe in a future tournament.
Well, now the
That's a
Faceless
sad.
Void has been taken out because Magnus and Faceless Void was the combo that TNC used last time they ran this in this best of 5. So we don't have to worry about that. There still is the Phantom Assassin that's around, but Morphling feels a little bit more favoured in that matchup. So, Boom, last time they did this, they went for the Tide Hunter. Do we still feel like that's just as strong here for FBZ? Is another one of those heroes that can really just
TNC
take hold of this
Predators
game?
turn.
Didn't feel that great. to tell you
I
the
don't know.
truth.
I disagree with you. I think he played perfectly fine on both of those. It was the Shadow Fiend that let them down in game number 3, and in game 1, it basically won them the game. So
Yeah,
I
that's true.
have nothing wrong with it. Hyde Tusk, we're seeing something a little bit new.
10
We might be seeing
seconds
some
remaining.
tri-lane action going on as well. If that's going to be the case, just leave FBZ off on
5
his own.
seconds
Make sure he
remaining.
has a decent lane with something relatively sustainable like a Tide, and then just try and get a few kills up against the core on TNC.
Yeah, I mean, I think right now, when you see that Abaddon Morphling, you really want to run that tri-lane because Abaddon doesn't need the levels so massively. Morphling needs the farm so desperately. And Tusk is probably one of the best. Like, I'd give him top 3, maybe top 5 if you're being really rude on best tri-laners, just because of that tag team.
Not even just for the tri-lane and just relative strength in the laning stage, but it really enables you to take Roche super quickly as well if you're in an advantageous stage. Plus the Abaddon on top of that, Roche is going to melt, and Morphling is probably one of the best users of that agent.
Yeah, especially into like that RP we're talking about. Maybe you don't get it off in time on that Aphotic Shield and the reverse on the team fight. Who cares? You've got the Aegis. You reset. They've used all their spells to take you down.
Give them the comfort. This is like TNC Draft 101 here. Either a KP or a March Venomancer. Either it's probably going to be an Armel Magnus, you would think. And then we've got the Mirana
5
coming
seconds
here
remaining.
Well, that's basically what you want going into a game 5, unless it's, you know, a complete horrible pick. You just want to go, all right, lads, this is the final game for the tournament. What do we want to do? Where do we want to put this? Who wants to play what? What's the hero that you guys want to be remembered for in this grand final? And Tim's Mirana is one of those ones that sticks out to me.
But yeah, that casual 94% win rate hero. I don't know. Do I want to be known by that?
Yeah, probably.
Like, it is a bit ridiculous that, despite the fact everyone registers how strong his Mirana is, it's not getting many respect bans. This entire tournament, I feel like it's only been banned about twice against them.
I really want to see the PA come out now from TNC. I feel like, A, it pairs together super well with the Magnus. It's not fantastic for Morph to morph into. I mean, the real value of PA is the coup de grace, and you're not taking that away from them, so... Yeah.
Or even the blur, and you can't really keep that either. It's not like that win run where you can switch it between two.
TNC Predators
really
turn
lose
to
the best
do
parts of PA.
Yeah.
But you can get E-bladed. That's the only thing I'm thinking of. If that Morphling commits to a really early shotgun build, you could potentially take him down.
FBZ Pango.
FBZ Pango.
Or Makoto Pango.
That's true. We've seen that before, especially against Magnus's mid, right?
10
One of those
seconds
heroes that
remaining.
can play quite well into that Magnus mid. So again, we talk about into these
5
drafts. It's all
seconds
about what
remaining.
do your players want to play, right?
10
You see there,
seconds
you're talking
remaining.
mid lane, you're talking your off lane, like, all right, lads, what do you feel like is the perfect pick for us here? And I think Pango just keeps them super open right now. Obviously, Dreamercell's going to be the guy who's playing the Morphling. Kezkid's probably going to be the guy who's playing Abaddon. Hyde's probably going to be the guy who plays Tusk. But you want to make sure that those last two picks are really flexible.
Yeah, especially with that final pick, you don't want to get completely counted on it. Like we talked about how trash the last pick usually feels, but having a flex pick at the 4
TNC
does
Predators
make quite
turn
decent, or at least viable in these strats. And it's going to feel pretty good with that. We talked about that Roshan time. You've now got a disarm to make it even quicker with the Pangolier.
I'm liking the draft so far from Boom. Slark, still a pretty good hero against all of this, though. And it's one of those ones that you feel okay
10
morphing
seconds
into it,
remaining.
but there are better ones out there. This Pango is just so good, especially where it
5
came out in the
seconds
draft
remaining.
as well. You know Venomancer's likely going to be a March hero. You know Mirana's going to be a Tim's hero. And so Grimstroke, not really viable anymore. Wyvern, not really viable anymore. You've got the Morphling. So what can you do against a Pango that's just rolling around and wrecking your face?
Radiant
Nothing.
team ban.
It's a very solid pick. Obviously, the big issue I usually have with Slark is his farming speed. Like, you don't want to be having to commit your entire mana pool, but now you've got this Empower plus that Dark Pack that's going to be incredibly fast. And he only has to commit one semi-farming item, whether it's a drums, a manta, or something like that.
Hey, Dan, I don't want to scare you.
10 seconds remaining.
Slark was looking pretty menacing there. He did. You should probably be careful about how much smack
5
you talk about.
seconds remaining.
Well, you know.
Sorry, that was my one bad joke for today, so I'm glad that I got that out before the end of the show.
Oh,
But lads, we're walking forward here towards
TNC
the final
Predators
phase
turn
bans.
to
Which
ban.
heroes are we thinking here that Boom need to get rid of for TNC? Probably a KP hero.
Yeah. There's just so
Void
many that he can play. Yeah, I was thinking Void Spirit initially, but you're super squishy. I think you run the risk of being run over.
Radiant team ban.
I honestly think they should try and force out the KP Magnus, to tell you the truth. So if they do like a nice Centaur plus Brew ban.
Centaur's ban.
Yeah, and then maybe Brew is the last one, that would be happy with me. But TNC, respecting the Bloodseeker, which has had a trash win
10
rate,
seconds
ASL 1-1.
remaining.
I think banning it against a Pango as well, I think is a little odd.
5 seconds
I
remaining.
mean, it's not even great against Slark either because you can just shit Shadow
TNC
Dance.
Predators
You can use that
turn to
Dark Pack
pick.
to remove the silence. It's not great against Magnus, even with that skewer. So it would have been, in my eyes, a terrible pick, and I've been the one campaigning to have it picked in every single game, no matter how bad it is.
But surprisingly for me, lads, my pick that I've been campaigning for is the Techies, and unfortunately, I don't think we're
10
gonna see
seconds
the Techies.
remaining.
Imagine that.
Game 5.
Imagine Game 5 of the Grand Finals, and then
5
Boom or
seconds
TNC is like,
remaining.
Techie's last pick, baby. Woo!
I'd be way happy.
And it's like an 80-minute game, and they pull it back.
I'm taking this headset off and walking out if that happens.
Yeah. We'll do a post-game interview with 2 people just because Danog's having a full-blown cry in the parking lot.
A panic attack, fetal position, rocking
like
back
rocking.
and forth.
Slacks has ruined us. We brought him down here once, and he's ruined us.
Yeah.
I mean, to tell you the truth, it wouldn't be the worst pick in the world for TNC. Like, it could be playable.
No. Yeah, get out.
No.
Disregarding all of that.
Like, you'd have to run the mid Mirana, which...
All right, lads, in all seriousness, what do we need here for TNC? They need a KP hero, right?
Not necessarily. It could be a KP hero. I think Alina is still okay here.
I like Lena into the Morphling because if you can walk around like that, maybe that Shadow Blade style build, you get that Shadow Blade, you walk around, you one-shot the Morphling, you don't really get jumped on as much.
I kind of
Radiant team pick.
I think Pain maybe as
They
well.
don't really have that much burst to get rid of a Death Prophet either, which I think would be pretty good for.
It's some sustain, it's some additional tower push, and it's a Void Spirit. Okay.
Yeah.
I just feel it's a little squishy for me.
The bigger issue is if they're going to commit everything on what most likely will
10
be the
seconds
KP,
remaining.
I feel like he's stronger of the 2 players. You're committing for an
5 seconds
committing a
remaining.
lot for an off lane while this Slark can run rampant in your back line. So that could be the play. Just make sure you commit everything on KP. If he dies, so what?
I think the best thing about this Void Spirit is they are flexible with it. RML and KP can switch the Magnus and the Void Spirit, so depending on what this final pick is here from Boom, there's not really like one that really, springs to mind for you when you see these 2 heroes. You're like, which one's really going to go mid? There's not really too many heroes that counter both of them, so you really have to be careful here if you're Boom Esports not to draft yourselves into a corner. I think they're going good right now. They do need a little bit more lockdown, I feel like.
They've got scrappy lockdown right now. Like they've got the tough snowball, they've got the tag team, the punch, the Pango roll is
I speak
You may now select
I'll call
your
it scrappy
heroes.
lockdown. Like, it can be used, it's just not great.
Ember Spirit's really cool, but Nature's Prophet. I want to see how they're laning this. That's going to heavily decide what I'm thinking.
Okay,
Makoto Pango. I really like that.
FPZ, I mean, FPZ's Nature's Prophet last time, he didn't play the hero badly. I just felt like it was a terrible game for the Nature's Prophet. And I'm feeling the same way for this one. It doesn't look like it's going to be a great Furion game.
He has a half-decent lane against the Slark and the Venomancer. As we said, it is a March Venomancer, so TNC, they're going to go with that position 5 Veno. But lads, for the final time here at ESL 1, Tyler...
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Wow! Wow!
Yo, this guy has no chill, man.
What did you expect?
Beast bomb.
All comes down to this, ladies and gentlemen. One match, and oftentimes in these intra-regional competitions, you have that one monkey you just can't get off your back, that one itch that you can't scratch, that one problem that keeps coming back to you time and again. And for Boom, it's been TNC. They have not beaten them in 5 months. Is today the day, Trent? Are they going to do it?
That is the question. A best of 5. Can you do it in the toughest of series, where you truly must outwit and outplay your opponent, both in the draft and in the game? That's what we're here to find out. Have they done it here? We have a C classic of the Magnus and the Slut. Whenever I see this duo, I think of Faceless and how they dominated the region for quite a while on that team with that combination. And nice to see it making a return. But now the Morphlings also shifted hands to Dreamcell here as we get into the game.
Absolutely. Time is nigh as we are ready to roll into this one. Should mention, too, that the last time they beat it was also a Hide Tusk that sort of led them to victory. Boom. There you go. That's what they call it. But TNC also, as you mentioned, looking good. Slarkamad going to be really strong going into the late game. You had kind of had some ideas that maybe Boom would take a Chen as the last pick overall. They instead decided to go for the FBZ Prophet. Do you like the pick?
Wow.
Yeah, I think what I liked was that they ended up with just a lot of different options at the end. They kind of got to feel out what TNC were doing. Like maybe if they felt like they could get one of these Chen pushes again, like we saw earlier in the tournament, they could just run this game down. I kind of thought they might try to use it because I see the Tusks. I'm always thinking about that Chen combo that we used to see. But yeah, they just saw like the Prophet being available, and because they could even like flex this Pango to be off lane, could have picked a mid from Makoto, but assuming that it was going to be a melee matchup, either the Meg or the Void Spirit, they do give it to Makoto, and he will indeed be facing off versus Carmel in the mid lane. So Makoto once again has been given the reins of the game, and he came through last match with the Drow being down in the laning stage. There's a lot of pressure on Makoto for the first couple fights to make the plays. And he succeeded. And now he's the one who's going to be initiating alongside his Nature's Prophet and Tusk across the map, while the Morph and the Ava tend to play a little bit more passive to begin.
And that's going to be the big deciding factor that I feel like we so often see is, can space be made by those other 4 heroes in the early goings of it? Slark, not necessarily incapable of showing up for the fights on the side of TNC, but much less likely to as well. So both him and Gabby will most likely, both him and Dreamcell rather, will most likely be heading out trying to get that farm on wall, see their engagements are happening. And I'm curious to see if they like try and make some early moves with FBZ, try and just shut this game out early, get some towers, find themselves kills, constrict the farm that TNC is able to get on the map.
I will say I feel pretty confident about TNC's lineup though. I really like their heroes. I think they have a little bit easier path to like aggression in the early game. And that's why I think there's a lot of pressure on Makoto too, because the way and the times which he chooses to use Rolling Thunder, I think are going to dictate a lot of these early game fights, because that's one thing that can just do a ridiculous amount of work versus these heroes, right? Maybe that chain stun is exactly what you need to bring down KP or Tim before they can get away. But without that Rolling Thunder chain stun, they don't really have a lot of lockdown before the FBZ Orchid.
Right. And that is going to be the other big timing that they look for there. And we'll see what Makoto is able to do. I mean, as you kind of mentioned, I think earlier as well, like Carmel's not likely to make moves on this mag. So he's probably just going to be sitting in this lane or stacking up jungle or taking out camps or whatever. And then Makoto going to be the one that has to roll around and get some stuff done. As we said, March going to try and go for a little bit of a disruption, make sure there's no pull potential. Trying to get
really good at this.
Oh, and he got one of the range groups. Wow.
Yeah. Amazing.
Dreamus was very excited.
March has done a really good job of just like timing that constantly. In that case, it doesn't work, but he's always there and ready to try and interrupt that pull and at least make it so it's not the full wave. Unfortunately, as a Venomancer, he can't just like grab the range cube and run it back to the wave, and Hyde even gets the deny. Very well done by him. So he wins this battle versus March, that's for sure.
Definitely. Those early engagements, all those little things, they make a difference as the game goes later. And see down bottom, Tim's forcing back Kezcute and Dreamcell. This is always another interesting little dynamic, right? Morphling, very good at last hitting, but through those first couple of waves, having that falling blade, it should be able to have a pretty good time on KP. And he's got 4 denies now and only 8 last hits for poor old Morph.
Yeah, and it was one thing to flare the Morph at 1 HP behind tower when he's regenning, but can Tim's hit an arrow? That would be the true test.
I like it.
I really hope not. That seems impossible. So let's assume Dream of Cell will be just fine.
True. Haven't talked much about, as they get the pullback from the Dream of Cell, the mid matchup, but it is always tough going up against the Magnus when he has that like early empower just to keep farming up, as Tim's is going to make the rotation over and get a stack off on the Ancients. Get the bottle. Moving in, arrow afterwards. Oh, dude, the pull in with the shockwave.
I actually turned away from my monitor when that hit. That was so gross.
Dude.
That actually physically made me cringe how good that play was. That was like, oh god, I feel so bad with that Pango.
Yo.
Oh, because I was wondering, like, why is he walking that rune? I'm sure he was thinking the same thing. He's like, oh, this is free. Like, I'm gonna be able to, like, I'm gonna have so much time to right-click RML. Like, he's on here way too early. This is so good for me. And then you just get arrowed.
Well, and not only just getting arrowed, but shockwave to pull him into the arrow. Like what the hell? That was really
too good.
March in trouble though, and Hyde will be able to get the return kill. That timing too, because you always were talking about like the 4-minute rotation for runes. Tim stacks the Ancient and sets up for a kill for Armel. Dude, Tim's and Armel, the dynamic duo.
That is the value play. The fact that the Ancients are stacked too. But Kesky will fire back. He's going to get in there and get this rune. Potentially 3 here by the looks of it. FPG's even thinking about TPing right to the rune. But I think, okay, yeah, he's going to fish out with it. I will instead go for it.
Get out of there, buddy. Well, so far, pretty tight play there mid, but back at it for Pango, farming away. Should be perfectly fine now. Let's get that level 6 in here. They pull in and the disarm comes out, and he's going to get a few denies along the way as well. Perfectly fine.
Wow!
I could try a play here if they push this lane in with the level 6, but then there's always the skewer too, so it's hard to like control with the ice shard. Speaking of the skewer, it takes a brain to the tower. It goes to the RP with the tower damage as well.
Oh, trying to bring him down, Makoto! Dead again. I don't know, man. This is a tough one.
Yeah, and he's the one who's in charge here.
This guy has no
Their
chill,
team.
Wow!
Middle
But 2 kills. Yeah, no chills is Makoto.
All right. Well, we'll see how it on.
Yeah. Keeping it breezy.
Easy breezy.
Radiant's courier has been
ED for Mac. Courier pipe. That is the orbit mass.
That's all you're saying. I mean, it's not too bad in this lane, but he could free full HP all the time with that, and Tim's instantly airs incredible, even though it was definitely fine the full way coming. KB's like,
don't worry. Pull it back in again. Bunch of heroes rotating top. Tim's and Marcher there, and they're forcing back the Nature's Prophet. Yeah, this is going to be interesting. I want to see if they do try and rotate early on with FBZ to sort of take one of those towers. Or I guess he would probably just bring Makoto to his lane. I'm not even sure. Because it doesn't feel super easy to kill Gabby either. He's got level 6 now. Where do you kill?
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Good question. Doesn't really feel you can, huh?
No.
And Hyde, he might be the one getting killed.
Oh.
I guess the one dodge. Nice. And not chase. March just went right back up top.
Vision. All right. So the movement in towards mid from Hyde now. Does have shards up again soon, but how much damage Armel spams out there? Disgusting.
The other thing is they're still really weak on damage before the kid.
Right.
Like, let's say that he starts the Pango roll and then they stun him once, throw the shard at the same time, just like combo stun him the whole time through or whatever for the shard duration. It won't even matter. Like, still won't die.
Yeah.
Unless they can chain silence him with the lucky shot.
So in the meantime, moving over for they're rolling. This one's going to spawn up top. Still able to get it. Oh, for the kill. And get cute. He's just dead.
I don't get that many opportunities for kills of the RP early on, especially after you're out of like that 1v1 instant level 6 laning stage. So he just takes it. He says, look, I'm going to be farming. I'm busy.
Top tower is under attack.
And
Dire's
with that,
are fortified.
backing up, rather just trying to farm up these ancients a little bit for Armel. We'll see if he does decide to go for it or not. But yeah, he's just going to go back and farm them up. Fine and dandy. Boom, in the meantime, do rotate top, and they're going to try and take this tower, as it does not appear like TNC are going to try and mount a defense.
Yeah, they're just trying to build some Echo Sabers right now. So this is what they do. They don't kill people. They kill some towers.
Oh, that arrow almost caught. Turned south. Feeling very good. He was able to TP out of there. Yeah, and Mag, God, he is so freaking farmed right now. After finishing off that ancient stack, he's 1,400 gold ahead of the next highest, and he's about to farm up some more ancients in him.
Echo's done in like 100 gold.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
What? You have a 10-minute Fred's Bracer Echo?
He is super duper farmed. Broom handle along with the jelly. But Makoto, I don't know, man. I feel like the early start that they're getting right now from TNC is just really, really strong. And
928 he bought it, dude. 928.
Yeah.
What? Radiant's bottom tower.
Armel hits and plays this game. And then of course the help from Tim's simultaneously setting up kills for him, and then also making sure he's stacking ancients. And that also is setting up Mirana to have a good game as well. 3 minutes faster than average. That'll do it.
That's nuts for a first item.
Yeah, definitely.
That's gross. Indecent.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
He can just cut up this wave again, wait for somebody to move into position.
You want someone to do this, bro. I'm hating there.
He's just gonna kill him without even using the RP. Nobody can come here with the haste run. They're gonna get the tower.
Yeah.
You can't contest that.
It's a lot better than just that little dinky push to that top, huh?
Dude, there's no way you can contest this. Well, movement. He's hunting, trying to find it. Kills off Momano. The Nature's Prophet was able to get out of there. Are they really going to try and fight this? No, he still has RP available just outside of range and pulls him in. And comes for the kill. Dreamocell will die. I mean, now without RP, we might be able to contest. TNC backs out immediately afterwards. Damn, dude. He's almost got. He's 1,000 gold from Blink.
The lack of detection killing them there, huh?
Yeah.
No sentries down that whole area. This is one of the most farm mags I have ever seen. This is like a pub level Magnus.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Pushing out that bottom lane very quickly, and every move he makes now. Just gonna keep it going. Now, this could just be one of those things too. Where they're thinking about going on him.
Yeah, KV's pinging.
Yeah. The bait, all of the elaborate bait. Kescute's nearby, but no, doesn't look like it.
He walks over and he's like, "Oh my goodness, there's heroes up there, friend."
Back away! Don't be here anymore. Armel is a monster. It's a 3,000 gold lead. I was gonna say though, this could be one of those things where when one hero is so ridiculous from themselves, it just turns into a pinata of gold. So they have to play it safe on TNC still, I think.
If he like screws up a Blink, yeah, it just goes like way too aggressive or something. And have the Rolling Thunder through. I think that's mostly defense. Just trying to get out of that situation versus the Void Spirit and the Mirana.
Oh, at least right now, it does not feel like they're getting a lot done on this map.
Dire structures are fortified.
Again, I don't know how super necessary that is. It feels like it's pretty necessary, but it's going to be said for well, Wallace Punch.
Radiant's middle
top of Abby's is there, but the wraparound is coming. Makoto tries to get the jump away. Astral Step Chase, arrow off the mark. NC playing so fast, and KP under control. KP is gonna go down, and now maybe they've overextended. Boom, taking advantage of this moment. Armel, how far forward is he? Can he survive there? Trying to control Gabby, bring him down, but the Shadow Dance is gonna get him out. Let's see. They do bleed. TNC end up losing 2.
That was really awkward. I mean, they took the tower, but taking that before the Yules on KP makes it a little bit difficult.
Yeah.
And you saw that Gabby was holding the pounce the entire time. I'm not sure if he had the sentry in his inventory or something too, because like I think he was just scared of the sprout. But there were several opportunities he could have like pounced the top or something, kind of outside of the fight, but didn't want to go for it.
Oh, it's Gabby. The rollback though, maybe a chance. Damage, dead. KP trying to pull it, disrupt it, but Gabby overextending and they punish again. Kill mark. 2 dead. Boom. Not willing to go down without a fight. Silverback is going to be there on Kez, but he still has his ulti. You're not killing this guy that easy.
Can't see.
Dire's middle tower.
They're all as farmed as ML or something. Okay, well, that was a little bit strange all in all. You know, testing the waters there, seeing how it feels. Man, our Mel's farmed.
Are scanning.
Yeah, every time I look at him, he just has more gold. he's in almost 900 gold again. He just bought a blink.
Yeah, this dude's crazy.
He doesn't know what he wants about. It's like, wow, it's 14 and a half minutes in. I'm rich as hell.
Level 2 RP. Cell is up on the high ground. And they just get him.
What? That was like back right.
That was really well played. And high snowball. Afterwards, they saw him with this ward up there, but they're going to get to. So they saw him walk to that camp, but I don't think they actually had vision of him when they did that play. But they knew he was going to be there. Really well done.
That I just don't even. That was crazy. That's an unbelievable RP. I mean, he didn't cancel that with how far away the morph was. I was getting worried.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
I would have been picking that and be like, nope, too far.
And I mean,
confident.
Right now, you look at the 2 cores: 0-2-0 for Germocell, 1-2-2 for Makoto. At least the ones that are supposed to be carrying this game. And at some point, I mean, I guess that this is just the strength of like that early stacking and stuff. But I don't know when it changes exactly.
Well, unfortunately, they didn't really get their good moments with the Orchid either. I mean, that's not true. They did get like a couple kills in the mid lane, but they're so tanky on, especially Armel, who's like the big breadwinner right now. That he's really hard to target at FBC. Now, Gabby, that would be a nice one.
I think they saw him.
Just Dark Pack.
I thought they saw him, but I guess not. Snowball in, still silence, under control. They just kill him. So they did not see him. I thought with the night vision they would have. But this would be a good one.
Dire's bottom tower. Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
All right.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Well, they're trying for another big kill here. As
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Head the ward. So he actually saw Nigma cell there.
With the team, I guess, so far away, they weren't willing to go for it.
And what was really good there is that means they're not going to recheck that sentry.
Right. Yeah, that's true.
He didn't like just try and go for that. Like throwing some ice shards. Oh wait. Oh no, that was March. March painted. Oh no, there's the career.
Yeah, they checked.
Oh no,
they didn't see.
See,
it was delivering things. It wasn't checking.
It just happened to fly exactly over it.
And they find KP though, and a quick old jump in. OP pulls back on it too, and that's gonna be a dead Makoto and High likely to fall as well. Takedown is there. There's a couple more punches. Oh wait, what? Excuse me? But can't get out.
Courier. Back over. Still able to get out before the pounce mid.
And yeah, again, the story of the game continues to be Magnus, who almost has a BKB at 17 minutes. Dude, what the fuck? Like, honestly, what is happening?
It's dumb. He has it. He has Blink Echo BKB at 17.5 minutes. Oh, like a PA.
How is this happening?
A lot of hitting bursts and
killing people.
Kills. Yeah.
What?
He's on top of the kills and the last hits. Doing it all. Armel's finished. He's done.
Pack it in, everybody.
Meanwhile,
Gabby goes down again. little unfortunate there, as the slug has been cut out a couple of times.
Yeah, he was under the radiant vision. He got orchided. I just didn't too.
Gotcha. So they're still keeping it somewhat close amongst Boom.
Yeah. I saw him dart back under the ward. That's what happened.
Got it.
Just TP and kill him.
Yeah. Well, as you're saying, 2,000 gold lead at this point. And that is going to be a pretty nice pickup there as well. The Pupil's Gift is always really fancy. Kodo has Diffusal Blade on, and looks like he's going to be going back for that halberd again, as you mentioned. So he at least is going to be able to like help later on. And I will say that, you know, at least Magnus has been nerfed where the
seriously,
the Empower no longer does like the full double damage or whatever it was.
Still though.
Yeah. He's hitting very hard.
It is 20 minutes in, so now we do start to think about discussions of Roche and how that's going to impact this game. They still don't have their big hitter, Dream Cell, but that can shift with the E-Blade. Even if he is a little bit behind gold-wise, maybe he'll just find that one big blow-up. Moving on to something as simple as March, so that he can't get the ulti off to help him during the team fight to basically make it a 5-4. Well, Caramel, though, he is not going to get blown up.
No. He's got almost 3,000 HP. And
at 20 minutes.
Yeah.
Radiant's top
really don't know how you deal with
attack.
this guy. Like, Morphling, I feel like the damage caps out so early, at least with this like E-Blade and stuff. They need like Ags on a Kodo and like Elstrom or I don't even know, just something. They need something.
They need 5 heroes hitting him.
Yeah.
An Orchid. That's pretty much the answer. I hope he doesn't BKB.
Killing everybody else first, I guess, as well. Meanwhile, Gabby gonna get disarmed, backs away again. FBZ pushes out this top wave. And I think that was the E-Blade done or Morph. So Dreamcell can kind of fight these other heroes at least. They are going to back out and head on into the pit.
And they do have some tools. They have the tag team, which we haven't really gotten to see too much of because it hasn't like that much brawling and everything. But that is one part where, you know, Magnus, maybe he's just in the middle of a tag team. Maybe they just get shredded by all that bonus damage. March guards the Rochick.
Dropping down those wards. Now has the Blink Dagger available if they want to use it, and gotta be very careful on Boom. And just like that, FBZ is dead. Okay.
Very careful.
that was very careful. Boom have to be, well, I'm gonna say very careful again, but they gotta run. Jeez.
Radiant's courier.
I wonder they can just back out and go get Roche again now. TNC looking so solid in this game.
I almost feel like they have to finish this.
Yeah.
And they have 5 TP, but they probably think they're not going to get there in time because they could have just been pushing the entire time.
No, they're
even though they're backing it now. Oh, okay. Oh, but look at this interruption by KP.
Oh my god, and the Distemplate run away. Eul Scepter afterwards. Can they put it down? They do get the Walrus Punch and the beatdown, so he falls. Aegis now on to Gabby as TNC trying to run down the lane, but a haste rune, and I think Boom get out with this now.
Yeah, and I really like the decision to put it on the Gabby. I mean, it's the obvious one because he's like the guy who's like really aggressive, but just the fact that he's poorer too, I think helps a lot because, as we've pointed out several times, I don't think they can kill Carmel the first time anyway.
No.
Unless everyone else is dead, and thus give the Aegis tips. What else?
Absolutely. Gabby is going to have Scotty done pretty soon here as well.
That is the morph killer too.
Right.
That's where this game gets really difficult, and potentially getting the Aghanims, which is also very good versus the Pango and the Tusk and the Morphling. That leash is insane value.
Yeah. Top side, trying to get him, but Shadow Blade away. And they will be fine to get out of there as well. I mean, you just have to dodge at this point if you're Boom. Like, there's way too much.
Yeah, unfortunately, they have two supports that aren't very good at wave clear.
Right. Yeah, the Abba and the Tusk were really lacking in this instance. Maybe once Hyde gets more points in Snowball.
I mean, he can also at least like defend towers. He can like throw out the ice shards, pull the wave off, and also gives you a little bit of a defensive buffer.
Yeah. Doesn't help as much when they're going high ground, but at least for now, it's something. And Makoto, is he gonna get caught here? Gabby not opting to go onto him. So Makoto kills the wave. It's going to stick around that bottom side of the map. And TNC, it looks like they just want to play the sort of surround game. It is against the Nature's Prophet, so he at least is going to be able to head up on the other side of the map and farm away. But they're able to keep the rest of them kind of stuck in one particular spot.
Yeah, and he's got Treants up top pushing in while he's on the opposite side getting some wards down. Looking for couriers, farming the jungle. Oh, there's the Venom courier.
Dire's courier has been killed.
And gets one. Does he get two?
Has been killed.
Hello. Yep, gets two. And TP's out. Perfectly fine for FTZ. There is a big soak up now. And Moonlight Shadow afterwards. They're going to be underneath a ward as it breaks. Kezcute turns back around, and that is not the kill that they wanted. 4-step away, trying to live. Kezcute still going to end up getting that ulti pop. Armel pulls him back in. TNC going to bring him back down. So godlike Armel here. 25 minutes with almost an AC done on top of everything else. You can see Boom just don't feel like they want to fight at all. And you can't blame them.
Yeah, I mean, right now, if you're TNC, you want to play this really clean. They still don't have a huge lead because the Morph and the Pango are quite a bit ahead of KP, so that's shortening the path despite what Armel has. Up top, they will get FTZ though.
Root is there. They got him caught and dead. So those little kills to me feel like it's somewhat acceptable as long as your other cores are farming, which they are.
As long as the waves elsewhere are pushed. But look what they're doing with Armel. Oh, that was a bit of a risky one. I mean, I guess he has the... Until Basher on Pango, they still can't deal. Oh, yeah, Walrus Punch and Blink, so...
Yeah.
Something.
This Hyde gotten so much money?
Radiant's
it's not like a ton, but...
under attack.
I don't know, he's just been performing some alchemy the past couple games.
He's got Philosopher's Stone.
Well, I mean, that's still relatively new, though.
Yeah. He's still pretty sure. Pull back onto Makoto. Takes it off. A Faltic ship runaway. Makoto does have the ult. He wants to use it. Evilly off to the side. Able to catch onto one. Kezcute still living through this. Snowball off to the side. They kill off KP as well.
What a save.
Unbelievable.
He got the Rolling Thunder off.
Comes back the other way. The control is there as they're going to bring down Hyde eventually, but Hyde did his job. Now, which comes back into the Void Spirit, gets the taunt to pull him back in. If they can find the shield, but the stun is there. On to FBZ, they bring it down. Remo's down. Aaron, the team here, is alive. Makoto's trying to bring down Tim's afterwards. Switching into this Void Spirit has been an absolute win. As they bring down another, Makoto will end up dying, and Dreamless Cell now low on mana. Looks like they will be able to track him down most likely as Gabby is on top of it. He does have a TP back available, but they're right on top of him. And tries to juke, tries to run away, spots him again. Oh, hey guys, please leave me alone. Please leave me alone. Tries to turn it fight, but yeah, he's just dead.
All right, well, he did get a 10x kill streak, so I'll be very curious to see how this shakes down in the breakdown. So he got 1,000 gold total, even with his death cost on the Morphling. But you know what?
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
Looking pretty good, but that snowball save at the end.
The snowball
is under attack.
Very nice
Very
stuff.
impressive.
Unfortunately, not enough in the end to take the full team fight, but at least they showed that Armel can in fact bleed.
Yes. Very important, and slowing down his farm. I guess the other thing to sort of be concerned about is I don't know if he had the AC in that last engagement or not, but he definitely has it now. Still though, damage came in from magical side once the BKB had worn off. And catching Gabby down on the bottom. The snowball's there. Gets the ulti off, but he's going to get rolled up on. The chase is there. KP moving into position, trying to find an opening. Ramel able to catch. He has the RP if they want to use it. Gabby dropping low air, able to get out just barely. Gabby escapes. The rest of Boom is kind of all spread out now. They're in a weird position. Hyde is getting run down, although they're trying to control now onto Armel. Good BKB. Oh, and he's still holding that RP. The chase in, look for an RP is gonna land. Brings down Dreamwell. Dude, he held that for so long. Makoto gonna be caught. Armel comes in, cleans up afterwards, and gonna end FBZ.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
Damn,
attack.
TNC.
Dire's
Killing
top
it.
tower is under attack.
Oh, buddy. I mean, they're going to fight it out to the end, but this is going to be a hefty blow. They're still tier 2s. This won't be the end of the game unless they really want to give it up.
And, well, Snowball afterwards. Gotta be careful. He's gonna be able to get the blink out. Yeah, as
Radiant's
he
bottom tower
mentions.
is falling.
Blink's falling.
Radiant's bottom
Yeah, so
tower
I get the one lane
is
and probably refresh back for the Roche. I don't think it's worth going here right now with the E-Blade back up, at least not for tier 4s and everything. Should just be the bailout. But TNC take a commanding lead in game number 5 after what looked like a glimpse of hope there for Boom. And they're even going to try and secure it now with the Remnant True Sight as well. So try and get their own vision locked down. Make sure there's no good gang opportunities for Boom here.
Now, Boom. They do spot KP here. Have Blink available with the Walrus Punch afterwards. And March, trying to chase, can't quite get them. Arrow will go out. The mark.
Well, Makoto walked back into it.
Yeah, that happens.
Instant poke.
What do they find?
Not Roche.
No.
Poke heads in, but 1 second until that's possible.
I mean, they have to take advantage of this. RP is on cooldown. They need to make some type of a move, and they have to roll in, but it's too hard. I mean, that's the problem now too. Is they have Ags on Slark. Like,
all right, they just scanned and the entirety of it was red, but yeah. Then the arrow checks, so they know they're around. Yeah, the Ags is a brilliant choice. I really like it. Hope, I used to, the idea he might get punished without having the BKB, but I just think that leech is so valuable this game.
Yeah, Makoto, he's gonna roll away here as well. And they do have RP available as Makoto still sticking around. I mean, Boom, they can't keep chill here. They gotta run. And they're just gonna get destroyed. Gabby got Kescute already. Looking for the leash, one down. Oh, and Snowball up to the high ground, but in trouble. Armel gonna get that RP off the jump in from Gabby, steer him away. Armel's like, these are my kills. Leave me alone. Gabby, get your own. They take down 3 again.
The seeds of fortune.
Man, what an individual performance by Armel. I mean, yes, carried in terms of early game, like the stacks stuff very much by the team, but I haven't seen anyone else do this in a game with Mag this patch.
No, absolutely.
To the level that he has handled it here. And, like, consistently good ultis and great stewardship.
Right, and putting on too, not taking the first one that comes by as the leash comes up now. Does have Skewer Manta as well. Tries to pull in the Clark, but Gabby is fine. I got my Scotty, man. Chase down comes, tries to jump away. The is going to be there yet again with the silence, with the kill, Snowball and Goofy. Trying to do something out of nothing, but it is not going to be there. FBZ also in trouble, is pouncing into the fountain. All 5 dead. And with that, TNC taking a demonstrative lead this game number 5.
Oh, that's an allied good game.
A little bit of one. And they're just hitting the tier 4s. Gatsby's like, I'm done with this. Get me out of this one. It's over. Pull in, trying to roll, but they don't have the damage. They don't have nearly enough damage. And with this, I think they're going to take TNC just completely dominant. They're going to use the glyph. GG is going to be all aggressively. There it is, coming in from the side of them. GG is the call. TNC, ladies and gentlemen, are your grand champion.
You gotta feel for Boom, man. They've been trying so hard to beat him, but there's a reason TNC are on top, consistency.
5 seconds
what he helps him come up with.
Yeah, there's this one quote that I brought up earlier in the tournament. When it was originally said, it was said as an insult, but I find it as something that's like really important to think about anytime you have a team sport. The quote is, some people play the piano, some people move the piano. I know you know the quote. It's like a very random basketball quote, and it was like one of the most obnoxious things that the human being could have said at the time, right? But it's one of these things where you kind of have to look at like, what's the goal, right? If you're gonna play a concert, somebody needs to get the piano in place, set up everything, and then somebody sits down and plays the piano. They may make it look interesting, and it's great when they're playing the piano, but you have to think, okay, what actually led to the goal? And all of these top teams, and we said it when we were watching Define, we said it when we were watching all these other matches, they weren't able to figure out those win conditions the same way.
Yeah, and honestly, yesterday we saw Alliance move the piano, and then Miracle sat down to play, because that really would not have been the same had they not made certain decisions. But we won't need to get into
let's talk about the decisions that they are actually going to make. The draft is already started. Let's see how this first game is going to go in our series.
Radiant team pick.
The next label play. The next label play.
Ten seconds remaining.
We're getting started quickly here. I hope you're all ready. This is what we've all been waiting for. It's these three teams. We saw it coming. Secret, Nigma, OG. And what better way to start off the day than with a TI rematch, right? I mean, this is a banner event. I couldn't have asked for a better panel to join me for it, Lizard and Fogged. Gentlemen, we already have some expectations for how this matchup is going to go. These teams have faced each other in this tournament very recently, and it did not look pretty. What has been learned since that last matchup, Fogged?
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
OG's turn to pick.
Right there.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
And they also get the Phoenix too, so GH, he's played Phoenix and Rubik in majority of their games. He did have that one Elder Titan game, but yeah, they're already drafting around their very comfortable kind of style, and it works really well with Viper too.
That's how they opened up. They open up with Rubik, with Phoenix, or with... There's one more hero, Venge. That's like the three heroes that they open up with. And Phoenix on Team Nigma works in a little bit of a different way because of that Yule's Meteor Hammer build that he goes for all the time, and I love it. Like, that build is so sick. It just creates... Like, usually when you think about Phoenix, it's your Veil Shivas, right? Maybe a Nern Vessel, but he just makes it work differently because you can pressure the towers as well.
I swear I see him land the most three-man Meteor Hammer somehow as these Phoenix.
What do you think about the difference between that build, the Yule's Meteor Hammer, versus the Halberd Rush, which is what I believe we saw in the Secret OG series yesterday? It's strengths and weaknesses, obviously, seeing as how there's a Magnus on the side of OG, it's probably going to be some big one-position core that they're going to be buffing up. would a disarm be more valuable, or is the control more valuable?
The things I did notice actually was the meteor hammer. It has that, you know, we can call it like that meme potential. It has this cool kind of like dive plays that you can do, but it also just gives you good mana regen. It gives you a good amount of mana to be able to play. Because I actually was watching Yapsor, I think in 2 or 3 separate fights, because he went for this halberd build, he would dive in, use all his spells, and then not have mana for egg. So I think this enables you to be able to always have that mana, always be able to fight, and just keep your impact on the map.
Coming from a Phoenix, like spammer, let's say, put it that way, the moment they nerfed the fire spirits 2 times in a row when it comes to mana, you just have to itemize differently. You need an old talisman at least, or a magic wand, or something that's going to allow you to constantly have mana in team fights. But that halberd, like you mentioned, could be very, very good versus some of these heroes that are buffed up by Magnus, but so is Yule's. Yule's works just as well against that. And it's not affected by stats resistance.
Yep.
I'm mainly happy to see Weehaw on, like you said, a lane winner right off the bat, because it feels like more often than not, Weehaw's been in recovery mode for a lot of these Nigma matches. And as great as that looks for Miracle, because he's taking space and just taking a lot of abuse, it would be a welcome change of pace, especially versus a team like OG, to actually have an early and mid-game relevance.
Absolutely, and I see that, you know, that we didn't really talk too much about all these bans, but looking at the opening bans, right, you see that Void Spirit Invoker, like Thompson's specialty. Even though he's been definitely suffered a bit on the Invokers, his if you looked at his KDA yesterday, it was, you know, he actually was like 11, 26, and like 14 or something. It was pretty underwhelming, but because he's playing this like supporting kind of style Invoker, they don't want to deal with it when there's a Magnus on the other side too, so...
You did mention that they like to win lanes with Wii, right? But the problem that I do see here already is that Wind Ranger does extremely versus Viper in the lane.
Yep.
That's historically a really good matchup. Now the question is, will they put Dobson on that Wind Ranger? Because this, most of the time, is a Saxa hero. And if you have Saxa Wind Ranger plus offlane Magnus, that's really, really strong.
Okay, so they go the Shaker here. So that's a great way to always stop Sunray. I feel like a lot of the times I've been seeing these Phoenixes just sitting in the back, getting the Sunray off. Also helps out your lanes a lot, because you can just, you know, block. You can make easy rotations too. If it is a Wind Ranger mid, you know, versus a Viper, the matchup is already kind of decent. Have a Fissure thrown in, you can change the tides of it.
It still can be a position 5 Magnus, remember, because when you're looking at Shaker plus Magnus, I don't feel like that's the strongest offlane combo. When I look at Magnus plus Wind Ranger, that's pretty sick. You can empower her, she can hit targets, she can wind run and just continuously harass. Shaker, he affects the lane in different ways. He's not really your harasser. Because of that, this lineup of OG is really strong, as it's very ambiguous in a way that Team Nigma can't predict completely where each one of these heroes is going to go.
Rubik's still in availability, but wow, actually Nigma going with a Disruptor. Now that's a throwback. Haven't seen this hero at all.
Yeah, look at Seb. Even Seb's reaction. He's like, whoa, like his eyebrows going. He's like, oh, okay.
Interesting.
Besides Storm Spirit, Disruptor has a very low win rate in this tournament as well.
Yeah. So give me some justifications here. What are we looking at? Because I know maxing out the nuke kind of has some lane winning potential if that's what they're looking for. Obviously, Glimpse is the be-all, end-all. And if he manages to get a lot of farm, obviously the mute on the Aghanim Static Storm is great, but still, what is this hero offering in a Phoenix and Viper opening here?
Catch is what I'm looking at. Catch, and if they're expecting this Wind Ranger to be core, it just ruined. You're screwed. Right? You're relying so much on your Wind Run. You Wind Run away, you're going to get glimpsed into it. You're just completely shut down. So I think that's...
Because of that, it's pretty solid. You also have that kinetic field plus your ulti to follow up after Magnus RPs. If he RPs, you can use that everything there, so they can't follow up exactly in a way. But overall, the one thing that Team Nigma is missing heavily right now are stuns. Like, they do have some control. Maybe an Atos will be necessary on this Viper. I'm not sure if that's what he likes to build, but it's a possibility. You do have catch with that Glimpse, but you don't have any reliable stuns.
Yeah, that's why I feel that part of the reason why Disruptor fell off is because Kunkuk just kind of did his job, but better in a lot of circumstances. But now that you already have the Viper confirmed as the mid laner, and the Terror Blade for Miracle, you can't really go for a core like that, so you have to find a support with Catch instead.
Yeah, I think this last pick for Nigma is, I think it's very likely to be Beastmaster or Sanking. It's either they want some hard stun that comes from the Sanking, or they want some BKB piercing disable, perhaps.
It's a really good call, because those are the two heroes that they really like as well. They play a lot of Sand King. Usually they combo it with Phoenix or with Phoenix Arc Warden. Here they don't have the arc, but it still fits the job. It doesn't matter really. Are you seeing the same thing? Is this now most likely a position 5 Magnus, right? And then you have Shaker, Nature's Prophet offlane, Wind Ranger mid.
Yeah, that's what it looks like right now, at least.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, still an immense amount of flexibility left for OG, which is definitely what they showed in their secret draft, whereas versus Nigma, it seems pretty straightforward as they ban out the Beastmaster.
They're going to ban out.
I just want to say this, it looks very straightforward, but there's a real method to the way they're picking these heroes and what they're banning out. Fourth pick Terrorblade, then they ban out the Drow and the Troll. Now what remains for OG? Perhaps a Sven that's really good with this Magnus, right? But do you really want to play it into the Viper and Phoenix and Terrorblade? You don't, right? And they're putting you in this rough spot when it comes to last picking a hero. Arc is still in the pool, right?
Not necessarily an empower pairing, though. I feel like whenever they're going for the...
I'm not saying it is, but it's Incredible versus Viper versus Phoenix versus Terrorblade.
I think it had to be Sanking or Beastmaster for that last pick, like we were mentioning, but Beastmaster was banned. Sanking fits everything. It also works well with their draft. It gives them an actual stun to deal with these heroes. I like that last pick there.
And OG banning out the Slardar, I guess they're worried about that damage.
Yeah, it's pretty good versus SK, but do you really want to play it into TB and into the Viper?
Radiant team pick.
A bit problematic.
How's the PA that they went for last time? I know it's banned actually.
It's banned, and you, even if it's not, you're playing it into a Viper, which can be a bit problematic.
Not a lot of options. They're mostly all the big ones are banned out. The Jug, the PA, that Troll.
Void.
So it's like AM and they are going to do the Sven. There's a lot of control for him to deal with, but
like the way Nigma is drafting and the way they're banning.
OG's turn to pick.
Sven is extremely strong, but you are playing into Viper, into Terrorblade.
Yeah, it's interesting you mentioned that because, I mean, despite the amount of flex potential that OG had, it seems like Nigma kind of railroaded them into picking what you mentioned, like a Sven, Anti-Mage, some melee pairing for this Empower, and now, wow, very, very even odds here, 1.78 OG to 1.98 Nigma, and overall pretty even drafts as well, right, Fogged?
Yeah, definitely. I see the Jug, the PA, OG probably looking to set a pace here with like the Nature's Prophet, but I do see Nigma with...
You may now select your heroes.
The succession of bans and picks leaves you this opening, allows you to pick Sven. They knew this was coming, like 90%. They knew it, because if we knew, they knew as well. Is this the right option for OG or not? Sven is extremely strong, but you are playing into Viper, into Terrorblade.
Yeah, it's interesting you mentioned that because, I mean, despite the amount of flex potential that OG had, it seems like Nigma kind of railroaded them into picking what you mentioned, like a Sven, Anti-Mage, some melee pairing for this Empower, and now, wow, very, very even odds here, 1.78 OG to 1.98 Nigma, and overall pretty even drafts as well, right, Fogged?
Yeah, definitely. I see OG probably looking to set a pace here with like Nature's Prophet, but I do see Nigma with very strong ways to kind of respond here. I think it's going to be OG like with the big BKB timing that can come out for the Sven, but he still has to worry, like this Viper can really mess up a lot of things here.
They were also very flexible. Probably not going to happen here, but I believe they played even a position 4 Sven in one of the games. I don't think that's happening at all here, but it's open, it's out there. Like you said, I really like the way they scale with the Sven, with the Magnus Empower if they get a couple of good RPs, but on the other side, you will have break. Phoenix does not care too much about Sven because of the Fire Spirits, because of the egg that you can dodge that egg and stun later on when it comes. And TB is arguably one of the better heroes versus him.
Yeah, and I really like the Sanking pick personally. I think it fits like everything they needed in their draft. I'm just a little worried about Disruptor. I don't know what this hero really does right now because he's been looking really weak in most of the games. But I mean, I think the drafts look pretty fair, and it is a Miracle on Terrorblade, one of his really comfortable heroes. But he is versus a couple annoying things. Like Sherry's good versus Nature's Prophet, but there is always going to be RP.
It's all good for comfort. That's good
for comfort.
We want to see this showdown. We want to see everyone in their element. Let's pass it over to our casters, Capitalist and Jenkins.
That's right. Good morning, everybody, and we're going to start off with a hot clash here between OG and Nigma. A revival of the TI Finals. We get to see these two teams clash again. Since their loss to OG, however, Nigma has only managed to win a single series in this DPC season. In fact, it includes a loss here in this very tournament where they got 2-0'd by OG. So, Nigma coming into this with something to prove, Jenkins.
Yeah, that's all.
Okay.
Okay. All right.
I don't think they can keep him there is the problem, but still.
11 seconds. He's good. He's all right.
Either way, the fact that he has to use his TP scroll does mean OG kind of freely get whatever lane matchup they want now.
This is true, and I was thinking that Nigma in this game, they really need to get these lanes right. I was thinking there's going to be some lane shenanigans because there are some nice counters on Nigma to the OG heroes. If you can get Viper versus the Sven, it's pretty nice. If you get Sand King versus the Sven, it's pretty nice. Looks like they are actually choosing to put the TB into the Sven lane. What do we have up here? I suppose it's a Magnus, so you know you're going to free farm.
Pull back here from the skewer. The meta's still up, but they're just going on to Miracle here, not allowing him to get in that good harassment damage. It looks like he may go down. Pops the Fairy Fire, tries to get the last hit, and they do manage to do it. No Tail goes down first. Miracle's going to try and juke it out, but Mid cuts down the tree to reveal him and claim Miracle's head.
That's meta cooldown, and also he has no TP.
Yeah.
That is just one of the worst things that can happen. You wouldn't expect a 5 Magnus to contribute so much at this point, but...
Blocked in, mind control. Level 1 burrow strike here, blocked in by the tree, and that's why he has to use the burrow to get out. So, already, OG off to a flying start here in the laning phase. Or even the mid lane, you could see Weeha's getting quite low to Thompson's persistent harassment.
Yeah,
sure, that's going to be a fun matchup, just back and forth.
I think neither of them are going to be too happy in that lane.
Yeah.
You know, you got the physical damage to harass the Viper down, but you're going to take that magic damage straight back. Rough. Man, what a struggle it is up here. No Tail just trying to pull people into that tower. Miracle doesn't have that meta to work with.
He keeps doing it time and time again.
So annoying.
Every single time, gets a hit in, threatens them to back away with the skewer. And mid one is getting some, feels like some pretty free CS at this point, even though it is a double melee matchup. The skewer back into the tower. Just beautiful from No Tail, man.
You know what? Oh, Thompson, be careful, man. Look, 3. Okay, he's got the Fairy Fire. He's good to go.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Blocked in. Saksa tried to keep GH at bay, but he does go down. GH used both of his abilities, but it's not like Seb can stick around and really finish him off anyway. Thompson really daring him here. He's still got the win run and the power shot with a Fairy Fire on top. That is going to be enough for his bottles to start flying out, but this is going to be a very key wave that comes in where he can't really feel too good about playing forward here until he's actually got the bottle regen in.
Yeah, that's a slow courier, man. You could see he went for the second point in the wind run just to deal with this situation. He'll have enough levels to eventually max out that power shot, so it's no big deal, but he has to do this because you know Wee's going to play up like this.
Yep. Thompson leading him into the side here. The courier doesn't go down, gets the bottle, starts harping in those stat items. Nice play by Wee the Hod there to be able to cut down one of those bottle charges a little bit.
I'm kind of thinking, just looking at this No Tail Magnus, maybe it wasn't the PA that was so great in that game versus Secret. Maybe it was the No Tail Magnus. Like this has been amazing so far, what he's done with this here. And we saw that like the 4 or 5 man RP that he did in that game as well.
Yeah, and if you're able to pull off, like, I imagine the biggest downside of a 5 Magnus has got to be its laning phase. It's a melee hero, but if he can manage to couple together really good situations like this, looks like another skewer back, pull back in with the shockwave here. Mid one looks to finish him off. They're going to battle back and forth, but the wand charge is going to make the difference. Mid one will survive, and if anything, RMN, he may still be in trouble. It's going to pop the mango. Go for it here. The Thunder Strike. Is that going to finish him off? The Fairy Fire goes off. One more hit, and he does die, claiming the killing streak, but still missing out on all that experience. Meanwhile, Seb going down to the bottom lane. This Phoenix Sand King lane is getting a little rough now.
It's a lot of magic damage to put onto the Nature's Prophet. It's not easy to trade with these heroes that can just burst you down, but with regards to this top lane, honestly, if you're mid one, you want to die there. Like, you trade your life for the kill. Nobody's alive to get that experience, and you just come back with more levels, more gold, and full resources. This top lane, I think they need to rotate out of this pretty soon on Nigma.
Yeah, this does seem like it's getting a little rough here. And I'm not sure if like pulling the Phoenix over would make things different, or if they just need to fully swap lanes. We are really trying to pressure into Thompson here. These two mid laners, man, going up against each other, they're just both so goddamn aggressive.
I'm surprised neither of them have died here.
Yeah, seriously.
They're just sitting at low HP and constantly sending out regen.
Both of them have like Fairy Fires, or here with Weehaw, Magic Wand charges that can turn things around if you dive in too deep. Thompson's gonna go for it now, but now he's extended a little bit too deep as RMN should manage to pick up the kill with a Thunder Strike. GH is ulted there. Saksa, he's gonna try and finish off Weehaw here with the Enchant Totem hit, but he's not able to do so.
Wow.
Weehaw stays alive in this one. In this first game anyway, Weehaw walks away with the early victory.
So difficult to kill a Viper. No-Tail.
Is he gonna kill him?
Can you really? Is he gonna get him? Can you really do this?
Look at this build from No-Tail too. Ring a regen, two healing sounds.
Yeah, he's just trying to heal up mid one, playing the ultimate support. I can't believe Mag Sen somehow is just dumpstering this top lane.
Yeah, seriously.
Look at this, and he's just infesting this triangle all by himself. Are you kidding
He's gonna
me?
chill here. He's got the skewer. Pulls Miracle out of position somewhere Miracle doesn't really want to be. Invis Rune, that's going to be found in top lane, so the refill and Rune for Thompson.
Gonna be honest, I can't believe No-Tail kept a straight face in his cam while doing that. You'd think that he's just laughing hysterically, but he's full on finals mode. He's serious
dude,
mode.
he's a killer right now. It looks like he's got the same face after that Lost the Secret, you know, where they were just, they just looked unhappy and mean.
Yeah, he wants to win.
You don't normally think of OG of all teams to be like that, since we've seen them with so happy with so much success in the last two True Science. Mid one's gonna come in, pops the God Strength. They're gonna turn on a Miracle here, a level 4 Terrorblade versus the level 6 Ven, and they might actually be able to walk away with a victory here. It's mid one, no! Back, but eventually they do get the kill on a mid one. Meanwhile, mid lane, a Focus Fire and a dance away from Thompson. He actually gets the kill. And for now, is getting out. And here goes one of those healing sounds from Seb, it looks like, was passed over. He's going to TP out.
This is a crazy game. You just have this like epic battle between the carries that probably shouldn't be fighting on the top lane. They're just like, well, I think better than you. They both just fight to the death. And then mid lane, you have 4 other people fighting simultaneously. Bot lane, nobody's even down there. You know, somebody could be getting all this CS. It's so funny when you see these top teams clash with each other. The mind games that go on.
Pull him back in. They're going to have to go into tower range for this one. No-Tail. Okay, they don't really need the skewer so much. He's going to pop it here to make sure RMN does die. They're going to be stuck here, taking a little bit of tower hits, but Seb, he is going to try and use this opportunity to push down the tower nice and early. GH is going to be there to respond. One of the better heroes to do so.
Yeah, you can clear up that wave with the spirits. You can see that that's why the Treants have been microed away. They're just going to die. You'd like to protect the catapult, but you can't against the Phoenix.
You've got the Burrow Strike, but he's got a haste, so I'm not sure if you can actually do that much to him. Thompson gets a bit low, but ultimately he is fine.
If they could have gotten a Viper Strike off there, maybe that would result in a kill with that Burrow, but unfortunate haste timing. Or fortunate, depending on who you're a fan of.
I feel like this is going to be hard for Nigma to be able to keep up, just because they are matched up against a core Furion. If we are seeing such heavy rotations and so much fighting, then I have to assume naturally the Nature's Prophet is going to give OG the edge.
Yeah, 100%. And I mean, you look at this mid hero that they have too. They have a Viper, right? This is slow hero. He just kind of runs his face at towers, and if you run away from him, there's not much that he can do. Whereas this Wind Ranger, like this hero, she's got a mobility ability. It's very easy for her to be around the map and being active. So I think in the mid matchup as well, OG definitely takes the edge here. And then they have a farming Sven with the Magnus in power.
Which is where Nigma have to be really careful with their rotations, whether it's with TPs or just walking across the map. They do not want to be outmaneuvered by OG, and this is currently a dead even game here. This Miracle is actually farming up the bottom lane right now, so he started off in the off lane and then rotated in the safe lane, which normally we see the opposite.
It's a very, very strange lane setup so far, but once again, when you see these top teams, there's so many plays and counterplays and mind games that are happening that it can kind of look like a Herald pub, but it's just some crazy shenanigans going on.
Thompson gonna be bro struck up here, trapped inside the kinetic field. They're gonna turn around. The fire spirits are still up for GH, so he can pop the supernova. Feeling okay, but oh no, Sansa and No Tail both came in from the side to be able to finish him off. Mid one super low, mind control. He's gonna have that last burrow strike to finish him off. Turn back around. Oh, the Viper put up on the high ground by No Tail, but he does have the TP, and ultimately Nigma do walk away with the win. Around that supernova, they trade 1 for 3.
So this is exactly what you're mentioning. Like, I think in order to fix the fact that you don't have these super fast-paced heroes, you have to play very aggressive. You can see they're playing into OG's triangle. They're going for that particular bounty rune as opposed to the more defensive ones, even with the TB. I imagine we'll probably see Miracle show up to some pushes this game. He's done it on Arc Warden, so I imagine he'll do it on TB, who's obviously much better at pushing. And I think that's exactly what they have to do. They need to start closing in the map on OG, or else they're going to possibly get outpaced.
Yeah.
Close, but not quite.
Close, but not quite, says as Thompson's power shot. Slightly misses him. That one hits, though. And you could see Thompson's just trying to like bring down the wave and get the Viper a little bit low, because this is a siege wagon push. Mid one's gonna come in. Actually, okay, that Stormhammer. Nice Jackal does manage to latch onto Weehaw, so even if the Stormhammer missed, now pull back in here. RMN, Static Storm doing a good amount of damage here to mid one. RMN eventually gonna die here, and this is looking like a fight that is gonna be won in turn for OG. This time a 2 for 0.
Really nice fissure there for 2 for Soxa, just splitting up that fight. Nobody could get in. You could see mind control was there, and burrow into epicenter could be quite devastating. I mean, mid one was sitting at 20%, 30% HP, so just splitting up that fight with the fissure. It's hard to be useful on Earthshaker at this point in the game without a blink. You start feeling like you really need that item. But in that situation, the fissure was very critical.
Nice read. It was very smart by Soxa. He knew where the Terrorblade was going to be, too. But unfortunately, just there, a second too late. Miracle does do a good job of like keeping some of the pressure off that safe lane tower, cleans up one creep wave, but ultimately he's got to retreat. OG are making a heavy commitment here to take down this tier 1. Nigma in turn are going to try and force down this mid tower, but here comes Soxa already with the 2 in Fisher. Thompson pushing them back with a power shot as well. Nigma, I think we're hoping to be able to get a nice trade out of that, but OG split just well enough.
Yeah, this is something that they're quite good at doing. We've seen Team Secret, they did this, and then coming into the next day, OG started kind of taking a page out of their book, splitting up their combo so that they can take an objective, defend an objective. Not easy to do, but once again, when you have... I think they need to blink on Sand King. I think that's one way that you can make this... Actually went for the travels. I think that's one way that you can make this defense from Thompson very punishable. You can just, you know, Epi into blink burrow him, and then he dies, and then all of a sudden you take that mid tower, maybe more.
So the fact that he did go the Boots of Travel first does mean that they may miss out on an opportunity there, but the idea behind this Boots of Travel, I assume, is just to kind of match the mobility of OG, right? He needs to get in front of all these tower pushes when possible, when it feels safe enough to do so.
Right. Yeah. I think that's fair. You know, you have this Nature's Prophet running around, taking towers of treants. You get the Boots of Travel. You just show up to wherever he is and defend it. Sand King's possibly the best tower defender in Dota currently, so.
He flew out his Blink Dagger into the tier 2, TP'd there, picks it up, smoke play.
And Thompson's gonna die.
It's gonna be pretty fast. Mind Control's gonna show up immediately. Burrow Strike onto Thompson here. Thompson's gonna be held inside the kinetic field, so can't really use that win run to his advantage. And Miracle will also sweep in with the meta ready to go. I love how fast that was, right? Didn't wait for the Blink Dagger to fly out to the top lane, right? No. Delivered it to mid tier 2. Fast smoke play into mid. Miracle was already making the rotation there as well.
Yeah, literally, like, you could do that about 0.5 seconds faster, hypothetically. Like, that was as crisp as it gets.
Yeah.
Nigma has it turned on this game, for sure.
And as a result, they are netted with a nice kill on the mid-tier 1 tower, slightly evening things up. Mind Control still has to deal with these pesky pushes in the bottom lane. Meanwhile, though, the Sven was taking some time to farm and completed an Echo Saber.
Thompson here, but
Get the Jackal there, latched onto the side lane trees. Focus fires out. Weehaw, he already had a decent amount of health there from the charges. There goes the Burrow Strike as well. The last bit of focus fire plus the damage comes in from the Sven to be able to finish him off. But the Sven is now in a kind of nasty position here behind this tier 1 tower, dropping a little bit low. RMN trying to back wave to the trees into the safety of the Sandstorm. GH drops a meteor. Oh, it misses on Soxa. Soxa hits the Echo Slam. They just need a little bit more damage to finish off RMN. They actually use the RP, but that's not going to be enough. With a 2-man Burrow Strike, they're going to drop the Supernova. And now the supports No-Tail, a smart TP away, gets him away from that situation. He actually managed to make the read. Glimpses on cooldown, Burrow Strike on cooldown. He can get the free escape.
Yeah, very nice. Good defense from Nigma. It's not the most important tower to defend, but you have the Sand King. Like, you know that you're going to win these fights. You can even see mid one in that fight playing so careful not to hard commit to it because he knew that the Sand King blink was coming out. Like, he was going to get blink burrowed, and if it's a 2-man burrow, I think it's quite devastating for OG. So good read on for OG there, getting out of that. That could have been a lot worse, I think, with how crazy that dive was.
What is the TB's talents? Why is it a higher number for evasion than movement speed?
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Great question.
I feel like just 1-to-1 evasion might be a little bit more value.
Because nobody was going that talent, and then it got buffed 7 patches in a row. That definitely helps.
And here we are at 16%.
Very annoying to play against, honestly. As if this hero didn't have enough effective HP against physical damage.
Yeah, currently sitting at 32 armor.
And that actually is a big problem for OG to address, is that they're all physical damage currently against this Terrorblade.
Yeah, sure.
Who has got so much effective HP. We saw the trading in the laning phase, mid one versus TV.
See if they get chain stun. GH down here, prevent him from getting off the Icarus side, and they do. Mid dive. Mid one does manage to get that kill. TP out from RMN, but there's a Fissure to be able to catch him. 2 kills, 2 pickoffs here for OG. Very nice. Well, the support's dying.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
So, you know, it's a couple of kills, frees up this top area. This lets them make moves on the map, but it's not going to result in any objectives. That mid tower, we are still sitting in front of it. You're not going to get that.
No.
Just kind of a stalling couple of kills there, stopping the pressure from Nigma, which, you know, if OG you're okay with this, you have a Magnus. You're going to win the late game if you keep farming. Nice stacks.
Yeah, big time stacks. And I'm guessing the next timing for OG is going to be around this BKB of this Sven. Yeah, and they're just going to try and go ham.
This is very likely. I mean, every one of these heroes on Nigma, basically, you know, you have all this magic burst damage. The Viper ult does go through, which is a bit unfortunate. Obviously, the Terrorblade doesn't care that much about a BKB, but you can at least disengage if you have the BKB. There's nothing currently that is going to stop a BKB TP, so it basically makes you immortal in this game if you play it well enough.
And thanks to the assistance of No-Tail, the stacks, our Sven is currently sitting 2,000 net worth above the Terrorblade, though it is a very even game still. As, the big difference is GH and Soxa. GH has gotten a lot more farm out of his Phoenix, while Soxa was struggling to complete his Blink Dagger not so long ago, though I think he may have it now. Mind Control, they're going to go for him first. There's the Static Storm to help Mind Control get out of here. The RP goes down onto the Terrorblade here, trying to catch him in the Phoenix, but it looks like, okay, that's just going to be No-Tail dead. Not a whole lot he could do with that. Was that a TB illusion? I swear to God, I saw a TB. Mind Control. Okay, they have the reflection, but mid one still has a haste root, so he's going to take the time to farm up the Ancient right in front of them.
That's so funny.
He's out, and they're all good.
Like, he knows they're going to take the triangles. So he's like, you're not taking these Ancients. These are mine. Snags those up there. I mean, that was really nice mag play by No-Tail there. Like, he had, you know, the RP into Shockwave, into pulling 3 people together with the Skewer, but there wasn't anything to follow up. Earthshaker was dead, and mid one wasn't there on Sven. So you've got none of this AoE stun for a really nice play like that. And RMN with a really nice Static Storm there, catching the Earthshaker. Like, they need him to teamfight currently.
Okay. Just a couple tier 2 items still left out there, but OG, it's time for them to make a move. They're going to move to this bottom lane, make use of the Orchid here to try and finish off GH, but they do have a little bit of helping hand there in the Eula Scepter. Mind Control's got to get out of here. Blink Dagger up in a second. Is he going to be able to get off just before the Stormhammer hits him? Mind Control escapes, and that's all important. If they kill Mind Control, then tower pushes become a real possibility for OG.
Yeah, 100%. GH is going to be alive soon. It's not the biggest deal to lose him. Like, this game is being played so fast by both teams. There's such little downtime between kill and objective, and you respawn and immediately OG swarms this bot lane and Nigma has to leave. Like, it's resulted in such a... Okay, throw in.
Okay, the Orc. There's no Sandstorm out here. Mind Control. He's going to use the Eula Scepter and try and get off the Sandstorm, but they're probably very likely going to have some vision to see him. Yeah, and that's behind the towers, actually. They've got a Ward Sentry combo that allows them to be able to take this mid tower in one fell swoop. Now they're looking for a little bit more. One still has this BKB to be able to operate off of. Meteor Hammer coming down, Static Storm, they're both going to miss here. Okay, the Skewer back in. The Viper is a much more feasible target for mid one to be able to go on to, but he's taking a lot of damage now with the Supernova going out. Going to pop the Sunder for just a little bit of helping hand in HP, but mid one looks to be able to finish him off, and an Echo Saber hit. Does manage to get that kill. Mid one reads it quite well there. GH kind of diving through, but while people are low, it's not low enough for a support to do the job to finish him off. Skewer back, the focus fire, okay. Just a little bit more damage here. And that is 4 dead. All they lost was Seb. OG. They're going to be a little bit... Nah, they're just backing up to Roche, right? They're not actually going to do Roche? No.
It's a hard Roche to take with the respawn timers being so short. Man, I'm impressed. Well, I mean, it's OG. I mean, this is a two-time TI winning team, obviously, so they're very capable of doing this, but it's such an impressive call to make, to commit to an unkillable egg on the low ground that nobody can hit. And just press BKB and focus a TB in his own triangle. Like, to make that call, to do that on the high ground, it is so risky.
Mind Control gets the initiation. Soxa tries to respond in turn with the Echo Slam. Kind of whiffs there as he took a little bit of damage and wasn't able to get the jump he was looking for. As a result, both he and Thompson will go down. Zeb, Glimpse, Burrow Strike. That'll be what stops the teleport in. And just as quickly as you thought OG had the advantage in team fights, Nigma strike back.
I don't know if he was trying to echo to stop the dive. I feel like he was trying, or maybe he took some damage or something like that. It looked like it could have been both. It's kind of an ambiguous situation, but very unfortunate to have him use that there, because Nigma, like if they see that, they're obviously going to take a fight. And now
they're going to be the ones.
Too. Even if he respawns, he doesn't have Echo Slam.
Yeah.
How do you fight this?
They don't have meta, but they do have... And they put 5 heroes in here. The Fire Spirits do a lot when it comes to not taking too much damage from Roshan. And, they have a medallion, actually. Who has that medallion? Because none of their heroes really naturally pick it up, but I actually missed it.
No, Static Storm.
Right, they have that nice egg there out on top. They're going to be trying to pull it back in, but the Glimpse doesn't happen fast enough. Min1 turns around with his BKB. The Sunder actually trying to help out Mind Control, but now Miracle's exposed. He can't get out of here. That's going to be his first life, and it could be his second life as well. No, OG, they're going to back up. They see GH. They say that's a much easier target. No need to try and force things too much here. Let's get this kill on the support, play on our high ground, and Nigma do not feel comfortable going into that high ground just yet, or maybe they will. Mind Control's going to jump in, manage to get the Burrow Strike with mid-1. No longer having the BKB, a 2-man Stormhammer stun. They're getting in some damage here with the Orchid on Weehaw as well. He may be taken out here. They just need a little bit more. Sox is trying to finish him off. He turns around. No, the Fisher doesn't go off in time. Miracle's quite low as well. Surely Thompson's going to be there to finish him off, and they will. Epicenter slowing down Thompson as much as possible. They see Seb's quite low, but he TP's out successfully. Thompson trying to chase after him. They get the Burrow Strike, but Mind Control sees No-Tail here, and he's like, this is not good at all. He's been shackle shotted up. No-Tail skewers him over to Weehaw, and they're going to bring back in Seb. They see the focus fire onto Weehaw doing enough damage. It barely does. Mind Control misses the Burrow Strike onto Thompson. Thompson survives through it all, but Mind Control equally will retreat. Will go back in, or is he going to hide and just TP out? What's going on here? TP away.
I did pull through the trees. He saw him. Yeah, he's like, oh. Didn't trust myself there. Man, the constant fighting in this. I feel like both sides need a pipe. Am I crazy that they don't? I don't think they have any pipes. I think they have mech on Seb, which is definitely helping out a lot. Let's see, no, just Greaves on Wii, of course, that's going to help. You're asking about the medallion. That's also on Wii, so he's building to...
Very utility build to just try and buff up Miracle as much as possible.
Yeah.
This seems to be a bit of a trend towards the end of the tournament.
Yeah, which is exactly what we've seen from Nigma as well. Just Wii is almost always going for this utility build.
Yep. Vlad's going to be completed soon for Mind Control. Everything they can to try and make this Terrorblade stronger than the Sven, and in turn, OG trying to do something similar here. Good catch on Asaxa.
He's just chilling in the trees, trying to set up like a good support, you know, staying in the trees.
Almost 2 kills a minute here is the pace of the game as we approach the 25-minute bounty runes. And surprisingly, Nigma are not going to go out and try and fight for it. They just take the 2 atop. Okay, no, they are going to do at least a little bit of engagement here. Burrow Strike into the Yule Scepter, into the Static Storm, but no. Thompson, he gets outside of that, but he also pops his BKB. So, if anything, to make Nigma are probably going to be pretty happy with
the creep's giving vision of him. He could maybe get glimpsed here.
Oh.
No, they're good. It's hard to commit into that high ground. You don't know what the heck is up there. Like, No Tail could be there, sitting with the blink, ready to go. Thompson just went for a Javelin into BKB rush, which I think it makes a lot of sense. Oh, Seb, he's caught here.
Yeah, Mind Control. He just, like, he's got a Yule Scepter, so he knows he just can stay on top of Seb. And eventually his team will catch up to him. All he has to do is make sure that Seb can't TP out. Now he uses the Burrow Strike because he thinks that the rest of the damage is going to be here, but he actually did not manage to get off the epicenter in time. Yes, the rest of his team is here, but so is OG. Most importantly, Mid-One is here.
They just saw the Wii TP'd out.
Oh, Burrow Strike over to the side. They have the Stormhammer. They know whoever they got here, they actually do have still some heroes around. They're going to be able to pop it as Miracle comes forward with the meta. RP comes out, managed to grab the 2 cores with the Sven on top, cleaving through Weehaw. Nice and quick, but he does manage to get off his Guardian Greaves. Mid-One needs a little bit more damage, goes in the back line with a Shackle Shot onto 3. This cleave damage doing too much, but Miracle's still pumping out the damage onto Mid-One right now, and Thompson can't possibly threaten that much armor. Ultra kill for Miracle. They had so many good AoE stuns set up, but poor old Mid-One could not get the damage out fast enough. Ultimately, it's going to be a rampage for Miracle.
Man, this Viper dies in the fight, but he's actually doing so much work, as well as the Fire Spirits. Like, Mid-One can't get a single hit off.
Yeah.
He's trying to trade with Miracle, and like we saw 4 people grouped up. That was a beautiful RP, but it doesn't matter when you're playing into all of this slow and disable.
Imagine what a difference it would have been, that fight, if they actually killed the Viper off of that RP.
Yeah, exactly.
He gets off the Guardian Greaves.
Exactly.
All of a sudden, you have to go for more
right.
hits.
There's been this almost greed from OG to try to go for Miracle Terrorblade. They see the RP and it's like, okay, I believe that Thompson is going to finish off the Viper. Yeah. I'm going to go for this TB. Oh no, the Viper's alive. He pops the Greaves. He's still slowing this entire time. You have 4 heroes stacked up together, but there's no cleave happening because he's attacking once per 3 seconds on the Sven. And sure, he's got the Echo Saber, but he doesn't have the attack speed to deal with this.
And if majority of the heroes on Nigma are still alive and your BKB is down, you're in trouble as that Sven. You're no longer going to be getting a whole lot of hits off.
Yeah, it's looking bleak. I mean, that was a really nice RP. They need to burst somebody. That's the bottom line here. They need to take the Viper out. They need to take GH out. Like they need to focus fire. I don't think after watching that fight, you can't just focus 2 heroes at the same time. You don't have enough damage.
They had vision of Seb's Furion, so they know he's up here, so they smoke to him rather than smoking to the other side where Seb can TP in. So they're just going to try and take him down real quickly. Okay, force out his BKB. That's still a small win. Roshan. They're going to play around this Roshan pit as much as possible. It is not up for another 2 minutes, though.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
It's one of those situations where Seb TP's out there where it's like, okay, I'm an H-Fortress Prophet, I have a BKB. Like, I'm supposed to be this hero that's playing in the dangerous place where I can just BKB TP out. Like, that's my job, you know? Yeah. But then if you're Nigma, you're like, okay, well, now we have, 70 seconds to take a fight where there's no BKB on the natures.
Jump in real quickly. Burrow Strike into the Meteor Hammer. Oh,
nice
okay, that was cute. Storm Hammer to be able to dodge that stun. Mid-One still taking so much. He doesn't want to be forced into BKB, but finally he is just before the Burrow Strike came out from Mind Control. Oh, man. He almost missed that timing because of the level 20 talent. Mind Control got the -2 strike cooldown.
Is under attack.
Yeah, that was very close. Very close to being devastating. Even there, you can see that the BKB, it wore off just before the TP ended. So if Mind Control was, AI mode, he maybe could have.
The glimpse, the Yule Scepter, there's a lot of potential things that could have done something there.
But also, it shows a bit of respect, too, to Mid1 that he's going to TP with the BKB lasting the duration of the TP.
Yeah.
Because I think, if you're playing against good players, you expect it to be like that. But in that situation, it just couldn't be like that because he was running away.
Burst Strike. And this is not that Zeb can just BKB and teleport out of. He knows it too. Instead of popping BKB, he gets off the Wrath of Nature. He does not have buyback.
Man, OG's just gonna fight anyway. These guys are nuts.
Yeah, they see the Phoenix in the mid lane. If they catch somebody out of control, they might just be able to burst him down nice and quick. And that is going to be Mid1. Now the RP onto the Viper. Where's the follow-up? This Fisher's kind of blocking things out. But finally, Stormhammer's there with a Shackle Shot as well. That is going to be a nice kill onto the 2 position. Immediately a buyback though for Mind Control. He sees Mid1 retreating, and they know as long as they catch Heroes, Miracle might be able to finish them up. But look at that. Mid1 turns around with the last Stormhammer to be able to quickly kill RMN. He knows the Glimpse is going to be too much of a problem for him, so he tries to deal with that, but now he's going to be stuck. A nice Stormhammer stunning up the 2 of them, but he ultimately does die, and it's only going to be... Oh, boy.
So close. Mind Control, man. He's so close this game to just ending the game.
Yeah, pretty much.
Soxa, man, he was waiting there. He had Echo Slam.
Yeah.
He wasn't quite close enough because he was getting zoned by Nigma, but man, if he could have double echoed there, I think Mid1 can maybe just kill the 2 heroes. Possibly even Miracle.
That is one man who's been a little quiet in the server today, right? We have not seen like that really fight-winning Echo Slam from Soxa just yet. That says a bit about Nigma, who's putting so much pressure on him, but he's got to find a way to be able to open up his Gave and G8. Yeah, he's already dove. He's got a Yule Scepter and Shivas to try and protect himself. The rest of his team. Oh, Shackle Shot. That's not good. Miracle's in a bit of trouble here. They want to play around to the Sunder, though. Don't get too close. He's finally going to Sunder his own illusion here. Tox is going to burn out from the Sunray with the Supernova. They need a little bit more damage. Sox is a bit shy on the Blink Dagger. Won't be able to catch Miracle. And now they come back in as Mind Control sees his opportunity to grab Zeb here with the Yule Scepter. Burrow Strike is going to follow up soon. Okay, nice pullback there of the Glimpse, catching Soxa. And with this Earthshaker down, a lot of possibilities are out there for Nigma.
The seeds of...
At first you think like, oh man, GH is making this crazy play, like he's getting caught out, but then you realize that Nigma, like they're all running to this triangle right now. He's not making this play out of greed or anything. Like Mid1 is dead, right? He was dead for that entire fight, so even with Thompson hitting that Shackle and catching Miracle out there, it's not enough damage. They need Mid1 to actually win these fights. I think need everybody.
He was supposed to be the great high ground defender. That's where his game would be a little bit easier, and maybe he'd finally find that initiation. But with him dying for over 30 seconds, Nigma see that opportunity just to be able to take the tier 2 and a full lane of barracks at bottom.
Yeah, OG doesn't even bother defending it. They know that it's a really easy place to throw the game, and this is Dota and 7.27D. You know, the racks don't matter anywhere near as much as they used to.
Yeah. What matters maybe more is this Roshan right here.
Big boy definitely matters. What do we got on the Rosh? Is this the third Rosh? Or is this second? There's been so much fighting, actually.
Yeah, I think it's only the second Roshan because we were not able to take it early with just the back and forth game that was happening.
Right. They backed off and they didn't go directly into Rosh because they were too low because there's so much fighting in this game.
Oh, geez. RMN, he's just going to pick up a value plate mail for now. And presumably that will turn into a Lotus Orb, which is super good against Fen.
Yes, absolutely. It's one of the only things that actually works against it. Just reflect the stun right in his face. Blink Daggers work as well, which they have a couple of these.
34-26, Nigma currently leading by 8,000 net worth. There's not a whole lot of extra gold left on the side of OG. So this fight around Roshan could be the final hurrah for them, or it could be their way back into the game after what's been a pretty rough last few minutes. Thompson here. Okay, start off that Yule Scepter. Now he no longer has it to protect himself. OG, they call GH's bluff. They say, we think you're alone here. Oh, RMN. Ghost Scepter protecting him for now. Throws out the Static Storm, but that is not going to be good enough. 2 pickoffs, one of which is already buying back as they've caught Zoxa. Mind control, trying to keep him locked down with the help of Weehaw here. Slowing him down to a crawl. They're going to make sure this team fighter is out of the game. He does have a buyback as well. Right next to GH. Yule Scepter into the Meteor Hammer. Immediately a BKB goes out from Thompson. Either the Salt Port, what a Shackle shot into Storm Hammer. They're right on top of with the Orchid as well. The RP, they need a little bit more. They've got him. Miracle goes down. A Supernova explodes though, and so much damage turned back in OG. Thompson, oh, that Storm Hammer, it whopped its way in and does manage to bring down Weehaw and finish off GH as well. Now Miracle's just going to be kited as they look to be able to get that last control hero. That's a dieback. Oh my goodness, Nigma. They had OG on the ropes, and all of a sudden it's up to Miracle to try and hold out this game. He still has a Sunder. Can they chain summon here? A little bit more, but the Storm Hammer makes sure there's going to be no Sunder here. A double tie back there, and they've got nobody left. OG, they can just go straight for the throne.
Man, they choose to sack a Rax and then immediately run down mid, kill the entirety of Nigma, and now they're going to throw.
And they do it right on Nigma's side of the map. That is all about the OG, where they go for the knockout punch. They always look for these team fights, and they are not gonna go for throne here. The 2-2s are up on either side, so they can only go for throne from here.
Yeah, this is it.
I think this is totally free.
I don't know. There's nothing you can do. You have 13 seconds. Wii is alive.
Yeah. But it's going to be a 4-man of OG.
I think these are the 2 worst heroes to be alive for defending this.
Yeah.
I don't think we and our men can even defend this if they're alive.
I think in some ways OG were thinking like, of course they're going to have buybacks here, and they're like, okay, let's force it. All of a sudden, look at that. We've got ourselves a victory here in game 1 as Weehaw futilely tries to hold on. But man, what a swing. Nigma, they look like they were just one fight from being able to take down OG, but little did we know it was actually one prolonged fight. That was all OG needed.
5 seconds remaining.
Give him the opportunity to tinker, to play Meepo, bring out his invoker, you know, let him make plays like he's born to do, you know?
So you want to see him on something that can make plays. Let's see if that's something that we will actually see, because we are ready to jump into the draft of game number 2, which can decide this series and can decide the grand final.
Turn Radiant team ban. OG's turn to ban. Radiant team pick.
The next label play. The next label play.
The previous panel was starting to give you the theory, but this is where the actual crafting begins. Game number 2, OG versus Nigma, and it was a nail-biter for game number 1. Back and forth to the very end, and ultimately, Nigma just couldn't beat out OG's mental fortitude, it seemed, and that Sven came out on top, Giannis.
Yeah, I actually, I think most of us were like, wow, Nigma's got this one in the bag after these last few fights, then some consecutive kind of one-by-one feeds. OG took advantage of it, and that's very OG style, right? Make the enemy team make these mistakes because you're putting them in these weird kind of positions, so... Yeah, it was a really good game. Hopefully we have something very similar, because that one, it really did feel like it could go either way at any moment.
Did you have any holes that you wanted to poke in either of the drafts, or were you pretty satisfied even after seeing the end result? It just ultimately came down to who had buybacks, some initiation, vision kind of things. It wasn't really the heroes' fault.
No, I mean, it didn't really feel entirely because of the heroes. I actually agree with a lot what Lacoste was saying. I think it was like tough for OG to make that early game work with their Shaker and Magnus supports, but they did make it work, and they ended up, taking some really big heads-up fights because of them making that early game actually enabled the Sven, because I thought the Sven was actually going to be below the Terrorblade on net worth, but he was visibly ahead of him throughout the entirety of the game.
It's also because of the Terrorblade versus Sven lane, right?
Yeah.
Like CB was forced to use a meta to be able to trade, but he would die every single time he would use that meta. In any case, for me it seems like Nigma, they won versus Alliance in that Arc Warden game, and this is a little bit of karma hitting them back, man. With OG taking this game away from a rampaging Terrorblade. Like that doesn't happen often. But things have changed. OG with the Phoenix and Nigma with the Magnus Venge.
And they give up the Tiny. OG actually takes the Tiny this time, because it was left in the pool. Similar kind of bans, right? Nigma did the Void Spirit Invoker, and this is something they really rely on a lot of the times. They're very strong with it, especially when Thompson is playing it.
Yeah, Thompson Tiny. He was actually playing Tiny versus Team Nigma in the first series 3 days ago, in which he was versus Wiz Wind Ranger. And he dominated. That was pretty sick. Like you said, good combo with Phoenix. What I do like about Team Nigma is these buffs, man. Empower, Vengeful Wave of Terror, Vengeful Aura, Vengeful Swap. You're already setting the stage up for a miracle god carry. Like this is
it a ranged carry or a melee carry though? Because both Venge and Magnus seem to be like on opposite ends of the buffing spectrum here. You all want to give bonus range, or you want to give the cleave?
I think it's still the damage that you can provide. I think you'd likely see the Medusa as probably the biggest ban that they're going to take out, because it's also very strong versus the Tiny versus Phoenix. Like, you don't care, you hold your ground, right? If you get, the only thing the Tiny can do is like toss you out of position, which is pretty big, but for the most part these two heroes don't frustrate you too much. So I would be pretty surprised if OG doesn't at least take out the Medusa. Arc Warden, I think that's something they probably can deal with, because we've seen teams just run at it, but it might be something they also want to consider taking out.
I think Arc Warden still is a really good hero, really good pick, but it might not be first phase as it used to be. It's been figured out when it comes to how you play against it. Medusa and Vengeful, however, I don't think that combo, I don't think you can figure that out even. I don't think you can draft so well to win against it, because it's an extremely good combination of heroes right now.
Interesting.
OG playing it straight here, banning out the Queen of Pain instead.
Yeah.
Now, for what it's worth, if they do ban out those range carries, I mean, Miracle will be more than happy to play something like a Juggernaut, which is also very good against the Phoenix Egg, in theory. So, no matter which pairing there's going to be with these buffs, they are going to be able to answer the problem of the Supernova.
Remember OG's faces after that game. They were not satisfied. They were not happy. And they switched things up when it comes to the bans. If you look at it, now they moved back into that last series versus Nigma, and the bans are the same. Just ban out Batrider, Queen of Pain, Viper, and obviously Wisp.
Yeah, they want Thompson to have a good lane. That's really what it feels like. And that's why I'm thinking this Tiny is 100% mid. Looking at those bans, right? The Viper, the Quap. You'd imagine that is they're trying to give Thompson that matchup that he can just explode on, get ahead, and just start making super aggressive plays. So I think they can definitely save for some type of super carry still in this game onto mid one, because Thompson is playing that tiny for space making.
Nigma's bans, on the other hand, Bloodseeker, which OG didn't have the biggest success with, but still, clearly it was originated from Seb and the Beastmaster as well, so targeting the off lane here.
And it would be a pretty sick combo, right? When you have Phoenix, Bloodright isn't that great, but when you have tiny Phoenix and Bloodseeker, that becoams scary, because from the mid lane you get this disabling hero that's able to prevent anyone from hitting the egg, while there's just a Bloodseeker blood raging everyone, using that Bloodright for what, 450 pure damage later on with Veil. It's really strong, and there's a reason why it's valued so much.
The other thing I look at too is a Bloodseeker. For me, when I look at it, is like he's this obnoxious hero when you're trying to run 4 protect 1, that he just ruptures your carry, and it makes it really difficult, right? You're struggling to actually be able to get out there, because he's always going to target your hard carry, and he's that kind of preventative hero. So
we did see it yesterday as well versus AM, right? So it was very similar. Monkey King, though, I'm not the biggest fan. Obviously, the hero has been buffed just a little bit above the strike stun duration, but yesterday we saw it didn't do too well unless RNG was completely on his side.
Troll Warlord matchup,
yeah. And this means that most likely Tiny will be position 4, right?
Yeah.
Or how are we seeing this? This monkey should be mid, but played by Thompson, or are they just OGing us all? And
maybe
that's what we've been leaving the opening for, that kind of flex potential, but it always ends up being Thompson, even if it's not that great of a matchup, even if it's not melee versus melee. He seems to always fall back on the Monkey King.
I feel like they're setting up for that Arc Warden. I see this in Rubik, I see this Venge, right? They ran these aggro tri-lanes with Venge, Rubik, and Arc Warden several times in this one. So let's see how OG does respond. Oh my god, okay, is that a Seb Treant?
I would guess so.
And then they have Phoenix as their 5, Tiny as their 4.
They don't really roll Phoenix as 3 that much like some other teams, right? So, but they do have this amazing combo. This team fight is really strong. You have obviously Wukong's Command, you have Treant Overgrowth, you have Phoenix Egg, all followed up by some Burst or Initiation by Tiny. The team fight on the side of OG is...
these heroes. Like the Medusa and Arc Warden, you just leap on them from the trees, and even in the mid matchup, I've seen the Monkey King versus, if it is, let's say it's a Medusa mid or something like that, I've seen the Monkey Kings beat the Medusa majority of the times.
I have as well.
Even though it's been changed, I think maybe now even for the better, because you have more armor in the laning phase too, because that was the other change that got Monkey King. He's up to 6 armor at level 1, which is actually quite high. Let's see which one they opt for. Or if they just go for one of their other heroes, one of the other lanes, at least in particular, from my control.
Not something like a Terrorblade to get for him. No, they go for the
Weehaw hero. Okay.
So is this Timbersaw just gonna follow around this, what is likely a core Treant protector, or are you just gonna park him mid no matter what?
I think you want to lane it versus you want it on the side lane. I think at least, because whatever you put, unless Monkey is on the side lane, you're playing versus 2 strength heroes. When you look at them, right? You have Treant, you have Phoenix, you have Tiny. You will have that very solid laning stage, and Timber can just demolish a Treant protector in the lane. So,
but it's got to be Weehaw though, right? Like they always play it on Weehaw.
Yeah,
it'll be Weehaw, but I mean
Weehaw just the side lane. Yeah. Then they can last pick the miracle hero for the mid lane.
10 seconds.
Seems like Nigma are still suspecting the a Seb hero maybe
5 seconds
on the horizon. They ban out the Necrophos.
They want to be able to get this Timbersaw on a good lane. He doesn't want a lane versus that. Then that always gives you kill threat in a big game.
What about Tiny mid and position 1 Monkey? Is that doable? What do you think? Is it possible even?
guess it's possible, but then they just put the Timber mid, right? And then Tiny just suffers so hard. I saw this matchup so many times at this tournament.
I'm just trying to think about their thought process before the Timber pick, right? Before that, the Timber does change things up a little bit. It's one of those, this is what I mean when I say they force you to react to their Vipers, with their Bats, with their Timber Saws. We bring so much to the team. He suffers a lot, he dies a lot, he feeds a lot sometimes, yeah, but he forces the team to, the enemy team to react to his picks.
They don't have damage, like they really don't have damage for this Timber right now early on, no. The combo from the Tiny is pretty much that's it, and then a Sunray. So
Sunray is kind of fine, but
in the mid game though, in the laning, right? Like he's gonna be able to take over pretty early on if he does get a good matchup.
Back when it was, when it wasn't magical, I think it was a bit stronger, but now like.
This is a lot of protection for a Timber Saw. They now ban out the Zeus. They really want to make sure that we pops off this game, which is fine. I guess they must be confident that whichever hero Miracle picks, which will end up being the Slark, so a melee laner.
Yeah.
Takes advantage of the Empower.
Yeah, didn't opt to go for their Deuce or Arc Warden. I guess they wanted to go for something that can play around the Overgrowth, something that can always break the Disables and get on top of that egg.
If it is,
he's got the double buffs too, so.
If it is the Treant on the offlane with the Phoenix or with the Tiny, I think this is a really solid lane for a Slark. Like you like to get those essence shifts away from them, so you don't really care that much they're tanky because you just chew right through them.
Yeah, the 3 strength, right? The Phoenix, the Tiny, and this Treant. They have a lot of stat steal. At least I look at right Timber Saw plus Slark. They just can really beat on these heroes and bring them down pretty effectively.
Yeah. When you look at the team fights, now you have Dark Pact to get out of that, so it's kind of it's also pretty good for them. But the last time I've seen Slark do well is V-Tune, right? Like in the Divine Division. And he made it work, but the hero doesn't look on the same level like your TBs, your Svens.
It's fast though, and this is what OG prides themselves on, is beating people faster than they can bring their carries online. Slark's going to come online much sooner, especially when you got the cleave to farm with from the Magnus.
It's tricky because we're not. I'm just not certain where the matchups are going to go.
I'm just watching webcams now. Mid one.
He doesn't know what's happening as well.
Wait, what am I playing?
Stuff's like, I don't know yet.
Yeah, there we go. That's the smile.
He's got the. They're big brain. They're trying to think of something here.
They are 1 game up as well, and there you go. Your favorite.
Hell yeah! Give me a carry ET. I mean,
is that realistic?
I think it's probably a Seb ET.
Seb ET.
Yeah.
Monkey King safe lane.
Okay.
Tiny mid.
As we see the odds 1.91 to 1.85. Who needs to dodge who? Here's the better question. This Timber Saw seems to be the one who's going to dictate where everyone else goes, right?
Slark wants to dodge ET.
Okay, Slark wants to dodge ET. Monkey King, is he okay with Timber?
Yeah, Monkey is okay, but everyone else isn't.
So Monkey wants to find the other strength heroes?
Yeah.
I think the main was really just Slark wants to be avoiding the CT. Because that's going to be Seb playing it. I'm pretty positive of it. Works really well if it is a Tiny mid. And then the Monkey King safe lane. So yeah, I think mid one's going to be playing this Monkey King, yeah.
I think lanes will decide quite a lot how they manage to set them up on both sides, and then the team fights later on are sick again. You have the Treant, you have the ET, you have the Phoenix, Wukong's command for OG.
Yeah.
On the other hand, I don't think it's as strong. You have the RP, and you do have the Rubik, but that's pretty much it. So Team Nigma, they need to focus on these small skirmishes, pick-offs. You can't just... unless their lanes go extremely well. If they don't, they really need to get these pick-offs in the mid-game.
I love the CT pick.
Of course. You just love ET, man.
Multiple reasons I'll say why. It's a combo breaker versus Magnus. I've seen it a lot of times when you are playing versus these big heroes, and it's really good versus Slark for like the whole game. You're able to always just trade with him.
Not so much versus the Timber Saw, though.
Not so much versus Timber, yeah. I think that's the matchup that they're probably going to be looking to put that... Timber's going to try to lane either versus ET or versus the Tiny, which should be pretty good for Team Nigma.
Well, let's see if Kuro had to sacrifice his arm to change the outcome of TI9, or is this just a filler arc before OG faces off against the final boss of Secret? Tune in now for game number 2.
For battle.
You know what I think it's really cool is when you see picks like jump from top tier team to top tier team. So Puppy going into this tournament was actually spamming a lot of Treant Protector in his pubs. Next thing you know, we've got Nigma versus OG, the matchup they had before where, yeah, OG did manage to 2-0 them pretty easily. Nigma were the ones to draft the Treant Protector, and now in the lower bracket final, Game 2, OG is going to pick up Treant Protector for the first time in this tournament.
Yeah, and it is going to be a position 5. We've seen it in the 3 position. It definitely helps that it's this flexible pick. ET as well. Seb playing this hero makes it a lot easier to work it into a draft. The old tree cut.
Cutting through the trees together. A Quelling Blade for Armen, a Quelling Blade for Miracle, and GH lurking on the side here. They are going to be playing the... the Elder Titan's going to making his way across the map here. Is that a Saksa?
It looks like it. I think they're going to swap the lanes. They're going to have
no,
they're going to have No Tail go bot.
Yeah, I was about to say. I was like, that's a little weird. Surely it's a core Elder Titan, as we've seen.
Wait, Seb is up here.
We've seen. Yeah, so aren't they swapping lanes like you're talking about?
But No Tail staying up here. So I was thinking it was No Tail swapping because the trees have been cut, but. Now they want the ET versus Slark matchup, but they're also swapping Nigma.
Yep.
It looks like, okay, they're just making sure they want to see... mind control is mid on Magnus. Okay, this is a wild game already.
I mean, this is the part that, like, they have to leave a support in lane when they were doing this musical chair shenanigans.
Absolutely.
Right? Like, you have to make sure somebody's there to collect the experience. That's why Sox is currently bottom lane.
GH TP'd bot, too.
He's one of the best heroes to do so, and look at this snipe of the courier. Mid one. All right, if we're going to go round and round and round, I might as well make good use of this, this time. Snipe out a courier.
It's always funny to see how people use this running back and forth between the lanes. So, okay, Seb, Midwood's up here as well as Seb. This is a 2-core lane.
Gonna try and run down RMN here. The magic missile gives him a little bit of time. Mid one shows up. All of a sudden, okay, hold up. This is where the Timbersaw wants to be anymore. Almost getting that kill. What are they gonna do about Weehaw though?
The problem here, though, is that Mid1, he leveled up the jump, so he doesn't have his Jingu to deal with the Timber.
And they need to actually give him some space to get that experience, but right now they're stacking up as 3. So things are definitely a little bit awkward right now.
Still 2 cores in the top lane. I love when teams do this. Their solution to the lane shenanigans is just, all right, I'm a support now. Like it's, he's just supporting.
Yeah.
They're trying to get mid on that level too, just like you mentioned. It's cool that he's staying here though as a core to do this.
Yep.
Like these top teams, they just don't really care about farm distribution in the game.
Yeah, it's not like it's that bad to give your Phoenix early levels.
Yeah, of course. We've seen
Weehaw is actually maybe gonna get run down here. Oh, damn. Okay. First blood for No Tail. I did not think that was going to be enough damage, to be honest.
Neither did I. I mean, you're 2 strength heroes versus a Timber, right? Like, this is what he prefers to be against.
Gets out the Fire Spirits. Is that enough for the dive? It is. They don't get the last 2 hits off required to get the kill. And now, finally, we're going to have Seb rotate. Now, the TPs... Oh, never mind. They killed the Timbersaw and he TP'd up the top lane, so never mind. We're all good.
Yes, this is exactly why you leave Seb in the lane like that. That's the ideal thing that can happen when you're doing these lane shenanigans, is you force that death into TP.
Soxa is going to be spotted here. They only need a couple of hits for the Fate Bolt to get the kill here. Jump forward. Weehaw gets eliminated there real quick as the Monkey King begins to amp up a little bit.
Second death on him too, so he's no TP for getting back to the lane for a little while.
Equally so, I feel like this bottom lane, like Elder Titan versus the Slark, that's a matchup you want to have if you're OG, but I could see how just a bit of an experience lead and a free bit of gold Like, you know, Seb kind of like was hurting his own game by being top the entire time.
Yeah,
I could see how this Slark wins the lane pretty heavily now if he has an advantage.
Nice
What a dive forward, and they should be able to get the kill. Oh my god, there it goes. He dies. Saksa, he'll die to the tower, but right as I say, I could see maybe the... Oh, he actually gets off the healing salve. It's not left with a ton of regen, and GH is still trying to hunt him down with the boots here. Saksa, a little bit of game of ring around the rosy. Blocks out one side, needs to go back in though. Cut down that tree. Blocked out by your own branch. Oh no, Seb. Oh, they need this kill. They need this kill really, really badly. Because just like they did to Weehawk, to kill Seb here, he cannot TP out to lane, otherwise they do the switcheroo again.
I honestly feel like he's just gonna respawn and then walk to lane.
I think so too.
Just because, whatever at this point. You can just split farm with your Phoenix and basically just run 2 3.5s. That's totally okay between these two heroes, so you don't really need to TP to a lane.
Okay, TP'd up to top, and we're gonna have
He's supporting. Just kidding. No, they're gonna, okay, they're just gonna go for the hope that he doesn't just TP back up top on Timber.
Well, I think his TP is still on cooldown, if I had to guess, for another 25 seconds. Probably similar to Miracle here. They probably swapped at the same time. So there's going to be a small window where they get the matchups that they want. And then maybe we're going to just keep going again. 5-minute bounty runes are coming up. That makes things even messier as GH is going to be run down mid one. Apparently not afraid of skipping out on the lane just to secure a big kill. In fact, that's a level 5 Rubik, so that's actually a really nice kill to get on top of securing your bounty runes.
Yeah, with the lane shenanigans going on right now, that's a huge kill.
There's only so many trees there, and he will be caught. Can he get the Roshan suicide? He cannot.
The next level play.
That hero's attack animation is so slow, and you have to walk up and hit Roche or walk through him. It's a hard deny to get. He's just jungling. Oh man.
Yeah.
His game has been pretty hurt by this top stuff that's going on in the top lane. I think giving mid one that solo XP on the first few waves was extremely smart from OG. He can just completely dumpster this Timbersaw.
Yeah, Nigma's lineup looks really awkward if the Timbersaw doesn't have that confidence to be able to man fight against OG, right? Because they are so reliant on Timbersaw kind of being unkillable and just in fights all the time. Mind Control looks to be able to chase him down with a skewer. Toss back there from Thompson. Picks up the double damage rune in his bottle, so gets a refill there as well. That was really nice.
A 1v2 as well.
Miracle. Gonna punch him in the face. Gets his spirit back. And Miracle, you don't want to trade with this Elder Titan, man. This is why they want the ET versus Slark matchup. One of the few melee heroes that can go and man mode up against Miracle, but now the spear damage is gone, and it's a tri lane now. So, Seb, he dies, and GH immediately teleporting to the mid lane where they're going for the dive right now, trying to get the kill onto GH. Thompson, does he have his combo left? Yeah, he does. He does, and he gets that kill as a result. But Thompson will take a lot of damage on his way out here. The Whirling Death, first one's not enough, but the second one, if he hits him, it's going to be close, but he gets the Fairy Fire. He's okay for now. A Timber Chain. There's a tree right there. Oh, he cuts it with the Quelling Blade. Thompson read his moves exactly, and Weehawk will have to give up on the chase. What a sick move.
I can't believe it. He had no expression on his face when he did that. He just knew that was going to work.
Yeah.
He wasn't even afraid.
Uh-oh, the avalanche. That's always a problem for the Timbersaw. Constant stuns make the Timber Chain a little worse. Let's see, back into that when they were going on Mind Control and then dove the Rubik afterwards. This is that first kill. Managed to get that back. I think we're going to have a lot of that. Flashing back and forth between kills missed and kills currently happening because just something about OG Nigma, man. There's kills all over the map.
Mid one's actually rushing an Aghanim Scepter.
Really? Okay.
Radiant's bottom.
That is fascinating. Huh. I have not seen this build ever.
No, why do you think that is? I mean, isn't Echo Saber still like a big value item right now?
I don't know. I think the Silver Edge is good in the late game, just on most melee heroes, but okay, gets the
nice catch him as he tries to jump into the trees. Doesn't result in a kill, but still cool.
Yeah, that was cool. They're just trying to defend the tower here. That's all Nigma's trying to doing.
Yeah, if they finish off this creep, then the siege wagon will start getting banged on by the tower. And they will keep that safe lane tower alive, though. Still, though, on the side of OG, they are still holding that top 2 net worth position. Seb may be a little bit under-farmed because of half the supporting work he's been doing, but it certainly has paid out dividends with 2 very, very farmed cores. As Thompson's going to be able to go in and get the kill on my control.
Man.
Mid one was even cutting in to make sure they actually, man, the freedom with which OG moves around the map, you know?
It is something to behold. Let's just say that. They do not care about roles. Roles do not matter when you are OG.
Miracle just needs a little bit more experience. Just please, sir. Just give me 2 creeps. That's all I want. All I want is my level 6. And all GH wants is goddamn.
Wait.
Yeah, the tree got cut down, and Miracle almost dying there. Back over to the skewer play that does manage to kill mid one. The tree got cut down.
Yeah, that was interesting. I don't know if that was the lit that did that or some very weird interactions happening with this Monkey King jump right now. And then Miracle dies on the top lane. I think this is the more important kill that we've seen happen. Like, he's kind of the saving grace for Nigma right now.
It's so funny because now, like, it's pushing in, right? You've got your level 6 that's pushing in, but the reason he died in the first place is he was just trying to hold that experience range, trying to stay close enough to get his ultimate so he can heal back up. It's got it now, though. 10-minute power runes. That's what we're going to be playing here. Thompson does pick up the arcane rune, turns around, tosses onto the 3. Really good damage.
Is under attack.
GH is already level 6, does manage to get the steal on the avalanche here. No tail, he's going to be dying. Supernova inside of the pit. Armin trying to back away from Seb, who's going to be pulled back in by the shockwave, and a secondary kill here for Nigma. Timber Chain, okay, a little awkward here. He's going to try and get to the other side of this Roshan pit if he can, but the toss is going to keep him inside. So another round of Timber Chain's up in a second here, but then there goes the avalanche. Thompson. Every single move that Weehaw tries to make is just immediately countered. Miracle is going to try and play inside of this one. They have the telekinesis. He does get off the stick charges and gets off the kill onto RMN. It does up him to an unstoppable kill streak, which is what Miracle claimed there for 450 gold.
Thompson's a maniac, man. Just walking up that high ground. You know he smells blood in the water.
Trying to catch him. The stolen avalanche kind of interrupts Saksa, and they will manage to get that kill even if the Rubik dies here, but No Tail stuck in the corner. What an Earth Splitter, though. It's going to be able to nail a couple of heroes here. Brings my control really low, and I think Seb's just going to be able to man up and kill him. Unless the magic missile, they get the counter double kill from Mind Control as he stays alive. Uh-oh. Is he going to stay alive?
Radiant's top tower.
No boundless strike.
Yeah, I don't think there's any vision there for mid one. But
Yeah, you're not as strong as you think you are, my friend. These rotations are constantly coming, and he still only has 2 levels of the reactive armor.
I remember really early on into the tournament, this just does not end.
No, it really doesn't, but GH can defend himself. Telekinesis and boundless strike. Diving this man may be a bad idea. But Thompson's still going to try, or at least he's going to see if GH walks up into the high ground to him.
Structures are fortified.
Almost have the blink on Thompson. That's going to be huge this game. He's so high level and high net worth that his combo does an insane amount of damage. Like, he can one-hit all of these heroes on Nigma if they're not careful.
They see him. They see mid one. We've got the Slark on the high ground here. Seb, you got to be careful of this guy. He is kind of daring to fight into right now. Miracle just gets a couple hits before he jumps away. The boundless strike, the long-range disable is beginning to catch, but the counter boundless strike stops Thompson from being able to get off the combo.
Just to give you an idea of how fast OG are playing in this game, Thompson is like 100 gold away from his blink. I think he's probably sending it out on the courier right now. And they still chose to smoke there. Like, he's 50 gold, right? And they could have just, all right, guys, let me hit neutrals for just a few seconds. No, they want to just immediately smoke and run into the high ground, baiting mid one there. Like, there is no downtime with this team. These guys are on fire right now.
They really are, just moving so fast. If the time is right to fight, then the time is right. Doesn't matter about the items. That seems to be a constant OG philosophy as Seb. He's going to be swapped back into the magic missile stun. That wasn't quite enough to get the kill, but RMN, oh, the spirit is going to run him down. Spirit on spirit action. And Seb walks away with the kill on RMN after they attempted to gank him.
I think Thompson should have his blink now. Makes these a lot more, these fights a lot easier to actually get somebody.
They smoke and just run back in. Killing GH, now Thompson. Candace staying on top of the Overgrowth with the Supernova. This is going to be a really nice combo. Miracle tries to get what little damage he can. He gets off the RP at the last second, but the Supernova explodes. They still hold this area, no matter how many spells are cast from the side of Nigma. And they still manage to get the Blink Dagger, jump onto Miracle, so he dies as well. Thompson with the triple. He just does not stop. This man is a monster.
And man, the thing with OG as a team is that when they are at a disadvantage, we see them playing fast like this. And with the 4K gold lead, man, I'm scared for Nick. I don't know.
They want to be able to hold this tower. They're willing to do everything they can to be able to keep it out. That Nature Scraps is out, slowing down No Tail. But everyone of OG is still, well, most of them are still playing around this area. And in fact, we're going to see him cut in soon. Weehaw's been taking a little time to recover his game. He's now going to be fighting in this fight, and they do. Thompson jump in for mid-want, though. Nails a really good boundless strike. They immediately skewer him outside of his ultimate, though. The Wukong's command is out, but Thompson's going to have a fresh combo pretty soon. He's got the toss-up. The Avalanche coming up a second. He sees Weehaw's a little bit low. Looks to be able to finish him off. Blinks ahead of him. You could see he was trying to get the extra kill by blinking onto mind control and tossing him back. Doesn't quite get it. Still, though, OG 6,000 net worth lead.
Dude, No Tail looks like... This looks like TI No Tail.
Yeah,
the
dude.
face, like the killer instinct face.
So serious.
I'm legitimately terrified. I'm very afraid right now, just seeing him. Please don't put that on there again. Frightening.
12 to 22. Total 34 kills in 15 minutes. You know, I expected this pace, but it is exceeding my expectations now at this point. Like, game one was like, okay, yeah, maybe that's what we expect, but this is getting a little too real here. And this is kind of what we were talking about with Weehaw having a rough start to the game, is he just cannot get back into it, right?
They're not giving any space on OG. Well, this is the brief moment. This is literally the first time in 15 minutes where there's any space, but there are TPs coming down to the bot lane.
No Tail, is he actually going to be able to survive? No, the Whirling Death. But so many heroes cutting in fast, and Weehaw, he needs the Timber Chain out before Disable comes through. No Boundless Strike. Sox is still on the hunt, though. Looks to be able to chase him down. They're Timber Chain and TP out, because they know OG has an awful lot of chase. Miracle, meanwhile, okay, they spotted him. Can they do anything about that, though? Miracle slides away, so instead they're going for RMN, who also TPs out. Really nice, clean escape there from Nick getting that kill on the Tree Protector.
That is the first breath of fresh air that OG is allowing Nigma to have in this game.
Yeah.
They have not been playing the side lanes at all. They have not hit a single neutral camp. And the reason that happened is because they split up to get the bounties. Like, there are these objectives you need to take on the map. I mean, Thompson, he's the only one that still has his foot on the gas. He's playing in the enemy damn triangle by himself, which is, you know, typical
and
Thompson
it's double warded, too.
Yeah.
Like, Nigma are like, OG is constantly invading this. They double ward their own triangle just to try and put a stop to this.
That's so funny, and he's still there. Thompson doesn't give a fuck, man.
It's gonna be the first time we get a breather, Jenkins.
Yeah.
Man, No Tail's so close. He's right next to Mind Control, who's a little bit deeper here.
Somebody's in the trees there.
So,
who is that up there?
We've got a Scotty being built by the Monkey King. That's Mind Control up there.
Oh, he's chilling.
Yeah, he's chilling on the Magnus.
Goodness.
Have you thought about this Aghanim Scepter anymore in the Monkey King?
I don't know what to think of this.
Yeah.
You mentioned Scotty. Seems like he could potentially be going for this. Great against the Slark, great against the Timber Saw. Obviously, I don't even think you need to deal with the Timber, though. Like, the Timber's... His game is just nullified. I don't think he's ever going to come back. This hero doesn't play from behind. But no farming item, nothing. Like, it's just straight Aghanims. It's kind of crazy, but I mean, this is OG. Like, you look at the things they're doing, you're like, this is nuts. And then they're just stomping Nigma with it. It's like, okay, well, this is nuts, but obviously this is the right thing to do. I need to figure out why they're doing this. I was thinking maybe he'd go like, if you're going to go Ags, like Maelstrom into Ags or something like that, but he looks like he's just going full on like greed, tanky stats. Like, if he feels like he can survive, I suppose it's a little similar to like the Faceless Void that people are playing right now.
Sure.
Where instead of playing like this damage dealer in the Chrono, the build was like the Heaven's Halberd into Agnum Scepter.
Yeah.
Where you're basically just playing to stay on top of people and take these long fights, kind of like you're almost like a Necrophos, where you want to take these long engagements and drag them out, bristleback.
Sure.
Similar, except for these like old traditional carries.
And that is interesting that he has that idea specifically against a Slark, you know, which I feel like is not the traditional idea against this lineup, but obviously it's got to be more oriented towards the pace of the game and maybe the rest of the Nigma heroes.
Sure. I mean, if you stay on top of a Slark, he doesn't want to take long fights. I guess that's one thing. Like if you play right around these Nigma heroes, they don't want to take long fights. I mean, particularly because of the Magnus, I would say. Like this hero is one and done. I think a lot of the Nigma team fight really relies on mind control, pressing the right spells.
Yeah.
Just like we saw No Tail last game, winning the fights with the skewers and you know, great RPs. I think you need that to come from Nigma, because what other form of control do they have? They have Rubik for like these solo picks. They have Venged for maybe some sort of swap play, either defensively or aggressively. But this is all single target. Like the AoE really is Magnus. So if you can just stay on top.
Oh, mind control! They did find him, and they will stop that TP.
Normally.
I don't know how exactly they knew he was there. They have a ward up there.
There's a high ground ward, but I think he just placed it.
Yeah, he just placed it for sure.
He was going over there to place it because when you have this crazy 8k gold lead at 17 minutes, you know that Nigma is going to play this extremely split-pushy game. People are going to be sitting in trees constantly, so he's going to set that up, and luckily he hit the nail right on the head. He was getting prepared to split push in the exact spot that No Tail warded.
Just another great read by OG.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's
Miracle's
middle
going for
tower is under attack.
BKB next.
Radiant
This is,
structures are
you would really
fortified.
love to be just buying stat
Radiant's
items on this
top
hero,
tower
you know,
is
building
under
into the non-BKB items, but in this game it feels like he can't be greedy. He needs something to take off this tree root. Manta would work too, but you don't really like going Manta on Slark. It feels really awkward. You'd love to be able to get by with just like a Sanjin Yasha Satanic, but I think the game might end before then if he doesn't go for the nuclear option, which is the BKB.
A really big scary part of this game to me feels like, yeah, OG's up by a pretty significant net worth, but the map control is going to get really bad here. They're going to utilize that lead and start pressuring down towers, and they're not going to lose any towers in return because that's the specialty of a Treant Protector.
This is true. This is true.
They do not have fast damage on towers whatsoever. It's not like, oh, we're going to take this in one push.
Yeah, when Slark is your best tower damage dealer, you've got some issues. We walking in.
That is really interesting. What could be happening with this? So many opportunities here. The rest of Nigma are not going to get here very quickly. They got the Sentry. They're going to be turning around on a Weehaw. Tries to get away the Timber Chain. It's just not fast enough. No Tail says, oh, mind control. Can he get it? Oh, no. Mitch was in to pick up the Aegis, and he's committed, so he's done for as well.
That's right before his blink too. He's not going to have that. That is rough. He would love to have had the blink for that fight. The timings from OG, man, they just aren't giving any space to Nigma in this game. It's so sad watching Miracle just chomp away at a stacked medium. Kevin, he can't even kill it.
He can't even get it because Mid wants now there.
Oh man,
Radiant's
poor
top
Miracle.
tower is under attack.
Don't do this to the boy.
I wonder how they knew. He was just like a sentry just to make sure they didn't have a ward outside the pit, or if maybe somebody bumped into him, you know?
Yeah, I think generally it's pretty good practice to just drop a sentry before Roche falls. I know a lot of people have made that a habit just over the years. Too many Roche steals, snatches, you know, you get tired of it. Nice D-ward, really nice D-ward. Heads up.
Tower is under attack.
Sentry there.
Yeah.
Usually you put it on the high ground.
Dire's bottom tower.
10k gold lead though, it's very difficult even with that nice D-ward. Doesn't do much. I don't even think OG needs wards at this point.
Monkey King swinging through the trees, jumps down, gets his statue right there next to the tier 2, and kind of just plants his ground and says, okay, this is now my area.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Okay. Managing to steal living armor. That. That is interesting, because they definitely need something to hold right now against OG. With all their aggression, they're just going to keep going here. The Glyph is going to go out, dodging the Meteor Hammer. Pull back in with the Telekinesis, swap back in as well. They keep him inside the base, but they don't really have enough damage to really threaten mid-1. Oh, and RP doesn't go out in time. Thompson stops him with the toss up in the air. They know No-Tail somewhere around here. They're going to try and cut down all the trees, but No-Tail's pulling them farther and farther away from the barracks. All the trees are gone now, and No-Tail will die, but look how far away they are from this tier 3. Meteor Hammer's going to come in. This tower's almost done. They got to keep it alive, though. With that living armor, they can heal back up to full, but they just can't do it. A jump in from Thompson. Immediately gets 2 heroes stacked on top of each other. The Wukong's man to go out. Miracle and Weehaw both able to make their way out pretty easily. Mind Control still ready to go with the RP, but they have to get out of here. Mid-1. Okay, he wasn't able to get that kill. Swope back out. Miracle will survive now, playing around these statues as much as possible. Mind Control gets a little bit close. 2-man RP. They can kill one of these heroes, surely, as they pull him back into the tier 4 area. Thompson's quite low. Magic Missile doesn't just finish him off, and they take down the Aegis of the Monkey King as well. He's immediately going to be pounced up. He's going to be stuck underneath this tier 4. The question is, can he actually kill anybody for it? Weehaw actually is the one to go down. Mid-1, can he get out? The tier 4s are hitting him, but they're running out of damage. The statues are blocking that path. They can't get through the Scotty statues. Mid-1 gets away. Weehaw's not gonna lit up just yet, though. He is chasing, so it's Miracle. They get on top of No-Tail, trying to steal some of those stats. Mid-1 almost gets the Jingu stacks up, but he's 1 shy, so he doesn't have that opportunity to regen back up. Mind Control missing the skewer back, going for Seb here. Weehaw should be able to cut him down, and it looks like OG are gonna call it quits.
Oh, he runs away.
Yes.
He kind of juked himself on Wee.
Okay, they do manage to get him finally. Mid-1 is still here. They're still here. They're still dead. Oh no, they could have gone out for free, but instead OG, once again, always looking for that team fight, always looking for the opportunity to turn things around. This time it was a misread, though.
It's expensive, though. Lots of buybacks from Nigma there. I think if you're OG, if you're No-Tail in particular, you're probably bonking yourself on the head. It's like, I shouldn't have given the living armor. I probably shouldn't have walked into the base. It's a fountain. That definitely hurt the whole.
Oh, Miracle gets off the BKB before the combo can go off, and Thompson, this is going to be a dieback for him, right? Or maybe not, I can't remember. 50 seconds, he's dead for swap back to be able to stop the TP there from Saksa. And OG, their relentless aggression may have just bit them in the ass now. A toss on through, dive, trying to finish off GH. He's got the stop living armor though. He keeps himself alive with that one.
I gotta say, dude, the MVP of that fight is honestly the living armor. Like, on both sides, just saving these heroes, keeping them alive, keeping the tower alive, making that such a difficult push, delaying. I think if you're No-Tail after that, you think, like, I got to be really careful about giving this ability away, because this is the one thing that Nigma can actually use to delay the game, to let Miracle build up these stacks and possibly come back into this game.
And this is exactly how, yeah, you're right. Like, how does Nigma get back into this game is entirely around going late game with a Slark against a lineup that will not threaten him very much as time goes on, right? He has been terrorized by Thompson over and over again, but eventually that combo no longer sticks.
Yes, especially when he's going for these strength-heavy items. You know, Drums, Echo Saber, BKB, these are all HP items. He's going for the Scotty next. You can't combo him down with the tiny combo. Where's the disable other than that? There isn't any. No deal with the Slark.
OG is still up by 9,000 net worth at 24 minutes in. It is still very early into this game, and I think we have an Aghanim Scepter almost done for Seb. Mid-1's going to be building into a Satanic, so just, again, trying to survive longer and longer in these team fights. It's a very interesting build. It just seems entirely predicated on around, like, living for a long time and getting statues out.
Yeah, it's a weird one, but this is not a particularly popular hero right now. It's basically only OG picking it, and usually it's Thompson playing it when they do pick it, so it seems like this is just the build that they think works in the current patch. You know, sometimes you have to spice it up a bit to make a hero work.
Sure. 25-minute bounties, and OG, for maybe one of the first times this game, they're going to take a breather here and farm up their next round of items. They say, okay, we have to give respect to Nigma. Then we may have been running them over for the last 25 minutes, but if we do not get a little bit of control here of this game, we may end up throwing just like Nigma well, I wouldn't even say throwing at this high level, right? But just like we may stumble into the wrong fight.
Yeah,
right.
And he's still got living armor. That is so annoying for how OG is playing this game. Like this, they're playing fast, and this is the one spell that makes it so that you cannot play fast around these objectives, which are exactly what OG need to be playing towards right now. They're not playing for kills, they're playing for objectives. They've already got the kills. They've already got the gold.
If they can take this tower, it'd be really nice for the side of Nigma, because then they could take that outpost and have a little bit better control of Roshan, because that is going to be very likely the next big objective, as we do still have another 45 seconds until it's up, so I highly doubt OG is going to be pressuring past these tier 2s until then.
Yeah, 100%. This is exactly why they've slowed down. They don't want to just feed away one kill on Thompson, or maybe somebody that doesn't have buyback right before Roche. All of a sudden that Roche fight is difficult, and that's where things can get iffy. That's when you can lose the game.
4-man smoke up, pushing into the triangle. No Tail leading the way here. Blink back. But they do catch Weehaw. Uh-oh, Weehaw swapped out by RMN. Gonna give up his life to protect his core. He's dead for 40 seconds.
It's a pretty good kill. I mean, I think
under attack.
How does he still have living armor? What's happening here? Did he steal it again?
He had to have, yeah.
Oh no, that was just the last little tick of it.
Was it? Oh wow.
He might have gotten it a second time, but it did just run out. That was such a pain. And I think there's a reason that he kept it for so long. He knows how important the spell is if he can get it.
And he was playing very safe in all these team fights that were happening. Got to be careful of this Aghanim Scepter here from Thompson.
Well, we talked about how you deal with the Slark. I think this tiny Aghanim Scepter is something that definitely solves that hero a little bit. If he presses his ult at low HP, you can't just survive. It's ground targeted damage.
Okay, so gone into the potential Roshan spawning time. It's actually going to be a late one with 2 minutes.
I think that top ward is between 2 sentries. Oh no, they ping it on we. Yeah, it's dewarded.
The Crystallis Thompson is really racking up the damage, almost has his level 18 as well. And this Scotty has just been kind of delayed for Miracle, who right now is playing inside of the river.
Oh, they wanted a double damage. You know they wanted a an arcane. They gave him the bottle too, preemptively.
See if they can catch mid one. Yule Scepter first. Okay, that's going to lead into the pounce. They're going to try and quickly burst him down. Does not have a BKB, so all that's in total to go that way. It looks like this is in the army back in, but he got up to super reverse. Hey, the Wukong's command. This is looking like a disaster for Nigma. They can't even finish off the mid laner of OG. They all in on him. Okay, Weehaw does collect him on his way out, but he is kind of stuck. Timber Chain, TP out. Is he away? He's out. Okay, that may have just saved Nigma's game just a bit, just a tad.
They do have Tiny though. I mean, this hero does quite a bit of building damage when you build a right click like this. You can still push high ground right now and possibly get a Rax. Doesn't look like they want to do that. Thompson's just pushing out the way. It's a little dangerous with the low respawn timers, and Slark and Timber still being alive, particularly Miracle being alive is a problem. They're pinging him. They know he's there.
Yeah, they know he's around. Miracle is trying to catch him somewhere here, but with this build, you have to actually land that pounce directly. There's no diffusal blade to help you chase or anything like that. Weehaw finally does spot him here with the Yule Scepter, trying to slow him down with the Chakram, but this is very rapidly becoming a long chase, which Thompson is more than willing to turn around. A magic missile from long range catches him, but with the retreat here from Weehaw, I'm not sure how brave Miracle could be here. As look at Sep. Oh, be careful that Aghanim Scepter, be careful!
Oh, if there's one more tree there, he's dead. Ooh, he literally, he ran out of trees.
He ran out of trees.
That was not the duration, he ran out of trees.
One Ironwood branch plan, that would have been the death of Miracle.
100%.
Now he knows though, and now he's knows he's got to be a lot more careful. Thompson's going to throw out his Aghanim Scepter, and they do manage to hit him with the magic missile, but not fast enough though. Immediately a buyback comes out from Mind Control. Saksa jumping forward, trying to force any fight at this point in time. His mid one doesn't manage to connect with RMN. If they can catch Weehaw as well, as he's stuck inside the trees. Yule Scepters himself, but how do you get out of here? He cuts through the trees, gets a long Timber Chain out. Can he get another one? Can he actually find the time? Thompson laying in the damage. No, he can't get across the river again and again and again. Nigma just keep on getting picked off. Cannot find the opportunity for an actual team fight.
I like that they gave Miracle the bottle. You can see that the way that they're trying to come back into this game is a pretty creative one, where you just give the bottle to the carry and he tries to pick up one of these late game Arcane or DD runes, which, you know, you need something to turn the fight at this point, right? And it's not going to come in items because OG is controlling the entire map. So that's how they're trying to do it. He's getting these terrible runes. He first got the Reed Pen and now he's got an illusion rune. Very unfortunate.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
If we see Miracle with the double damage, I think this one of these fights can definitely turn.
Sure.
So creative solutions coming up from them on Nigma, but unfortunately not working out their way.
I'm not convinced that another item is actually going to change Miracle's game that much. He's looking at a butterfly that still doesn't handle all the AoE damage that's out there. I think it simply comes down to the fact that he's got to, in many ways, 1v5, and now he's been spotted. Now they're just going to stay on top of him. He still has that BKB. He turns around, tries to draw a little bit of damage. Stomp goes out, and he does manage to get off Shadow Dance. BKB, TP's out. Bound the Strike is there, but of course, Miracle made sure, 100%, that he was going to get out.
Oh, No-Tail had his ult. That's interesting. Choosing to hold it for the next team fight, I suppose. That's a very interesting choice.
Jumping around. Jumping straight in. Mid one. It's a boundless strike. The brave man that he is just goes straight into the tier 3. And he's fine. He's got the heals behind him, the Sunray.
With the stat build and the Sunray, you can actually do this. I love how he's playing. This is exactly like how people are playing the Faceless Wolf.
Look at Thompson just chucking in the damage at GH, and he forces yet another buyback. The touch of death that Thompson brings. Swap back in. Miracle immediately going to try and bring down. Okay, they do manage to take down No-Tail. At least Saksa still has that opportunity, though, to get off the Supernova, even out without the overgrowth, especially with RMN now dead. A little bit of damage going out where Miracle has to be able to bounce away from it. They always have to play scared of Thompson whenever he's got all these tree tosses ready to go.
This entire game, GH has just been getting one hit by Thompson, and because he's gone for this non-magic damage build, he's still going to keep getting one hit. Like, you have to play so far back as a support in this game because Thompson is so farmed. Look at that damage, man. 1,000 crits.
Can't even feel comfortable about killing that creep wave. Telekinesis sees an opportunity to jump on a mid one here, get a little bit of damage, but do not give him Dingu stacks. He still has an Aegis, so mid one hasn't even had to expend that just yet. Saksa covers his ground, but Thompson actually going in immediately. Gets off a combination there. Miracle seizes a good opportunity to rack up some stacks. He's taking so much damage, though. The Sunrays has been still burning through him. Fortunately, that's because he's got the BKB. Turns around, goes for Thompson. Does manage to bring him down. No buyback there, and mid one stunned up for a time being. If they can actually somehow keep him here, the Shockwave pulls him back. Skewer back on in. They're not going to let him go. They're not going to be that easy. Mid one, they throw out the Wukong's command, but they take him out, so he doesn't get any damage there. Fortunately, the Supernova with the overgrowth, the RP goes down in return. If they can open up a space for Miracle to get out, be massive, but the Sunray tracks him down. He's going to be forced into a buyback now. Weehaw looks to be able to get back and reset things a little bit more. They couldn't keep OG from retreating, or if they did, they lose the fight that follows.
Similar to the first fight that we saw on the racks, it's, you know, you get a couple of kills, but it's at such a high cost. At this point, you beg the question, like, what item can they get? Can they get a rapier? Does a satanic make the difference? Does a sheep make the difference? It's usually one of these big late game luxury items that you can pick up and it changes the game. Maybe a Bloodthorn. It doesn't feel like there's anything right now. They don't have a rapier carrier. They already have the satanic, I believe.
Yeah. Again, it's like that next item isn't actually going to save Miracle that much. He just, his team is too underfarmed to be able to help him out. I mean, we just got a 35-minute Heaven's Halberd. That's from Weehaw.
And, you know, There's no ranged heroes on OG, so it's not...
Nice pick off. They can get it, and they should be able to. Yeah. No opportunity to be able to dive away. Mid one in on this. Thompson does manage to get the toss up in the air into Miracle. Miracle got to be careful, though. Oh, man. Stays away from all those tree tosses. Armin doesn't actually die just yet, but eventually they'll hunt him down. Miracle, though, no longer having his ultimate, no longer having a dark path. Gets tossed up in the air. Thompson brings him down. A dive back there from Miracle. And OG, they lose somebody, but somehow the fight that immediately follows, they're still able to get themselves a potential win here. I don't know how they fight without Miracle. They've just been all in on getting him the only farm that's been available to Nigma. Now he's dead for 90 seconds.
You need to skewer into Fountain. This is really OG's game to be throwing.
Yeah, Thompson, he just goes in immediately for GH. The first thing every single time. Mind control, Kansai the overgrowth right next to Weehaw here, who despite the reactive armors cannot put up with the damage being put out by Midwan. That is going to be all 5 down. And we're looking at the end of Nigma's run through Omega League here. Last man left to stand in, the coach, RMN, before Miracle calls GG. That is it. OG, they get their chance for a rematch against Secret. They are heading to the grand finals.
In that last fight, we saw Mind Control jump in and